2.
One more, you could attack for this. Just the best pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that shit
Close
house.
combat onto a Morgan. Is that enough? It is. Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Ultua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the look down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know. Over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to Day 2 at the Birmingham Regional Championships. A city known for its shopping and its canals, but I'm pretty sure after this weekend, it's going to be known for its epic Pokemon action. In Pokemon Go, we have had an absolute treat of Day 1 competition, and I'm sure Day 2 is going to be exactly the same. Welcome, guys. I am Blue-Eyed Judge Chromie, and I'm joined by an esteemed panel of gentlemen to help me through the commentary of today. We have got IcelandicLapras, Adelian, and of course, AnicorXIII. It was an epic day of Day 1 competition. Arceus, what are you most looking forward to today?
Just getting back into it. I had a blast yesterday, and yeah, I just want to get back behind the desk again today and see some more battles. I want to see some more double poison water double poison. I had a blast yesterday.
I think we all did. Adelian, we certainly were enjoying ourselves. What are you looking forward to?
I'm excited to see the wildest of catches that catch me and all the casters by surprise, because we all know how much we love the most peerless of catches in this game.
There were so many catches yesterday, amazing top-tier plays. IcelandicLapras, what are you looking forward to today?
I want to see some Bibero action. As you can see here, the Bibero sitting. You can see here it is. There's the Bibero. Zzweilous brought one, and he did phenomenal with it. He's starting on the winning side of the bracket, and I cannot wait to see some more Bibero action. I used it myself in Toronto.
Well, maybe Bibero will be the superstar of the weekend, but there are still some other Pokemon contenders out there, I believe. Of course, the Birmingham Regional Championships may be the first of the 2025 calendar year, but it is not the first of the 2025 season. Adelian, do you want to talk us through what other epic tournaments are coming up?
Yeah, so after Birmingham, the next highlight of the Play Pokemon season is the European International Championship that is happening in the XL Centre in London only next month. After that, there are a series of regionals and special events, so Stockholm, Seville, Utrecht and Bologna are all on the cards as we run up to the North American International Championships in New Orleans in the United States. And of course, all of these roads lead to one place. Victory Road ends at Anaheim, California for the Pokemon World Championships in August 2025.
It's always the pinnacle of Pokemon play, the World Championships, where you get to see the best of the best battle it out to become the world champion. In order to get there, though, there are a couple of ways that you're able to qualify, and I know, Martijn, you are a veteran of the competition, so do you want to talk us through how you can get those championship points in order to qualify for the World Championships?
There are multiple ways to qualify for the World Championships, actually, but let's start down with the championship points breakdown. On the left, you see the table of the amount of championship points one will achieve with their placement at a regional championship. And in the table on the right, you will see the threshold of the amount of players that can qualify per region for the World Championship. So for example, for Europe, that will be the top 50 competitors with the most championship points that will qualify. However, if you win a regional championship, you will directly qualify for the World Championships, and also the top 4 competitors from an international championship will also qualify directly for the World Championship. It doesn't matter from which region you are. Even competitors from the APAC region. I believe in the video game series we had a Japanese competitor win and directly qualify from there. So it doesn't matter from where you are, you will directly qualify for the World Championships by winning a regional championship.
It's fantastic to be able to see the range of different trainers that may indeed be able to make their mark in Anaheim. But we're going to focus a little bit on the weekend action, what's happening here in Birmingham, for example. We've already spoken a little bit about what we are looking forward to, but let's talk about what we enjoyed in case there's any trainers at home who missed out on the action. Martijn, I'm going to start with you. What was your highlight of the day one broadcast?
Paulasha got to day 2 by 1 HP against the Gengar Life. Her jump love barely held on, and the Feraligatr barely held on against the jump love's Fairy Wind. Got to that Hydro Cannon to knock out the jump love by 1 HP, and Paula always shows that emotion, the celebration. I love to see that in a competitor.
For me, I think it was the Gengar Life at the very end. Now, he was in the losers bracket, but there was one match right at the end of the day where he got to he got a double elimination with the final Pokemon being knocked out on both trainers' sides, which meant that the entire battle had to be done again. It goes to show at this high level of competition, the margins are just so tight that you needed that level of skill in order to hit that. And the Gengar Life to make it to day 2, I'm very, very happy for him.
It's been some really close competition,
yeah,
right?
It was really good. And for me, my highlight of yesterday was seeing Togetic win its game on stream. I had it as my caster prediction to do well, and when it actually got on the field, it did incredible. So I gotta thank Tomahawk UK for showcasing what Togetic can do in this meta.
I remember how excited you were to see Togetic get to great success, and I can only mirror it with the enjoyment I had watching a Gastrodon on stream. It's amazing, right, when your favorites win?
You know, I understand how you feel completely now. Togetic being able to perform to that level, I just gotta say, it really impressed me. And now I understand how Lou feels about her favorite Pokemon winning all the time. Well, all the time, maybe an exaggeration, but...
I mean, no, I'll take it, and I'm glad somebody understands as well and is maybe getting slightly on board with the Gastrodon hype. However, there may be no Gastrodon actually in day 2, but there are some amazing trainers. So I think it's time to take a look at the bracket. We're going to start off with the winner's side, so you can look at the trainers that are in contention here. I feel like, Marcus, this is a great opportunity for you to talk us through these phenomenal trainers.
Well, we start off with KingOWT against Potoman, an incredibly exciting matchup where the UK player, KingOWT, will take on Spain's power boy, Potoman. And I gotta say, Potoman has a lot of accolades, and he's a regional winner from before, but KingOWT is no slouch. I've seen him in practice tournaments, I've seen him in grassroots, and he continues to perform wherever he goes. And there are a lot of UK players here in the top cut. So the home turf looks to make a difference. We see IcelandicLapras from the UK. We see Nesabethan and AnicorXIII both from the UK. So 4 out of 8 players here in the winner's side of the bracket are on home turf. I wonder if that's going to matter today.
I think sometimes that can be a factor, maybe a little bit of additional pressure where you kind of want to be able to bring that medal home. Martijn, I feel like I know the answer to this question, but is there a particular match on this lineup that you're super excited for?
I think you expect to say Paulasha,
yes.
But no, it's Galax Kolton versus Zzweilous, because again, he got the Bibero, but is going to face against the superior tamer. It is Galax Kolton. His superior still runs Leaf Tornado. He hasn't used a charge TM for a year. I bet he has a lot of charge TMs.
Well, it's going to be exciting to find out, but of course this is only half of the bracket. We have to also take a look at the loser side of things. Adelian, do you want to talk us through this side?
Yes, there are many great trainers here on this side. Following on from what Marcus said about the British home turf advantage, that is also there here. You can see the Gengar Life and C. Leonardo, who are both based here in the UK, also trying to make an impact in the losers round of the bracket to hopefully make the grand finals that way. But let's not take anything away from some of the other fantastic trainers that are here. Out of Pocket, one of the highlights of this tournament, won 2nd on the North American Championship point leaderboard. That is a standout trainer. Sanjudigo, also a fantastic trainer that has past record of success. And we are very excited as well. I want to highlight the Reeve, because he was the one that has issued Tonton Batus, the man who always top-cutted in every European tournament. Tariv actually took him out of the competition entirely. That is an accolade in itself, I think.
I really enjoyed watching his run throughout the day 1 competition. I'm sure day 2 is going to be just as exciting. Out of Pocket, I think, is a trainer that I personally am looking forward to watching in day 2 because there's been a lot of storytelling around kind of his activities over this side of the pond. But of course, the action isn't just what's out there. There's also a little bit of competitiveness amongst us commentators as well with our caster fantasy draft. So we're going to take a very quick overview to see who out of us is still in contention. Oh, Adelian, it looks like you have indeed been knocked out early doors in day 1. But Marcus, Martijn, and myself are still in contention. Zzweilous for myself. Very, very quickly, Marcus, any comments for IcelandicLapras? Any words of inspiration?
Yeah, he's a dark horse in this race, and I believe IcelandicLapras does have what it takes. He just needs to channel the energy. I can see him over there. He's looking fit, he's looking ready, he's hydrating as we speak, and you know what? I believe he can make the difference today.
Well, I think that Palasha is going to knock him straight down to the loser's bracket. That is my prediction.
You have no idea what you're talking about, Martijn.
You have no idea what's coming, Marcus.
And he may be called Zzweilous, but we are not sleeping on him in this competition. He is going to be alive and ready to be able to get some epic Pokemon matches. Well, speaking of the matches, I believe they're ready. So, you guys at home, you're going to be able to enjoy some fantastic Pokemon action, but just in case you have missed out on anything that's been going down in Birmingham, make sure to go onto the website, pokemon.com/broadcast, to be able to catch up on all of the epic games. There have been so many moments that you can learn, that you can see maybe some favorite Pokemon and some veterans of the competition do a masterclass in how to play competitive Pokemon. You can also follow the channels as well to make sure that in the future you do not miss any of the Pokemon action, and engage with all of our social medias using that hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know who you were rooting for with our final 16 competitors, which Pokemon you want to see, and of course, please do share all that amazing art and, you know, your pet pictures. We love to be able to see them, and hopefully we can showcase some of them on the broadcast a little bit later on, because I think we all enjoy seeing that behind the desk. Speaking of behind the desk, I believe, Martijn and Marcus, you've got to get your running shoes on and get over there, because we've got to get to work and bring you the Pokemon matches. So have a little recap of day 1 impressions, and we'll see you behind the caster desk in just a moment.
I want to thank Lou for the advice on getting my running shoes off. You even found the bicycle together at time.
Yeah, that's what we do in the Netherlands.
Exactly. Get the bicycle out, get the running shoes, and get to your station. And I'm really excited. I believe we have the players about to be ready on stage, and I'm super excited for this first game of the day.
Our first matchup is going to be KingOWT versus Pokémon. That one matchup you highlighted there, one of the British players that hasn't had much success yet in Play Pokemon, but he had a lot of success in, as you said, practice tournaments and grassroots tournaments against one of the Play Pokemon staples. But Pokémon has had the success that he had in the previous season as well, so he's looking to get that here.
And I noticed Pokémon in one of his last runs, he ran Golisopod, and I'm very curious to see if Pokémon is running something spicy as that again today. Do you know, Martijn?
Yes. And the answer is no.
Oh.
It's not around something spicy.
Yeah.
In fact, when I talked to him, he was even disappointed about how broke his own team was. In fact, I think they're ready now. How about... Oh, sorry. No, we're going to take a look at the meta first. We're going to take a look at the meta first, because we had day 1 meta yesterday to see what we all had there on the usage. Because I believe that Shadow Drapion was leading there.
Shadow Drapion as number 1? Yes, you're right. Shadow Drapion and Azumarill on 55 and 52% of teams in total. And you can see them dominating the usage. It's when it's over half of the teams have these two Pokemon, that means they must be a good pairing, right?
I think so too. We saw a lot of poison double water yesterday. It's going to be here again, I think. And also that Annihilate was just so crucial everywhere. I also think that Jump Love, you already see here that it has higher usage than Superior. It really has overtaken that top grass type spot.
Yeah, and I think, as I mentioned to you yesterday, Jumpluff is the premier grass type. And let's have a look at day 2 if I'm correct, or if you are correct, about Jumpluff actually, about how, if Jumpluff is good or not. And there you see, number 6 in usage, but its percentage usage has increased. You see Jumpluff on 44%. Really interesting to see the Pokemon that's a little bit tougher to get a hold of, Galarian Corsola, on half of the teams.
And then Drapion, 88%.
88%!
In life are certain. One of them is Shadow Drapion in play Pokemon. I believe that is only 2 teams without Shadow Drapion on their line of 6. That is crazy. It is so meta right now. And we also see the Shadow Marowak. Just a disclaimer, you can get this Pokemon right now in Team Go Rockets. But this Pokemon is one of the very few that really answers the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, but even though it answers the Shadow Drapion really well, Shadow Drapion's energy from AnicorXIII really puts a dent into the Shadow Marowak. So I guess that is why Shadow Drapion is so good, because it can hit back even against its hardest counters.
Drapion without AnicorXIII and Crunch coverage is crazy, and I'm curious to see if these trainers have it as well. Like I just said, we have our trainers ready. KingOWT versus Patoman. We're going to go straight into that match just soon, as they are ready to kick off day 2 in Birmingham. 16 trainers remain. One of them will win the championship.
I'm really excited to see. This is Spain's hope for the foreign victory, and this is KingOWT, the home turf hero. Can we see the home turf hero make his way past Spain's glorious player Patoman?
Both trainers have the Talonflame, one of my favorite Pokemon. But KingOWT has one of the Pokemon on my caster prediction, Dunsparce. And Dunsparce
picked normal types, man.
Well, I am pretty normal, so,
so
there we go. But look at that. It has decent matchups into the Ariados, the Drapion, and the Feraligatr, and it does fantastic into the Talonflame.
True.
I think that we might see the Dunsparce. It doesn't even do that bad into Azumarill either. And then the only thing you really have to watch out for is the Annihilate. Here we go. Let's see if we're going to see these Pokemon. We see the Dunsparce lead from KingOWT versus the Talonflame. A tremendous lead for the British man.
Oh, this is incredible for KingOWT. He knows he needs to put on the pressure immediately, and he decides to do it with the Dunsparce in the lead. Oh, wow, and there we see the Azumarill Sace-Up answered by the Ariados. This is looking so good for the home turf hero KingOWT to start off this match.
Ariados is so risky to bring, but it's also so good to bring here because it answers the Azumarill very hard. But it's pretty risky to bring when there's a Talonflame on the opposing team. But KingOWT, I don't think at this point doesn't matter. It's going to take this damage gladly. And look at the slight undercharge from Patoman. I think he wants to get an Incinerate down on his Talonflame.
Oh, this is a very heads-up play by Patoman, leaving the Ariados on enough health so he can get 2 Incinerates in, and maybe then get to a move before the Dunsparce, so Talonflame can threaten the Dunsparce back. You see the Feraligatr on Patoman's side? It's looking pretty good in my opinion.
But it also doesn't fare super well into the Dunsparce. You can get to a charge attack here. It is going to be double boosted, but it's also going to be double resisted. So Talonflame doesn't really fear this double boosted launch, as it will not do as much damage. I think it does about 20%.
Yeah, there's no way Patoman was going to use a shield on his Pokemon there.
Stays in, takes some rollout, now goes for the bravest of birds on this Dunsparce. This will do a big chunk of damage. It's coming through. Zoof!
But even though it was a debuff Brave Bird, so imagine if this Brave Bird was not even debuffed, how much it would have done.
And look, the Shadow Claw fast attack from Feraligatr doesn't even add up on the Dunsparce, so he can just stay in. No, he swaps in the Azumarill. That is also a Talonflame answer. I'm actually curious about this play. I actually think that he could have stayed in with the Dunsparce here.
Yeah, in my opinion, staying in with the Dunsparce, whittling down the Feraligatr, could also been a way to victory for KingOWT here, but he decides he wants to go into the Azumarill, not misalign the switch timers too much. He wants to get some energy off of the Azumarill into the Feraligatr.
An Ice Beam bait. Patoman has to use those shields because he's running out of health on his Pokemon. But building up so much energy, you can, because the bubbles from Azumarill are resisted, so you don't need to throw your energy just soon yet. It looks like KingOWT is just no shielding. I think he's going to put his last shields on the Dunsparce.
He knows.
Catch on the Talonflame, but is this going to help you?
Yes, I think it might, but I'm not sure if it's enough. Pokémon decides to shield the Talonflame. This is a very curious play. I'm excited to see where this goes. Maybe, oh yeah, because KingOWT needs to shield the Dunsparce here. But if KingOWT can come out with a charge attack on the Dunsparce,
It's looking really good
he's
for him.
looking really good for him right now.
The Incinerate damage didn't even land there. He has so much health. The Feraligatr cannot even claw down here, and Patoman knows that this game is over. KingOWT takes game number 1 very convincingly.
With your caster pick Dunsparce as well, it put on so much pressure. We thought that Patoman had to bring the Annihilate, but no.
He didn't.
He didn't. So Patoman went that weak to Dunsparce, maybe over-predicting KingOWT to leave the Dunsparce behind because he knew that the polarizing matchup between Annihilate and Dunsparce, maybe he wants to avoid it, maybe not. But the mind games of this matchup, KingOWT is the first one to take the longest straw.
And he had a plan to avoid the Annihilate as well. He went with an ABB lineup into Patoman's team with the Dunsparce lead and then the Azumarill and the Ariados in the back. The problem is though, you don't really have, if you safe switch your Azumarill and it is answered, it is unlikely that your Pokemon in the back, it is likely that your Pokemon in the back may be hard counted as well, as you're not really drawing out a counter to the Ariados.
Sorry, but can you imagine that if Patoman leads the Annihilate as a Ghost type, it's not that terrible into the Poison type Ariados.
Yes, definitely has play.
And that's why I wonder if Patoman would lead the Annihilate into the Dunsparce here, I wonder how Patoman would respond when... Would KingOWT swap in the Azumarill, or would he swap in the Ariados?
See, this is the thing, Marcus. If you lead Annihilate, can you have Talonflame in the back? It will be extremely weak into a potential Azumarill lead. And I think that is what KingOWT's strategy was. Let's see if he does the same thing in game number 2. It is going to be the Ariados lead into the Ariados from Patoman. Spider Season!
Spider Season's coming, and here we see the Annihilate in the back for Patoman. This Annihilate is looking so good into the entire team of KingOWT, in my opinion. And I'm very curious to see. This is Patoman winning charge attack priority with his Ariados. This is very good for Patoman.
And if you look at the backline, Patoman is relatively weak to this Ariados as he has the Feraligatr and the Annihilate in the back. Both of those are not really the preferred picks into the opposing Ariados. While in this case, you have a lot of time to think about your matchup, because this is going to take a while.
How would you play this as an Ariados player, as KingOWT, losing CMP with your Ariados into the opposing Ariados? How would you play this, Martin?
So what I usually like to do, if I have a game plan, if I'm weak to the Ariados, I like to stay in here, right? If I'm weak to the Ariados, let's say I have a Azumarill in the back with Ariados in the lead, I like to stay in this matchup. But if I have a plan where I need to bait something out, it looks like KingOWT does that exactly. I think it's preferable to keep some energy and then switch out, and I think KingOWT is exactly doing that here, wanting to draw the Annihilate with the Drapion, so the Dunsparce is clear, and Dunsparce is a great core breaker to the Feraligatr and the Ariados, but you need to get rid of this Annihilate first.
Yeah, it's incredibly important for KingOWT to get rid of it. And that question is, will he shield this Pokemon? Will he shield the Annihilate, the Drapion? Oh, the Drapion hangs on the Ice Punch.
And Aquatail's coming through. Do you shield here as Patoman? I think he's going to go for a wicked farm down. Oh, but look at that, the undercharge, not charging all the bubbles. He doesn't want to knock out the Annihilate, but he does. Now he can get a farm down on the Feraligatr, and we know how devastating the energy is from the Feraligatr. But he can also get a Poison Sting down on the Ariados. Patoman decides to bring the Feraligatr. Here it comes, but swapping in the Dunsparce immediately and aggressively, knowing that the Dunsparce now is free because the Annihilate is cleared from the field.
A very great recognition of Dunsparce's value in this matchup, because he knows that he can swap into the Ariados and whatever is in the back, as long as it's not the Annihilate, which is gone, he has a decent matchup in the back.
He is not wasting the potential of this Dunsparce. To think that this Pokemon hardly had any play and no one was using it before 2 or 3 seasons ago, it's now so good actually again.
And KingOWT goes past 100 energy. He maxes out on his energy, and Patoman decides to put all his shields on the already low health Ariados.
Right, that is interesting, but let's see, Hydro Cannon doesn't knock out just yet. We still have a sacrificial switch as well. I'm not sure if this is exactly over yet, because Patoman does have the opportunity to farm up energy here, but I believe that KingOWT's Ariados is not just yet in lunge range.
And KingOWT just gets to the rock slide before Pokémon can take it out with his own Ariados. This Ariados is going to take another rollout if it decides to stay in, but KingOWT decides to go in to his own Ariados. This is to outpace.
Wait, that's Trailblaze. That's double resisted.
Oh, Pokémon!
I think you need to launch to stop the opposing Ariados here, but this doesn't do as much damage. Now you need to outpace. The timer's not up. He gets to the launch.
And he gets to the launch, and this will do enough damage to take out the Ariados. This is looking so good for KingOWT. He got the game plan right.
And in comes Feraligatr, doesn't have enough health. KingOWT defends his home turf.
Home turf hero. He goes on to take out Spain's hero. But KingOWT, he knew what he had to do. Keep the Dunsparce away from the AnicorXIII, win.
Dunsparce, I put it on my cast prediction for a reason, and it pulled through here. It was a tremendous core breaker into the Ariados, into the Talonflame, into the Feraligatr. We saw in game 1, when there's no answer, the Dunsparce just rolls through the team. But when there is, you need to free it up. And that's what KingOWT did exactly in the game 2. He cleared the AnicorXIII and then brought in the Dunsparce right away.
You saw the pressure of Dunsparce putting so much pressure on Pokémon that he did not even bring the Shadow Dropion. The Shadow Dropion was not on Pokémon's elected Pokemon to use, and that's probably because Dunsparce has a very good matchup into the Dropion.
Now, you would think that, but Shadow Dropion can actually win the scenario where both Pokemon don't use any shields. That means that with the Shadow Dropion, you could set up your backline for a shield advantage. In this case, Patoman didn't do that. He didn't bring the AnicorXIII at all. And I think he may have overthought it a little bit. Maybe he just bluffed that KingOWT wouldn't bring the Dunsparce, but he did.
Yeah, and how Pokémon decided to go ABA weak to Dunsparce, as we talked about yesterday, this was, in my opinion, a slightly unhealthy ABA because the Talonflame has very little play into the Dunsparce.
I think it's better with the Feraligatr lead.
If the Feraligatr was on the Dunsparce in the lead, then I believe that Pokémon, with his Talonflame and Azumarill, could have handled the Ariados that was in the back.
He wouldn't need switch advantage, or he wouldn't need to switch out.
Exactly. And he could whittle the Dunsparce down to a range where Azumarill and the Talonflame could manage it in the back. But Pokémon decided to go with a risky ABA line, and it cost him so much in this game.
I think he made a lot of predictions, but the thing is, with day 2, you can actually make a lot of preparations after day 1 in the morning of day 2. And I think KingOWT just recognized that Patoman it's difficult for Patoman to make the call to play AnicorXIII or Talonflame in the lead and have the other one in the back. That is the only way you could deal with the Dunsparce and Ariados core. Knowing that he could never do that, KingOWT could play that core super safe. If you lead your Dunsparce into the AnicorXIII, you can safe switch your Ariados because there shouldn't be a Talonflame in the back.
But then I question Martijn.
What do you question? Do you question my knowledge?
No, not at all. I want to pick your brain a little bit. Because what do you, when you have a team comp disadvantage, like Padaman did in our opinion, in that game, do you take that risk?
Yeah, it's kind of tough. I think the Dunsparce just got a little bit to his head.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was the match we just had. We're heading right to the next one. It is IcelandicLapras versus Palasha. They are battling this for us.
Yeah, and look at this game. They're
both on our caster predictions here. Now, we say battling for us, but obviously they're battling for the title here. They want to progress in this matchup. But which Pokemon here stands out to you, Marcus?
Well, I think Palasha, I mentioned this yesterday, I think Palasha has not hardest check to Galarian Corsola. And we saw IcelandicLapras utilize his Corsola a lot yesterday. The best answer from Palasha to the Corsola is the Shadow Dropion. And I believe also the Feraligatr has a very playable matchup into the Corsola. But other than that, I think IcelandicLapras will utilize the bulk of his Galarian Corsola in this matchup.
Galarian Corsola indeed is super flexible. So wonder if we're going to see that. Of course, the Feraligatr can get a lot of energy there though, but Astonish is a fast attack that will deal a lot of damage on its own already. So that makes Corsola not even the worst into an opponent like Shadow Feraligatr. And if you let a Power Gem through on an opposing Shadow Dropion, it could actually use 2 Protect Shields to just Astonish down, even though that's resisted.
And I think that So, you said that for the Palasha's Shadow for Alligator can get a lot of energy on the Galarian Corsola. But what if IcelandicLapras brings his Azumarill to just soak that energy
it all up.
and then maybe come in with his Shadow Marowak or his Annihilate to sweep up the rest of the team?
It depends how IcelandicLapras wants to play that. Perhaps he does want to get that shield advantage only, but if switch advantage is more important, it could also not be great for him. Shadow Annihilate, that is an interesting pick. We haven't seen it as much, and only with this recent Rocket rotation, you can TM frustration of your Shadow Pokemon again. And it looks like IcelandicLapras utilize that immediately. Annihilate already is so strong with shields up, because you can just boost your attack up and up. But Shadow Annihilate has even more attack.
Yeah, and I'm very curious about which is the better pick. I believe it relies a little bit about your team composition, because Shadow Annihilate is not as strong into Clodsire, for example, as the regular Annihilate.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, what would your pick be? Look at IcelandicLapras' team. Do you think Shadow Annihilate fits his team better than a regular one?
Tough to say. Maybe that Ice Sponge would change something if he can get some energy elsewhere, because I think his team is a little bit weak into, and I hate to say this, Jump Bluff. He doesn't really have hard Jump Bluff checks here, besides the Shadow Drapion, and even there it has play. But, chat, let us know who you think is going to win this one. Game 1 is starting. IcelandicLapras on the left, Palash on the right. It is going to be the Shadow Drapion on IcelandicLapras into the Shadow Drapion from Palash. Is this Poison Double Water?
No, it's not Poison Double Water. It's
on both sides.
On both sides, there's
no water type on IcelandicLapras.
There's no water type on IcelandicLapras' team. And he does not go for the Galarian Corsola either. They both go for the charge attack priority with their Drapion. And you notice, IcelandicLapras' Drapion wins charge attack priority over Palasha's. This is incredibly important for this matchup.
I think that means Paula is unlikely to invest shields in this matchup, because the longer this matchup goes on, the worse it becomes for the Drapion that loses charge attack priority. So I don't expect a shield here, but just going straight for the Aqua Tail. The Shadow Drapion from Palasha should barely hang on here, as we see a no protect shield being used.
Do you think Paula's Feraligatr is looking good, or do you think IcelandicLapras' Diggersby? What do you think about the Diggersby and Feraligatr matchup?
That is actually a positive matchup for the Diggersby, even though it takes super effect damage. And swapping into the Feraligatr right away, but IcelandicLapras swaps into the Shadow Jump Bluff right away. This is not that great of an answer though, but because you have Shadow Jump Bluff, the areas will do more damage. This is a bait. And he knows this right away!
Immediately! What? Look at the nerves on IcelandicLapras!
Nerves of steel! And this resistance
He's willing to take the risks to proceed as far as he can in this tournament. What will Palasha do? She shields up the Energy Ball. Great shield call ball by Palasha.
That is an insane call. I do think that with a couple more Shadow Claws, a Hydro Cannon will eventually knock out. Going for the charge attack period here. Perfect counting by Palasha. I think a Hydro Cannon would knock out here, so IcelandicLapras does put up his first Protect Shield.
And this is very interesting to see, because this Feraligatr is still so healthy. I believe this is the time. Yes, this is the time to bait the Feraligatr. You know, players like to invest in their Feraligatrs.
Are you going to try and catch his attack? No catch attempt from IcelandicLapras, putting up his second Protect Shield. And I think this does make the jump from Palasha in the back better into the opposing Diggersby. But remember, there's still a catch from both players, waiting a turn, making sure that Palasha cannot get the catch here. Here's the problem for Palasha. This jump bluff from IcelandicLapras can still get to an area ace on her own jump bluff.
Does she come in with the drop? She is trying to making a catch maybe? Oh, but IcelandicLapras waits. He knows that Palasha has a catch opportunity, so he waits to see if the jump bluff swaps out or not, and it doesn't.
I think Palasha's hoping for a good matchup in the back. He hard swaps, so that means that IcelandicLapras wasted a catch opportunity here in favor of potentially one Fairy Wind. Due to Energy Ball's knockout, I think they might with the Fairy Wind damage. Wait, this jump was better than I thought it was.
I actually don't think
it's getting really close.
It's very close if two Energy Balls knock out or not, because IcelandicLapras needs another Fire Punch, and if he can get to it, he has this game.
He's one quick attack off. Does one more Fairy Wind after this Energy Ball knockout? I don't think so. Diggersby super bulky. It has almost 1 HP. It goes down!
It goes down! And this is suddenly looking so good for Palasha. Oh, and the Drapion cannot hang on for another move. Oh, IcelandicLapras, look at his face. He realizes this game is done and dusted. Paula finds the way through IcelandicLapras' team #1 in this game 1.
Shiny Jump Bluff knocks out the Shadow Jump Bluff. Palasha, the queen of PvP, takes game #1 from IcelandicLapras. This is a nemesis for Palasha. IcelandicLapras has won in the previous 2 encounters between these 2 battlers. So Palasha is really looking for some revenge here.
Yeah, and IcelandicLapras, he wants to hang on to his record against Palasha, but currently it doesn't hang in the balance right now. Palasha, she's ahead. She might be the one to take this matchup. Look at him. He doesn't know what it is. He's unsure about
Where did it go wrong?
Yeah, where did it go wrong? Because the Diggersby couldn't hang on to 2 energy balls. That is very valuable knowledge for IcelandicLapras in the upcoming game. Maybe Palasha has invested a little bit into Jumpluff's attack to make sure.
This is the first time I see Jumpluff being relevant.
That is untrue. that is a lie. That is such a big lie, Martijn. You are so full of it. And I'm not Jumpluff's biggest fan in any way, but you are way too small of a fan of.
Okay, fine. Jumpluff was okay. Chat, maybe you could tell I'm not a Jumpluff fan, but the Jumpluff did come through there for Palasha. I think what IcelandicLapras alternatively could have done there, and that is a big if scenario. If you let your own Jumpluff get fair winded down by Palasha's Jumpluff, your timer would be up for a potential sacrificial switch. And in that case, perhaps you can get to that next Fire Punch because he was only 1 quick attack off.
In my opinion, I think the misplay was throwing the aerial ace first because he let Palasha get to 2 energy balls.
And he also let Palasha get this terrible lead because this is exactly where IcelandicLapras wants that Shadow Diggersby swapping into the Feraligatr, but it's not really that great of an answer. Is IcelandicLapras going to attempt to catch? You can't really swap your Jumpluff into its Feraligatr at the point it has an energy advantage because it has access to double super effective Ice Beam.
I'm very curious to see how IcelandicLapras decides to play this. He has a great lead matchup, but he decides to stay in, so the switch timer will be heavily misaligned in this matchup. Does Palasha invest into the Feraligatr this time?
Of course, you always shield your Feraligatr. Does he gotta get attack drop? Yes, there's an attack drop on this Feraligatr. Now the Hydrocannon will deal less damage. No catch attempt still and not thrown on potential Charge Attack Purity. This time IcelandicLapras lets it go. I think that the Feraligatr might be able to hang on to the Scourging Sands by a sliver of health.
I don't think it will KO, I agree with you.
It might barely on. It depends on how high the defense NHP is of this Feraligatr and how high the attack of this Diggersby is. Is Scourging Sands going to knock out? It does!
It does knock out! Oh, and IcelandicLapras is in the driver's seat in this matchup. Oh, I
don't know about this play though,
I'm
because
not sure.
now you give the Drapion from Palasha an opportunity into the Shadow Jumpluff later, letting the player off go as well. This is going to put Drapion almost into the red.
In my opinion, I think IcelandicLapras needed to build up to a Scorching Sands on his Diggersby to make sure that he had the energy ready for when the Drapion comes back in. And the energy from Drapion here, no matter how good Drapion is, this energy is not as efficient into the Azumarill.
And speaking of energy, how efficient is the energy from Azumarill? Because there's a Shadow Jumpluff in the back. You don't want to eat an Ice Beam all of that.
Absolutely not. This is looking very tough, but IcelandicLapras manages to win.
But goes for the poisoning down. That is an interesting play from Palasha. Just keeping all the energy there. And this Diggersby is almost in Aqua Tail range. Charge Attack Purity on the Fire Punch. Whether you shield this or not, you will not get to another Scourging Sands here.
And this is what I wanted to highlight, how IcelandicLapras needed to build up to the Scorching Sands before swapping out of the Azumarill matchup with his Diggersby, because the health bar on the Diggersby is not important because an Aqua Tail will KO.
Are you going to try and attempt to catch an Aqua Tail here? And yes, the catch on the Shadow Jumpluff! What a play from IcelandicLapras!
He's not convinced.
He's still in this game.
But he is not convinced. He's not sure if this is the right way to go. He knows that this Drapion is causing him so much trouble right now.
But listen, you will outpace to 2 crunch on the Shadow Jumpluff and trying to make a catch. But he's quick with the energy ball. You had to throw though, because otherwise this Azumarill would let an Ice Beam.
But do you think an Aerial Ace would have knocked out? I don't think so.
No, it wouldn't, but he would outpace to 2 here. Crunch coming through. This is gonna put the Shadow Jumpluff very low to the point you might get Poison Sting down. I think Jumpluff might barely be able to get to another charge stack here. That is the areas, even despite the defense drop.
How do you play this as IcelandicLapras? Paula knows that anytime the Diggersby can come in, will she throw immediately?
There is some energy on the Diggersby, and there it is!
He gets it! IcelandicLapras, he channels the energy from the home crowd to even this game up.
Surprise Shadow Drapion, here's a Fire Punch. Takes it to the face, and that was an incredible, well-played game by IcelandicLapras. Catching the Aqua Tail that was meant for the Diggersby on the Shadow Jumpluff. kept him in a game. Saving all that energy allowed him to use the energy later to knock out the same Shadow Drapion.
And here we saw Palasha go with a poison double water strategy, but it did not work out for her. She needed the jump bluff that came in game 1 to handle that Diggersby that IcelandicLapras brought.
The Diggersby and also the opposing jump bluff, because that's where she got the energy in game number 1. Jump bluff could hit super effective damage all over the place, and I think that does not make it appealing for IcelandicLapras to bring Annihilate at all. And that is why Palasha is so inclined to bring the Shadow Drapion, because Diggersby is not the worst matchup. At least not when, if you're a little bit ahead on energy. If you swap in your Drapion and then you're answered by the Diggersby, you're ahead on energy and you might have some more play. But on even energy, it is not a comfortable matchup.
As you say, Palasha is so inclined to run her Drapion and Shadow for Alligator. So is there merit for there's no point for IcelandicLapras to not run his Shadow Drapion, and here we go. The Shadow Drapion of IcelandicLapras will, and he gets the Diggersby into the jump bluff. This is looking great for Palasha so far.
This is a decent matchup, and IcelandicLapras swapping into the Shadow Drapion right away. Palasha doesn't really have a clear answer because it's so difficult to bring the Shadow Marowak into the team of IcelandicLapras when he's also very inclined to bring his own jump bluff. Letting the area ace go through, perhaps now's the time to swap into your own Drapion. It is. Palasha swaps out, but I'm not sure about this play exactly, because this Drapion is not yet in AnicorXIII range.
So there's going to take an AnicorXIII and a lot of Poison Stings from Palasha to knock out this Drapion. But does she need switch advantage? She has a Feraligatr and a jump bluff. And it's the Diggersby in the lead.
It is a really strong core to use. Look at that. This AnicorXIII still doesn't knock out. Does the AnicorXIII from Paula does knock out though? She has 2 loaded here. If this will knock out, she will also have an AnicorXIII loaded for the Diggersby.
And
it does knock out.
Oh, this is looking so good for Paula right now.
Oh, but going into the jump, I think that IcelandicLapras was hoping that Paula would throw the AnicorXIII immediately, but no, she's patient, knowing that she would have hung on to a quick attack either way and just throws the crunch down, which does a lot of damage.
Oh my, this jump off is getting so low from the energy from the Drapion.
But where do you put the Feraligatr now?
Well, I guess you put it on the Diggersby, but that's not a great matchup for Feraligatr either. Diggersby
when shields are up.
Exactly, because as you saw in game 2, you could get the debuff from the Scorching Sands debuff. Oh, and IcelandicLapras gets to the move. This jump bluff will now be so low.
Still not using Protect Shields, but as long as shields are up, and she knows there's a Diggersby, but farming up more energy, perhaps IcelandicLapras is going to attempt a catch, but no, Area Ace is coming through now. He's not at his own Area Ace just yet, though. This doesn't knock out, but perhaps we may see a switch now from Palasha to get energy and get a little bit more fast attack damage. No switch just yet. Perhaps just trying to get the farm down here with the Fairy Wind, and now you have to use Protect Shield, otherwise the Diggersby will defeat the Feraligatr.
And I'm very curious to see, with shields up, if... Oh, and IcelandicLapras, Palasha gets the 1-turn swap because she got...
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you're fast to the Hydro Cannon anyway.
But we know that Palasha's Feraligatr cannot take 2 Scorching Sands. The Scorching Sand will KO. And we know that the Shadow Claws from Diggersby, the Shadow Claws from the Feraligatr on the Diggersby is doing nothing. Palasha will need 2 energy bolts to take out. Oh, and we get the debuff again.
I'm not sure if that is going to matter as much though, because I think a Hydro Cannon plus an energy ball would knock out. Oh, but no Protect Shield. I think a Hydro Cannon definitely does more than any energy ball in the world.
I agree. So I'm very curious by this of this play by IcelandicLapras.
Is this going to knock out? This was about the same health range we saw in the previous game. I think IcelandicLapras is looking really good here. Scorching Sands coming through. Feraligatr goes down.
And he has a shield left. And Wool. Oh, Palasha goes for the bait, but she cannot outpace to an Aerial Ace and an Energy Ball.
Remember, there's still a jump off in the back as well. IcelandicLapras might attempt a catch here, but no, there's a Fire Punch.
And IcelandicLapras, my horse is in the race. The Dark Horse from the UK takes out the queen of PvP and knocks her down to the loser's bracket. IcelandicLapras, you are keeping your record going against the queen of PvP. You can be so happy with yourself.
There's just a nemesis for everyone, and it looks like IcelandicLapras is that nemesis for Palasha. She has won multiple championships, but she has not won multiple encounters with this man right here.
Actually, she has won no encounters against this guy. I've seen him
dominate Palasha in grassroots tournaments. I've seen him beat her in play Pokemon tournaments. I don't know where this is going for IcelandicLapras, but he has one thing that no one else has. He has not lost to Palasha in several encounters, and there's not a lot of players that can say that.
I was gonna say myself, but I haven't faced her just yet.
Oh yeah, you gotta get in there, Martin. You gotta get competing and measure yourself against these titans of PvP players.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. I appreciate that.
Yeah, maybe try to go to a major event, or if you're a little bit unsure if you can make it at a major event, like a regional or a special championship special event, then maybe try yourself at one of the local competitions, like a challenge or a cup, and you can bring your friends, and they might be nicer to some of these titans of Pokemon.
Well, I know my friend Cristiano, he's not very nice to me lately after.
Right. Oh, I can see him over there. I can see him over there waving at us. But yeah, but he's not as kind to you as he used to be, is he?
Yeah, after losing to some of my spicier picks, he's not been very happy with me. And let's take a look again at these replays between IcelandicLapras and Palasha in game number 1. Barely fairy winning down the Diggersby and just getting all the fast attacks in on the Pokemon on the back line here. IcelandicLapras just ran out of health there.
Yeah, what a way to start of this day of Pokemon Go. This matchup was so back and forth. We never knew how this game would end up in the end, but it turned out IcelandicLapras' Diggersby.
This was so crucial, right?
It's so crucial that the Scorching Sands actually knocks out the Shadow Feraligatr. And I think the Diggersby looks kind of problematic to bring in when you know there's an Azumarill, there is a Jumpluff, but Diggersby, with the amount of play it has into Shadow Dropion and Shadow Feraligatr, proved so valuable for IcelandicLapras.
It's possible that Palasha has an attack-weighted Feraligatr.
It certainly looks like it.
Most Pokemon that are built for PvP have a low attack stat, a high defense, and a high HP. But if you have a higher attack, that means you win the charge attack priority against opposing Feraligatr, making it easier to lead your own Feraligatr, as will be a winning matchup. However, in that case, you have less HP, and I think that is why this Diggersby right here was able to knock out that Feraligatr in the scenario where both trainers use one shield only. Because normally, a good Feraligatr with high defense and HP would hang on there by like 1 HP.
Correct. That is a very good observation, Martin. And I have a question for you, because has opposing Jumpluff, been an oversight of Palasha? Because you saw how strong the Shadow Dropion was for IcelandicLapras, but she could not confidently bring in her Kanto Marowak because of how strong IcelandicLapras' Jumpluff was going to be. Well, is it an oversight from Palasha's side?
I think not at all. If it was an oversight, she would have brought the Shadow Marowak, and she didn't, because she feared the Jumpluff. She just tried to tackle it with neutral matchups, and in this case, that didn't work out as much. The neutral matchups from IcelandicLapras were just a tad stronger. Diggersby is such a bulky Pokemon and has versatile coverage, especially with the Fire Punch buff. It has really made this matchup into Grass-type Pokemon, but also Alolan Sanders much better.
This is how you compose your team's trainers. Like, Palasha is using the Marowak to enable her Poison Double Water strategy. If she wanted to play more of Shadow Marowak, maybe she needed to make her team more strong into the Jumpluff and the Azumarills of opposing trainers. So Palasha is relying more on her Dropion and Water types than the Marowak, because immediately when she sees a Jumpluff on the other side, she knows, okay, I'm not going to bring my Marowak in this position, and that makes opposing Shadow Dropion incredibly strong.
That's kind of where the difference was in the ground-type Pokemon. Shadow Marowak really wants nothing to do with Jumpluff. Diggersby can hang on there. So if the opponent has a Dropion Jumpluff core, Diggersby is very safe to bring into that. And it was not the case for Palasha. So IcelandicLapras could counter the Diggersby from Palasha, but Palasha could not counter the Dropion from IcelandicLapras.
Wow, there's so much going on here, Martin. My head is spinning with all this information about these teams. And that shows the level of these players and how they are coming this far. They're taking everything into account when building their team, and they're making every single bit of information that they can get count. And IcelandicLapras, he put his eggs in the Diggersby basket, and it really paid off for him. It's an Easter bunny that really delivered this time around, but it's a bit early.
Yeah, thanks for that.
I mean, sometimes different parts of the year, bunnies are more common than other times, and this is Diggersby season.
And bunnies are also in the Team Go Rocket rotation right now. You can get a Shadow Bunnelby, and Shadow Diggersby will be allowed to use in San Antonio next week. Make sure that you get one. In fact, you can even get a Purified Diggersby with Return.
Well, I believe that Return paired with Scorching Sands has a higher win rate against the most common Pokemon in the meta right now than Fire Punch does. But you saw the value of Fire Punch.
Only in neutral matchups though, right? Because you need Fire Punch for Grass-type Pokemon.
Yeah, generally you do, but Return hits so hard. It's such a hard-hitting move, but you give up some of the coverage that Fire Punch provides. And also, with a Fire Punch buff from this Dual Destiny season, Fire Punch gives Diggersby a lot of play into the Grass types, as we just saw.
How about we hear from IcelandicLapras himself? Lou is ready for an interview with him. Take it away, Lou.
Thank you, gentlemen. I am joined by IcelandicLapras. Huge congratulations from that phenomenal match we saw on stream. How are you feeling after that?
Oh, I'm still shaking. I'm sure you could see me trembling on stream. I really thought I'd lost it. Game 2, I was really surprised I managed to pull that back. I know Paul is an incredible player, and I felt that my snipe at the end with the Fire Punch was such an obvious play that she would read it and beat me to it. So I really thought that was coming. So yeah, the adrenaline, I'm still shaking with how it's going, so yeah.
Well, that adrenaline can always be a good thing as well to power you through the tournament. You have a fantastic track record against Paul Asher. Does that give you confidence or pressure going into a match on stream?
Yeah, it's definitely something I know is on both of our minds. It's I feel like I've just always got very lucky against Paul Asher. I battled in Dortmund and I won on 1 HP, and it was so close. We both said on stream, does this move KO? We've no idea, and I survived on 1 HP. And then I got really lucky at EUIC again and beat her there. I mean, she's an incredible player. She's won a regional and I haven't. I'm sure maybe we'll say she's a better player than me, but I've got lucky on my side on this one.
Hey, who knows? Maybe this could be your regional and then you'll be able to say you are a regional champion at the end of the day. You've already mentioned Diggersby, which I'm really glad about because I want to talk about it. In Game 1, things didn't quite go its way. It couldn't take that second energy ball, but then it got its redemption. Can you talk us through what Diggersby did for you in this match?
Yeah, I thought Diggersby was a very safe pick in this team. I've not really run Diggersby the whole tournament. It's been sort of on the bench, not found a right matchup. But against this team, especially I know Marks is saying he's been seeing so many poison double water, water double poison. I think that's where Diggersby can shine, particularly against the Feraligatr. And we saw it in the end game of third game that the Shadow Claws do nothing, so it can really up a shield or you know, in the late game can really take that matchup. And so I felt that Diggersby in all 3 games was a very safe pick and a very safe lead as well.
It's definitely been a superstar this tournament. It was great to see you showcase it so magnificently. We know you've got, a little bit of time before your next match, so we'll let you go get prepared. But before you go, are there any shout-outs you would like to give?
I do have a very important shout-out. At home, Jill's cheering me on TV, my wonderful girlfriend. Happy birthday, babe. I'm sorry I missed it to be here, but any prize money I win this weekend, I'm going to take you on a lovely holiday, and I promise I won't play Pokemon Go the entire holiday. All me and you.
You heard it here. It's on the broadcast now, so fantastic wishes and happy birthday at home. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. We'll let you go get ready. And of course, the Pokemon action is just going to keep going. So let's kick it back to the casters.
That's the way to make it up. I like that from IcelandicLapras.
My boy, he's such a romantic. Oh, my boy.
Yeah.
Oh, you really moved me there. And honestly, it's relatable, is it not? Because I have a girlfriend at home, and I promise when I get back from... Yeah, I do. And when I get back from this tournament, well, it's not her birthday, so IcelandicLapras' girlfriend is making the ultimate sacrifice.
Now, speaking of the tournament, let's head into the next matchup here. We have Galax Kolton, the superior tamer, on the left versus Zzweilous, the reverse engineer with the Bibarel. Now, that is a Pokemon I would really like to see.
But I am curious because Galax Kolton's Corsola is looking so scary to bring against the Diggersby and the Bibarel.
That makes the Charger Bug safer to bring, though. And if you look at the team from Galax Kolton, I think even Shadow Marowak takes a good chunk of damage from the X-Scissor from Charger Bug. If you can get if you can leverage an energy advantage on the Charger Bug and there's no Corsola, I think the Charge Bug may put in a lot of work here.
I don't agree with you, actually, because I think that Galax Kolton's Marowak is his best Pokemon in this matchup. It's so safe and neutral. It's very strong into the Charge Bug. It's neutral into Bibarel because it resists the rollouts. Of course, it takes super effective from the surge, but it's a pretty even matchup. So I'm very excited to see what these players are bringing, and here we go into the battles.
We have Galax Kolton on the left, Zzweilous on the right. Let's see the leads here. We have the Shadow Drapion into the Charge Bug. This is a very neutral lead, but I think slightly favorable for the Drapion because of its pace and also the opportunity to deal off the attack. But also, the access from Charge Bug is not to be underestimated here.
I believe that in most shielding scenarios, Drapion will win this, but I think in the two-shield scenario, Charge Bug can pull ahead.
The annoying thing here is you cannot shield the first attack from the Drapion because your defense might be dropped. But now the Drapion can go straight Aqua Tail, and that one takes one less Poison Sting. As you can see, this already does so much damage. Now swapping into the Diggersby though, there is an answer from Galax Kolton. He farms it to an Aqua Tail, now swaps into the Azumarill. But this is exactly what Zzweilous wants. He wants to pay out the Azumarill, so the Annihilate in the back is free.
Even though this is Zzweilous' plan, it gave Galax Kolton the opportunity to farm up some energy. Oh, when you see the debuff from Diggersby. Galax Kolton, you need to throw the Ice Beams before another debuff comes through. He goes for the Ice Beam, and it's no shielded by Zzweilous.
This doesn't do as much damage. We've seen Diggersby before in the matchup between IcelandicLapras and Palasha, and it can pack a punch here. Going for another Scorching Sands. I think Galax Kolton doesn't even really need switch advantage here because he is double strong into that Charge Bug. He still has energy on the Drapion, but he also has the Shadow Merrick. And Shadow Merrick is so good when shields are up, so I don't think we're going to see any shields at all from Galax Kolton. But you know what else is good with shields up? It's going to be the Annihilate. Yeah. Keep in mind, Drapion is energy.
This Annihilate will...
Oh, the catch attempt!
Realizes Galax Kolton realizes what is going on, and he's going back into the Drapion to throw this energy into the Charge Bug. It's just an Aqua Tail, it does not knock out.
If you thought this was good for Zzweilous because now he negates the energy on the Drapion, now there's energy on the Azumarill. So he's still in the kind of same scenario. Can he get the counter down? He does get the counter down. And with that energy advantage, you may be able to counter down the Shadow Merrick entirely. This is going to be a fast attack battle here. The first Rage is coming through. This is going to buff the attack from the Annihilate. But Mustard from Merrick does a lot of damage too.
I believe this matchup comes down to how much defense Annihilate has, because if Annihilate can make the Mud Slap damage do less, then it's in a good position. It looks like the boost... I feel
like it does.
I feel like it does too. This looks tough for Galax Kolton. He's going for the Mud Slap win condition. He does not throw his charge moves. Oh, but he realizes that the counters are doing way too much damage.
Listen, I believe there's an Ice Beam stored on the Azure from Galax Kolton, so it might come down to a catch attempt. But no, he didn't throw the attack. Now you still have the shield. Can you get the counter down on the Azumarill? It's boosted, throwing the next Rage Fist, and shields are down. So Galax Kolton, the Rage Fist is coming through on the Azumarill, and Zzweilous still game #1.
Very impressive by Zzweilous, and his Annihilate is clearly trained for this. I know you have a horse in this race too with Zzweilous. I know you're close.
Actually, it's Paula, but he has the Bibarel. I like the Bibarel.
Okay, yeah, with the Bibarel, but I have another horse in this race, and that's the Kanto Marowak and the Dugong. I love those Pokemon. I want to see them succeed.
I'm surprised we didn't see any Superior. Is this really Galax Kolton? Because he always brings Superior. And it doesn't even look... Actually, that's a lie, because there's a Talonflame. You really don't want it on Talonflame. Yeah. And Talonflame actually also is likely to come out at some point, I think, because of that Shadow Marowak.
I think that matchup becomes quite uncomfortable for the Talonflame if you get a Bone Club bait, because the Rock Slide will knock out an entire family of Talonflames. So I think...
Family and offspring.
Well, maybe not. But what I think is that the Marowak puts on a lot of pressure for Zzweilous. And looking at his team, Azumarill is also looking pretty good for Galax Kolton. Yes, Bibarel has a positive matchup. Yes, Charge Bug has a positive matchup, but Talonflame, Corsolis, even Diggersby and Annihilate are both tough. All of them have a tough time against the Azumarill.
I think if you throw your charge attacks, you might just be fine. If he threw that second Bone Club, pulled the next shield, Galax Kolton may have had the battle because he had the Ice Beam stored and the Azumarill. In that case, the Annihilate had no shields left, and the Diggersby also had pretty much no HP left.
That is wrong. The Diggersby was still in yellow. So I believe that Zzweilous was in...
2 Ice Beam, no?
No, it only took 1 because Galax Kolton stored the Ice Beam instead of throwing it into the Diggersby. So,
right.
yes, I believe that Zzweilous, his way to win this game was on the HP of that Diggersby. So, all that AnicorXIII needed to do was to get the Marowak so low that it couldn't handle the Diggersby in the back. And then Azumarill needed 2 moves to take out both the Diggersby and the AnicorXIII.
Azumarill didn't have enough health for that either. Did have the Ice Beam stored still. And it's curious to see what these trainers are going to bring. I think Zzweilous kind of predicted what Galax Kolton would bring there. Basically 3 of his safest Pokemon in the Shadow Drapion, the Azumarill, and the Shadow Marowak. His game plan looked pretty simple from Galax Kolton. If you win the lead, you can probably align well in the back with the Azumarill and Shadow Marowak core. Because there's no Grass-type Pokemon on Zzweilous' team, there's nothing that core breaks that.
I believe Galax Kolton is going to bench the Azumarill this game.
Really?
I know that he is not as comfortable playing Azumarill as he
also has the Dugong for the Diggersby, so
exactly.
you might be right.
I do think that we are going to see Drapion safe swap, hopefully to get out the AnicorXIII, and then Dugong in the back is what I expect from Galax Kolton. And he is a player that is comfortable taking a risk, so you might also see the superior.
The Drapion safe switch is very common in the current meta because of so few weaknesses. Only really is ground. But I also think that Diggersby from Zzweilous is coming pretty much every single time. We're going to see in game number 2 if these 2 trainers bring the Pokemon we thought they would. The Drapion lead from the Galax Kolton into the AnicorXIII from Zzweilous. Shadow Drapion can win this matchup when almost no shields are used, especially because there's no close combat on this AnicorXIII. Oh, but the catch immediately on the Diggersby.
Very brave play from Zzweilous, and I understand that Galax Kolton needs this Drapion to handle, you know what? Yes, to handle the Corsola. He wants to save the Drapion in case there's a Corsola in the back.
But at this point, Galax Kolton is probably thinking, I'm just going to realign my Pokemon now. He's so... Look at how weak Zzweilous went into the AnicorXIII. You basically bring your AnicorXIII counter into this Diggersby now. But again, I think it's Galax Kolton. You just keep your Protect Shields for the Marowak, then you're good into everything. Because even Bibarel is not that great into it.
And look, with the Crunch and no Scorching Sands debuff, Zzweilous is not getting to 2 Scorching Sands against the Azumarill. So this Azumarill is very healthy. He needs to come in with the Bibarel here. And
if energy is going to be very valuable for the Bibarel, though.
That is true, but Galax Kolton will manage to whittle down this Bibarel. But I agree, this looks pretty good for Zzweilous.
Oh, the swap
clever.
The Surf is going to deal a large chunk of damage to the Shadow Drapion. And a shielded, that does do a lot. Look at that, you can almost roll it down, but no swap again. The Drapion can even get to an attack.
And you know how this matchup goes. It's going to be tough for the Marowak because it cannot Mud Slap down. Well, the AnicorXIII has taken some Poison Stings. Maybe that changes the interactions of this matchup.
Also have energy already. Rage Fist again. We've seen this in game number 1, where AnicorXIII just went straight Rage Fist, and then the counters will do so much damage. Yes, you have Azumarill still with about 50% HP left, but it's going to take damage from this buffed up counts at some point. Finally, we see the first Protect Shield from Galax Kolton.
And Galax Kolton will outpace the AnicorXIII to the next...
second, sorry.
To the next 2 charge attacks. So if Zzweilous wants to keep this AnicorXIII healthy, he needs to shield this. But I believe Zzweilous maybe did a mistake here. Maybe he should have betted on the Bibarel to win this game.
I really like that he has Ice Punch in this scenario, though, because it allows him to bait the Shadow Marowak. But where do you use the shields now? This is kind of difficult, because shielding this Bone Club here leaves your Bibarel very prone to a charge from a Azumarill that might almost knock out. Let's see how this goes. I think if you stay in with this AnicorXIII, you may get bubbled down before getting to your next charge attack. And then energy might be tough. Here we go. These counters are triple buffed. Can you get to another Rage Fist? He gets to another Rage Fist.
And this is the writing on the wall for Galax Kolton. Zzweilous and Bibarel getting carried by on the back of this AnicorXIII, and there he goes and takes out the Azumarill.
AnicorXIII punches through Galax Kolton, the superior tamer, and there we have the Beaverol trainer. Yep, that's the Pokemon right there. Thank you, Zzweilous. That's the Beaverol.
And hide it again. Okay,
Yeah,
put it in your back pocket.
back in the back.
Back in the back. And well, the Beaverol, well, it's not getting the appreciation that it maybe needs after this showing this this round.
I think it was the AnicorXIII that really carried Zzweilous through this match, though.
Absolutely agree. The AnicorXIII look incredible in this meta, and Zzweilous made it shine so bright.
It shined bright like a diamond with Rage Fist there. And I want to talk about the risky line that Zzweilous brought in that game number 2. He let the AnicorXIII with the Diggersby in the back. 2 Pokemon weak to Azumarill. But here was the tricky thing for Galax Kolton. He caught the crunch, Zzweilous caught the crunch on the Diggersby, and then he had to bring the Azumarill in there, but that was his AnicorXIII counter.
It's so tough for Galax Kolton in that situation because he did not get the Azumarill on the AnicorXIII. So AnicorXIII, even though it found a good place, Zzweilous realized that if I swap in the Diggersby, the Azumarill still has to come in, and I can get rid of it for the AnicorXIII.
I mean, it could have been superior as well, especially knowing Galax Kolton.
Oh, that is true.
And I think Galax Kolton was just really afraid of Talonflame. Talonflame is so good into the core of ground and grass. It counters Diggersby, Shadow Marowak, and Superior all in one. Even though the ground types can fight back, Talonflame generally has positive matchups into those.
And given how Galax Kolton wanted to bet on his Dropion, and that means he needs to cover for the Diggersby, he decided to do it with the Azumarill, and then the Pokemon he wanted to run the most was the Shadow Kanto Marowak. He thought he looked the best into Zzweilous' team instead of gambling on the Superior.
That's what he kept the shields for as well. We see here the Rage Fist coming through in that first game that knocked out the Azumarill at the very end. But before this, the AnicorXIII just punched down the Shadow Marowak entirely. You were right, by the way. The Diggersby was in the yellow there. And then in game number 2, Zzweilous basically just did the same as he had the AnicorXIII here, caught the crunch on the Diggersby to preserve all the energy on the AnicorXIII later. Because look at this, you still have to bring your Azumarill into this Diggersby as he didn't bring the Dugong or the Superior.
Yeah, it was such a tough situation for Galax Kolton because you get a good matchup for the Azumarill, but you expend the Azumarill and you need it for the AnicorXIII. And here we see Galax Kolton realizing the AnicorXIII is going to win this game for Zzweilous.
The problem for Galax Kolton also is, this is like a general idea of how we play Pokemon Go. You don't want to use your shields on attacks that don't deal much damage to bulky Pokemon. Yes, you want the Azumarill for both the Diggersby and the AnicorXIII, but you're not going to... Yeah, Diggersby and the AnicorXIII, but yes, you don't want to shield Scorching Sands.
Exactly.
Right? So if you shield Scorching Sands, you keep your Azumarill. But is that where you want to use shields? Or do you want to use it on the oppressive fast attack Pokemon Shadow Marowak?
I went on and on about this yesterday. The efficiency of charge attack, the efficiency of shield usage. You want to shield the moves that will be most efficient into your team, and that's why Galax Kolton did not want to shield his Azumarill. But at the same time, the Azumarill's health was so important for him in this game. So it was such a tough situation for him. Zzweilous asked him so many questions. What do you want to do with this AnicorXIII? What do you want to do with this Diggersby?
Not literally, though.
Obviously not. But in this game, he put Galax Kolton in so many tough situations that it was so difficult for Galax Kolton to find all the correct answers because he really needed all the right answers to win out this game.
Like a mind reader, the plan of Zzweilous just worked out so well. How about we read what the community has to say? Because we have some social posts from you guys. Let's take a look. I really hope we have a Marcus on the Corviknight here. But first, we're going to have this drawing from Life Giving. She competed in a Go Regional for the first time this season, and look at the fabulous GoCast for the first regional of this year in Birmingham. Watch all the action here. Wait, that's us.
It is us, and I'm very impressed by this artwork.
You're not as tall as I thought, by the way.
No,
I think I'm taller here.
Yeah, I think you are tall.
Yeah? Oh, thanks.
Yeah, in your persona.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I guess.
And here we have some of the best Pokemon in this meta: Galarian Corsola, Jumpluff, and some other Pokemon. I'm not really sure what that third one is.
It's a Jumpluff.
Oh, no, I know Jumpluff is one of the best Pokemon in the meta. Corsola, one of the best Pokemon in the meta, and this final blue.
It's the wrong color.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on here, but it's.
I think it's pink actually.
Okay, yeah. At least this artwork is fabulous, and I'm super grateful for it. Do we have another post that we can have a look at?
Well, I think so. Here we go. We have Maria Ali. A great day today. I won on stream, and she got to losers round 5 today. Yay! Points!
Points, and she has done a lucky trade that went well for a shiny Necrozma. Won a Little Cup side event. She beat one of the Little Cup specialists, one of the best Little Cup players in the world.
He's not looking happy.
He's not happy, but you see Maria at the top there. And she also hatched a Strudel, a very rare Pokemon.
It is. It's only in 12 kilometer X right now. It is a normal and poison type Pokemon, but it's not very bulky. Thank you for these posts. And if you want to be featured, use #PlayPokemon on X, and perhaps we'll feature you again. I'm really hoping we get to see Marcus on a Corviknight. I would love to see that.
I've always wanted to be on a Corviknight, Martijn. I've wanted it so much.
You know, speaking of Pokemon, I know this is your first broadcast, Marcus, but why do you have 2 pins here?
Well, you know what? I can come back to that later, because right now we have the next round ready between AnicorXIII and Nesabethan, 2 UK competitors.
Ooh.
And this is one of the matchups that the home crowd has waited for.
Is that a pancake or is that... Oh, it's a Stunfisk, sorry. It's a Stunfisk that we have on the team of AnicorXIII with the unique typing of electric and ground. It has some unique typing and functions in the current meta. With the Thundershock buff, this might sound crazy, but you deal 1 more damage into Clotsire. That actually allows Stunfisk to win the 2 shield scenario now.
It wins the 1 shield scenario as well.
The 1 shield as well.
Yeah, because of the ground typing, it resists the poison.
You know so much,
things.
Marcus.
I do know a lot of stuff.
Well, let's see if these trainers know a lot of stuff. AnicorXIII on the left, Nesabethan on the right. We have the Mandibuzz into the Shadow Drapion, and I believe this is a Mandibuzz with Air Slash.
It is, and it's going to be very interesting to see how Nesabethan wants to play this when he realizes this is Air Slash Mandibuzz. He stays in because he has gone with a double poison and water line, the double poison sandwich, and it's thank you for that. And he decides to bring the Ariados in the back because the Drapion is not terrible into the Mandibuzz.
Nesabethan went relatively weak to this Mandibuzz. Both Pokemon in the back don't want to see this either, so I think he's just content staying in here. But the non-same type attack bonus Aqua Tail don't deal as much damage. Luckily for the Shadow Drapion, the attacks from the Mandibuzz are not the most efficient ones.
Do you know what deals really well with the double poison sandwich or the poison double water?
Tell me.
Unova Stunfisk, because
it does.
It has the electric type to hit water types, and it also has ground moves to hit the poison types.
And it's in the back for AnicorXIII. Mandibuzz Stunfisk score. I've seen it around, and we now see it for the first time on the broadcast. Look at this Drapion. It's going to win the 0 shield scenario. The scenario both trainers don't use any shields at all. Is AnicorXIII going to fight for switch advantage or no? Look at that.
And Nesabethan has used the shield already.
Oh, he used the shield already.
He used the shield. So AnicorXIII is going to let his Mandibuzz go.
Okay.
And this Drapion is so low. You can farm it down with a Feraligatr.
I do not expect trainers to shield the areas right away. And it's swapping in his own Feraligatr on an energy deficit and a shield deficit. And this is tough for Nesabethan. Because if you use a shield there, the Hydrocan on Ariados will do so much too.
You noticed, Nesabethan noticed, that the Drapion would have gotten farmed down before it got to a crunch. So staying in would have meant a waste of all the energy on the Drapion for Nesabethan, but he knows that the Feraligatr is such...
He tried to switch out, but didn't get the switch through. Eventually going one before. I think he could have gotten the Shadow Claw down.
Could have got the Shadow Claw down, maybe.
But Nesabethan is letting this go. Doesn't want to get his next Hydro Cannon off here. Goes into probably the Ariados because that Drapion, I don't think it can withstand a Shadow Claw to get to the crunch. He's thinking.
But this Feraligatr is going to outpace the Ariados, I believe.
It will. Let's see. There's one Shadow Claw ahead, going for the Hydro Cannon. No catch attempt here from Nesabethan. This Hydro Cannon will do a lot of damage. Would put the Ariados straight into the red. He puts up his final Protect Shield here. And now in comes the Stunfisk. But I'm kind of surprised by this play, because if 2 throws can get close to knocking out, but I think you need even 3 here because AnicorXIII still has a shield.
I don't think 2 Trailblazers knock out, but it will get close. With the attack buff, it will get very close. But AnicorXIII needs to throw his charge attacks.
I think this is even more annoying for Nesabethan. When are you going to throw the AnicorXIII now and puts up the protection?
I don't like this shield from AnicorXIII. He should have saved this shield for the Feraligatr. Oh, and he tries to make a catch here.
Tried to make a catch or throw the AnicorXIII, but he went down with it. And now there's 2 attacks loaded.
But now the Stunfisk is so healthy and has 2 attacks loaded. This Stunfisk will deal with the double poison sandwich. And here we go. He even charges up 1 more to get to the discharge just to show dominance. And AnicorXIII is going to knock out Nesabethan in game 1. Look at Unova Stunfisk.
Shocking, this Ariados taking the lead there. What a well-played game by AnicorXIII there. This was just a play from the book. It is called double shield for Alligator. Keep the shields for Feraligatr.
That is, but he also...
This is what shield keepers love to do.
Shield keepers love to save the shield for the Feraligatr, but he spent a shield on the Unovan Stunfisk. And Nesabethan decided to go for a catch, but it did not work out for him. It gave the Stunfisk even more energy. And AnicorXIII, utilizing the bulk of his Air/Manibuzz to take a shield and set his Pokemon up for success in the back. This double poison sandwich was so risky from Nesabethan, and it did not pay off at all.
I'm not sure actually, because if it was the other way around, if the Manibuzz, if Nesabethan could get his Feraligatr in a leading position, it could have been the other way around, where AnicorXIII has to swap in either his own Feraligatr or the Unovian Stunfisk, and both don't want to take any damage from that Feraligatr. So it really could have gone both ways there. I want to ask you a question. How come Nesabethan fainted with the AnicorXIII as soon as he switched into his Drapion?
Because what happened there, I assume, is that the Thunder Shock that AnicorXIII threw against what he expected was an Ariados. When Nesabethan swaps in, it takes 1 turn to swap. The swap takes 1 turn. And when Nesabethan then wants to throw his move, the fast attack damage from the Stunfisk will register because the swap also took 1 turn. And that meant that the fast attack damage will take priority over the possibility to throw a charge attack because the Drapion fell down to the 1 Thunder Shock.
Indeed, and in that case, the AnicorXIII was lost. It already was a tough match for Nesabethan in the first place because you need to, I believe, 3 Trailblaze even. The second Trailblaze barely won't knock out the Stunfisk. He's shaking his head. He knows this is a tough matchup. If you just look at the Stunfisk in general, it is looking so good into this team already. However, I'll let you know a secret. Shadow Drapion can win the 2 shield scenario where both Pokemon use both shields into Unovian Stunfisk, because after all this poisoning damage, 2 AnicorXIII will knock out, and 1 Mud Bomb does not knock out Shadow Drapion.
But in that case, will AnicorXIII, knowing that, presumably knowing this, will AnicorXIII go for the 2 shield scenario? Because he knows he can always get to 3 Mud Bombs. It won't KO, but Nesabethan knows. Oh, and here we go. It's the same leads, and this looked so good for AnicorXIII. It's the same
lines.
And AnicorXIII will know that he can lose this up, but keep the shields. He's a shield keeper for the Feraligatr.
Like Mish. And here's Nesabethan. If you know it's the same team, then how do you play this? This time, I think you want your Feraligatr in a lead matchup here, but you need to get this Manibuzz low, because otherwise your Ariados in the back is threatened a lot.
Even though we had seen the Feraligatr in the lead, I don't believe AnicorXIII is swapping out. He's just gonna sack the Manibuzz and pray that his back Pokemon can win this. He's a shield keeper for the Feraligatr, as we said, and he's going to put his resources on that Feraligatr as always.
The charge attack priority tied. This is the best case scenario for Nesabethan to get the most out of the Shadow Drapion.
He's not shielding the Drapion this time. That is how he's going to win this game.
I don't think you can get the Shadow Claw down on this.
Oh, it's going to be so tough for Nesabethan because he's going to take so much damage on one of his other Pokemon.
Right. I think the Feraligatr comes back in now. It's swapping in the Stunfisk. That is very interesting.
Very curious.
1 Thunder Shock behind, and that means that the Feraligatr should outpace to this Hydro Cannon in every scenario, because as the Unovian Stunfisk on even energy, you will outpace to Mud Bombs. But not in this case, because you're 1 behind.
You will always lose charge attack priority with the Stunfisk against this Feraligatr. So I believe that AnicorXIII needs to double shield his Unovan Stunfisk here and try to go for a catch and catch the final Hydro Cannon.
It takes 50 seconds before the switch clock comes up.
Oh, but he no-shields the Stunfisk.
Knowing he hangs on.
It barely hangs on.
And he has the charge attack as well. This might be the best play AnicorXIII can do, putting up his last protect shield. But now your Ariados is very prone to a Hydro Cannon. And there is still a catch attempt for AnicorXIII in the back with the Mandibus. In fact, you can just freely soak damage there because it's still at like 15% health.
And the Mandibus is not really that much threatened by the fast attacks from either Feraligatr or the Ariados. And that means it's going to take a lot of resources for Nesabethan to actually knock this Mandibus out.
Can you get the Shadow Claw down here as AnicorXIII? The Shadow Claw will add up as both these Pokemon are fragile. No swapping in. Hydro Cannons coming in. Spiders, if you have spiders in your house, they're not gonna like water. This one is gonna like water either. Hydro Cannon. Whoa, that does so much damage.
So much damage. And now he needs to go into the Mandibus, and he will.
Tries to make a catch, but it doesn't matter, I think, because this Mandibus can hang on actually to this undercharge.
But I don't think this undercharge is a good idea because you don't want to take this aerial ace damage.
Maybe he wants the farm down with the
Oh no, yeah,
Feraligatr.
Nesabethan's shaking his head because the Mandibus will get to a charge attack. Or does it fade?
Wait.
But this
Hydro Cannon.
I don't think this Hydro Cannon.
Wait,
Oh,
it's
it's
a
a charge attack priority. And AnicorXIII wins, and he's so relieved. Nesabethan shakes his head. He knows he messed up.
AnicorXIII Feraligatr shows that having attack pays off, knocks out the opposing Feraligatr, and he moves on to winners round 2.
And these two competitors are teammates. And this is AnicorXIII. He's looking to shake up the throne of the team. Nesabethan, a special event champion, but AnicorXIII, he shows no fear going up against Titan Nesabethan. AnicorXIII, he's looking to make the best tournament run of his life.
He already is on a roll though, because his last played championship was in Liu. He got to top 10 there with an Araquanid and also with the Feraligatr.
Oh yeah, and he's so well-versed with the Feraligatr, and you saw how he realized the win condition in that matchup was letting the Hydro Cannon through on the Stunfisk. I thought he was going to double shield the Stunfisk, but no.
I thought that too.
Yeah, and he knew that the Stunfisk would hang on with a Hydro Cannon, barely get to the discharge, and then set up AnicorXIII's own Feraligatr with the Hydro Cannons for the win. Incredible display.
Perhaps if Nesabethan didn't use that shield, he could have poison stung down the Stunfisk, get an energy lead on his own Ariados, and then you could get to 2 Drill Blades. I think that is what Nesabethan could have done instead of banking too much on the Feraligatr, but it's just so tempting to shield the Feraligatr because his damage output is just so good.
And that recognition is so tough to make in the heat of the moment. We've got some time to think about this afterwards and reflect on that matchup. And I believe you're right, but we know what's in the back for AnicorXIII. Nesabethan doesn't know.
Maybe he did when he saw the lead, because these trainers played the same lines twice. You see here on the final Hydro Cannon, AnicorXIII's Feraligatr wins the charge attack priority, knocking out the Feraligatr from the Buenos Aires special event champion.
But even though that the lines were the same in both matches, the games were so different because Nesabethan decided to not shield the Dropion, and it could have been the winning play from him. And that shows, even though that the two lineups are the same, the matchups can be entirely different just because you make a slight adjustment to how that first matchup went.
And Nesabethan has to adjust a little bit now as well. He is not out just yet. He has now moved on to the losers bracket. He cannot lose again there though if he wants to win the championship, and AnicorXIII still can lose 1 round if that happens to stay in the tournament.
Oh, and I think AnicorXIII, he does not want to let this go. He's on a run. He has brought the Mandibus. He has brought the Stunfisk. He knows those matchups better than all the other competitors, most likely because he's been practicing a lot with them. And I don't think he wants to let it go.
I think he needs 1 more win to earn a medal to his name. A medal is a tremendous prize. You can win medals, you can win trophies, and you know where you can also win trophies? At the Europe International Championship. That's going to be in a month. And before we head into the next battles, we're going to get you excited a little bit for the Europe International Championships. Let's take a look at some highlights before we head back to the battles.
let's kick off the 2024 Pokemon European International Championship.
Can they out-secure Kabi-chan's? Yes, they can! Yes, they can! They simply can't stop Fusion. No one could stop Fusion throughout this tournament, and that is why Fusion are your AOS Cup champions!
EUIC is about to clean up this game. EUIC did a phenomenal job of reading that if AnicorXIII is out on the lead, I can win this game with Vigoroth, and EUIC is gonna 3-0 sweep Duma to become your European International Champion.
See the Mirage Gate accelerate this Hisuian Goodra, and with this Jet Energy, it can move into the active spot, and a final boss's orders commanding one of these two Pokemon on the bench to come up will clinch the game out for Johan, and he becomes your Europe International Champion. Gabriel can find himself an energy card and one of those counter catcher. He can bring up one of these benched two prize Pokemon. Let's see if it's there. It finds both the counter catcher and the dark energy. The back-to-back international champion, Gabriel Fernandez, wins it all in Europe.
One prize card remaining each. Can Tord find the knockout this turn?
Charizard EX in hand. One more piece of the puzzle.
And that's going to be it. The rare candy from the Pidgeot EX will find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout. Tord Reklev is your European International Champion, 5-time international champion, and the greatest player of the modern era.
And a Saltfest variant.
Ivy Kudjo coming out again from the Ogre Pond, picking up a huge knockout here, leaving the Incineroar. If it does outspeed this Ferrograph, if it's trying to go for the Trick Room, is going to be able to get the knockoff off, and it is going to pick up a huge knockout.
Huge knockout indeed.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships. Kevin Han.
In with this play, drag the balls, targeting the Chien Pao. It is enough. It picks up the KO, and this Tinglu has a lot of pulling weight. It has to do. It will not, and we see it's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion of the European International Championships.
One hit is all it's going to be taking to take that Pokemon down. And this match, Nils has been in such control the entire time. It was well played, but Nils, he never let out. Always was so close to the title and is going to claim it. Nils Dunclop is going to be your European International Champion.
I'm feeling pretty crazy with this win. I did not expect this coming here. I was happy that I managed to clinch out the win in those crucial moments.
Too happy almost. I won the European Championships and I still can't believe it.
I feel pretty normal.
A bit in shock. Kind of getting used to this now, but still just a great feeling.
I feel very happy to have won EUIC because it was my first IC win.
Es un sueño haber logrado esto, la verdad es algo que siempre quería. Sentí mucho ese logro hace mucho querer y también enfrentarme ante KingOWT.
It's been a little bit of time since, especially last year when I got so close and lost in the final. It felt really good to be able to get a little bit of redemption and keep the title in Europe this year.
The energy of that video really does tickle me. It just makes me feel like I just want to be at every single IC. I want to be at the World Championships. Does that raise the hype for you, Lou?
100%. EUIC is my favorite event of the entire calendar. I'm sure a lot of people out there will be like, the World Championships, that's #1, but EUIC is where it is for me. And it's amazing to be able to see all of those trainers, regardless of their game and age division, get that pride and accolade to be the EUIC champion. And it's just around the corner for us here as well in the 2025 season.
Yes, it's only going to be next month in my home city of London.
Ooh.
And London is a fabulous city. There is so much to see, there's so much to do. It's very easy for a lot of folk to travel to from Europe, from North America. So do check it out if you can make it. It is an event not to be missed.
Another event not to be missed is day 2 of the Birmingham Regional Championships. And I have to say, it has been amazing looking at what the winners bracket has been up to, but Adelian and I are going to take a look at the losers bracket. So let's see who the other 8 contenders are battling it out to become our champion.
Yeah, so we can see that there were 4 trainers that made it through losers round 1. Bear in mind that because this is the losers bracket, whoever now loses within this bracket is unfortunately knocked out of the competition. It is an honor to get into the top 16 in the first place, but even more so if you make it to that top 8. Now, you can have a look at the bracket. What stands out to you? Which player are you super excited to see?
Well, honestly, the thing that jumped out at me first of all is that Out of Pocket is out of Birmingham, being knocked out by Christian Z, who will be facing down against Padaman in losers round 2. Really interesting as well to see trainers like Goklas be able to take down C. Leonardo, a trainer who I thought was very formidable in day 1 and was really on a run, will face down against Galax Kolton. What about you?
Yeah, for me, I'm very sad to see after the exemplary performance that Gengar Life did. It was a back of day 1 to unfortunately lose to Sanjudigo, who is himself a fabulous trainer as well. So a very worthy opponent for the Gengar Life to go out to. Nonetheless, I'm sure he's going to be very delighted that he made it to the top 16. And notably, the Reeve, who was able to stop Tonton Batuse's first top cut, well, remove his top cut appearance in Birmingham after he Tonton Batuse had got top cut in every single European tournament. He broke the streak. It's wild. Unfortunately, he has been knocked out by Hamad Bunia, a player hailing from Pakistan, I believe, who is now going to face up against the indomitable Paulasha, who was so close to going even further in the winners final. Paula dropping down from that match we saw earlier against IcelandicLapras.
Honestly, these losers round 2 matches are going to be incredible. I'm excited for each and every one of them, and I'm sure you guys at home as well will be supporting different trainers and different Pokemon as well. I think, you know, we got to see the other 2 commentators talk about day 2 and the kind of Pokemon that are being used. Are there any big surprises for you, or are you kind of, when you looked at that kind of day 2 graphic and you saw, you know, of course, the Azumarill, the Annihilape, the Drapion, we were expecting them, right? Yeah,
those 3 Pokemon I think are staples in the meta, and I think you either have to have them or have answers to them. And you can see when you look at Pataman and Christian Z's team that you can see all of these Pokemon here. The Drapion is there, the Azumarill is there, the Annihilape is there on, I believe, both sides, I think.
I mean, also, not only are Pataman and Christian Z exceptional Pokemon Go players, but they're also very close friends too. So I always think this is a very interesting situation, because one of the things that makes a top player is not only being able to play the Pokemon well on the field, but also play the player. Try and get into your opponent's head, understand what their energy and strategies will be. And if you are close friends and possibly testing partners as well with that opponent, you're going to have really good insight, but they will on you as well.
Yep, and you'll have very similar teams as well, and they're both playing in a very similar way so far. Playing it safe with Shadow Drapion, the safe switch of choice in this meta, is now both coming onto the field. Now, AnicorXIII is the preferred attack here because it deals neutral damage over Crunch, which is going to be resisted, but there is a chance of a Crunch debuff should they choose to go for it, but AnicorXIII definitely the preferred attack here.
You want to go with the tried and tested strategy of that AnicorXIII, and you can see the Drapion and Padaman side doing the exact same thing as well in retaliation. No shields being utilized here, just letting the damage roll through.
Yes, and Pataman going for an immediate second AnicorXIII here. Christian Z, immediate shield in order to preserve his own Shadow Drapion in this matchup. It is going to come down to IV. Oh, no, it's not, because Ariados is going to come in response to that Drapion from Christian Z's side. Christian Z going, now I can crunch, now I can look for that debuff. This is going to do a heavy amount of damage. Babato, last-minute shield.
Shield just comes in the nick of time for that Ariados that's in prime position to go for a Trailblaze here. The critical thing, I think, isn't so much the damage, but really about getting that attack boost. So Ariados can be a little bit more formidable for the Pokemon in the back for Christian Z.
Oh, but no shield, only just about survives, and the AnicorXIII is able to get launched as well, but this does mean another Poison Sting can slip through for Ariados afterwards, which might give an advantage, but this chip damage might end up being crucial in the end game.
It's a shame for Padaman there, because that was very detrimental damage to the Ariados, particularly when the Shadow Claws from the Feraligatr are stacking up fast, but Ariados is able to get its energy charged up just as quickly.
Yeah, and this lunge is actually going to help Pataman in the end game potentially, because it's going to take some of the strength out of the Feraligatr. They're going shielded, but bear in mind that debuffs go through the shields. An undercharge by Christian Z. He's looking to get some farm down on the Shadow Claws. This was a really good undercharge. Pataman not allowing the farm.
Really nice strategy there, particularly as it went unshielded, but now Padaman switching out the Ariados, keeping it safe in the back and bringing the Feraligatr into the fray. The Shadow Claws, of course, stacking up, but critically, these Hydro Cannons are going to be dealing a lot of damage as well, and possibly trying to get rid of the shields for the end game.
Yes, and now let's see which trainer is going to launch their Hydro Cannon first. No, Pataman's deciding, I don't want to even give Christian Z a chance to launch his next Hydro Cannon, going for it straight away. This, at this range, should knock out, and indeed it does, despite the debuff.
That's a KO, and Azumarill now able to come in and throw some bubbles at the Feraligatr again. Fast attack's not doing too much. We know Azumarill can take a couple of these Hydro Cannons, and I think it's going to be in safe play to just bubble down this Feraligatr, get lots of juicy energy up for the Pokemon in the back on Padaman's side.
Azumarill is going to bubble its way through this competition. Now, there is only the Drapion left after this, but the bubbles are going to go through, but not before more and more Hydro Cannons are being launched. But the bulk of Azumarill, it is demonstrating why it is one of the powerhouses in Open Great League, and it's going to stay here for a little bit longer. No, Drapion's still there, but Ice Beam now being launched. This surely KOs. Pato needs to shield.
This is what Azumarill wanted that energy for. There was one shield remaining on Padaman's side. That is now gone. But can you get to the second charge attack to be able to deal out the damage? AnicorXIII gets there first, and actually, Feraligatr put in a ton of work. This Azumarill's now in a precarious spot, but I think it can just hang on.
Yeah, it's going to be so close. If it's able to hang on, it just about pulls it off, and then the Ice Beam comes through, and now there is no shields left on Pataman's side. This Drapion has done so much work, but it cannot survive any longer. The Shadow or not, it is being knocked out, and now you have very low HP Pokemon on all sides. It's coming down to the wire. Which trainer is going to top this?
How fast can these fast attacks be? Padaman taking every second to think which Pokemon to bring in. Ariados gets the advantage over the Azumarill there.
Yeah, and it's going to be Poison Sting down, and the Drapion does get knocked out as well. Ariados standing firm here. That web is not sheared through by the Drapion. It goes down, and that is the first win there for Pataman. Incredible display right down to the wire.
Ariados has been one Pokemon that in day one we got to see on the broadcast a lot, but wasn't in those top 12 statistics. In day two, however, making it onto the bracket, I think showing why it is a Pokemon that is coming back into the meta. It's not falling victim to the Drapion as much because the other partner Pokemon are able to support it in those matchups.
Yeah, and Ariados, I just love the fact that the lunge is there, the Poison Stings are and Trailblazers are effective against the Azumarill, and also even against the Annihilate. While it is problematic, you have to remember it is a bug and poison type Pokemon, which means it double resists the counters from Annihilate, making it so useful. So Ariados, in my view, is an anti-meta pick.
It has so much flexibility, doesn't it? Not only in its charge attacks, but I think having that Poison Sting, and considering there are so many fairies out there, you know, we've got our Wigglytuff, we've got our Azumarill, but also the grass types out there with the Jump Love and the Superior does mean that it has so much fast attack pressure with these Poison Stings, and that's why you see it on other Pokemon as well. Going into this game too, however, what can Christian Z do to adapt? Do you think it's worth bringing the Ariados of his own, or does it not have a good matchup into Padaman's team?
Yeah, well, you have to be careful here. Now, the difficulty that Christian Z has is, coming back to your point earlier, both of these trainers know each other quite well. There is a possibility that they have practiced with each other, and this has ended up with both of them distilling their teams to be exactly the same. So this allows a lot more for alignment-based play, but then you have to decide if you go left, hypothetically speaking, is your opponent going to go right? And that's not going to be great for you, or perhaps it would be good for you. We don't know. There's going to be very much a prediction-based game, and Talonflame coming in now to intimidate off the potential Ariados, but no, facing off against the Shadow Drapion. Talonflame can take one AnicorXIII, but not two. How is the play here?
I like the Talonflame coming into the match, but not down against a Feraligatr. I think it's a fantastic adaptation by Christian Z to bring his Feraligatr into the fray, just to do what we've seen Feraligatrs do in game one. Go for these Hydro Cannons, just start whittling away and forcing a shield early doors.
Yes, the only concern though is that because Talonflame had to do one full Incinerate before switching out, it means Christian Z's Feraligatr is a little bit behind on energy. This means that Pataman will have a small advantage here in terms of launching those Hydro Cannons off. He's able to get a bit more energy and throw perhaps on charge attack priority. No, allowing Christian Z to actually launch again. Double shielding. We have seen this before. You double shield your Feraligatr and then go for many Hydro Cannons.
It might be down on energy, but the Feraligatr on Padaman's side has taken that little bit of extra damage as well. Whether that's going to be able to stack up in the Shadow Claws, we'll have to see. As you mentioned, though, the shields could be really, really crucial here to stopping the Hydro Cannons from getting the KO, but ChristianZ is letting this one come through and get the knockout.
Yes, and I think very clever for Pataman to throw on the third Shadow Claw before ChristianZ could get another Hydro Cannon off. So that means he could have gone for the double if he needed to. So I think it's a very clever, subtle tactic for those of you watching at home to bear in mind that each charge attack takes a turn or two in order to be used. Drapion now squaring off against each other. Energy advantage on ChristianZ's side as he's launching an AnicorXIII. We have seen this before.
We go from a Feraligatr mirror into a Drapion mirror here in this game too. Both of them just going to go for these AnicorXIIIs, doing this nice neutral damage, but trying to get the knockout or give the advantage for the third and final Pokemon in the back. That's where we see the difference in this team's Ariados for Padaman and the Talonflame for ChristianZ.
And that's concerning because Pataman is not aware that Pataman is aware that Talonflame's there, but he needs to figure out where can he place his Ariados so that it avoids that Talonflame, because that is one matchup that Ariados cannot deal with. And it's an immediate throw onto the AnicorXIII here. This is very clever. Pataman reading that there's going to be a sneak Incinerate, so this is going to do some very useful, strong chip damage onto the Talonflame. But what do you come in with now?
This is the thing, Padaman needs to deal with this Talonflame. He knows he's got the Ariados in the back. It doesn't appreciate anything Talonflame throws its way, and nor does the Drapion. So it really came down to Feraligatr to be able to deal with it. But Feraligatr was in such a vulnerable position. Now it's back with a vengeance, being able to go for this Hydro Cannon. It already had primed and ready to go. And with two water type attacks, Talonflame is down.
Yes, Talonflame goes down without even being able to throw a charge attack at all. Crunch now coming in, which is going to do a respectable amount of damage, bringing Ariados into the yellow here. 50% damage at least, if not more, but there is a race to get to another attack, and Lunge at this range is certainly going to KO, bearing in mind that Drapion is a poison and dark type, and Bugs does neutral damage to that type combination.
This Spider was hiding and wait for the end game, able to get the knockout on the Drapion, meaning Padaman will win this set 2-0.
Incredible plays there. Both of these trainers have a lot of love and respect for each other. Pataman, recovering from his earlier loss there under very close circumstances, is staying in this competition, and I'm sure for a lot of his friends in the crowd, they are delighted to see that.
Yes, and I really want to credit the way he played that, keeping the Ariados nice and secret, nice and safe in the back, realizing the Talonflame had to be dealt with. And as soon as it came back onto the field, he was able to take that opportunity and get the water-type damage onto it, because I feel like if ChristianZ had been able to preserve that Talonflame for later in the game, maybe dealing with the Feraligatr a bit earlier on and allowing maybe the Talonflame to get up a little bit more energy, then it could have been a very different endgame there.
Yeah, I think having a Hydro Cannon banked on that Shadow Feraligatr, even though it was on it was on such low health, but that's what adds value. You can use a very low HP Pokemon in many different ways. It can be used as potential for a catch if it doesn't have a lot of energy, but if it does have a Hydro Cannon there, you can go for what we would in the community could declare as sort of as like a snipe. You throw this Pokemon in and go bam, you hit it with that Hydro Cannon. I have also seen something really amazing when you combine the two, where you get a catch and a snipe at the same time. Those are very rare, but they make many trainers very excited to see that.
And they're always hype moments.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
First of all, you've got the catch, and then you've got the damage coming through, and suddenly there is chaos on the stream as well. But it's always a really nice moment for the player that has been able to completely orchestrate that situation.
Yes, it has, and there are some fabulous trainers that are also very keen to use these tactics. They're going to be watching these matches here live on stage that are happening. They're going to be in the crowd watching, I might be playing Pataman next, perhaps. Maybe Pataman's next opponent is going to be watching these replays and seeing how close they were, who was one charge attack priority over the other. You can see that this was a very clean battle from Pataman, 2-0, very efficiently done.
Yes, and particularly with the work of this Ariados, really nice clean KOs with something like the Lunge to be able to get the knockout, as well as those debuffs that go left, right, and center when a Pokemon like Ariados is in play. These two trainers, of course, very, very good friends, and of course ChristianZ now out of the competition, but Padaman's still in it. I'm sure ChristianZ will be on the front seats there of the audience supporting his partner throughout the rest of this.
Yes, and we have to give credit to get this far, achieving a quote-unquote a day 2 in any competition, but particularly with Pokemon Go, is such a hard thing to do because there is so unforgiving in a way, being in a double elimination bracket. You can take one loss but not two, and at the end there can only be one eventual victor, and this is the way we're going. We are now going into the next matchup of another Losers Round 2. One trainer we have seen earlier today, and it was so close, wasn't it?
Yes, Polasha is always a joy to watch as well, and coming down against IcelandicLapras, they gave us a set that had us on the edge of our seat, waking us up on this Sunday morning in Birmingham, and now what Paul Asher has to face down against Hamid Munir. I think someone who has, you know, been able to showcase a story with his brother as well. He was on the broadcast yesterday, and someone who we're all very looking forward to getting to know a bit better in the competitive sphere as well in their day 2 battles.
Yes, and we can see a relatively meta team here. We can see the Galarian Corsola, which is always very exciting to see. Rather, a Pokemon that's a bit challenging to get hold of. The best way to get it is from 7-kilometer eggs or trade with your local community. But it is so effective. The bulk is so impressive. You talked about the bulky meta in the past, Lou. Nothing personifies that more, or Pokemonifies that more, I should say, than Corsola here.
It's on 50% of the team usage in day 2 as well, proving itself to be a big contender. And it is one of those Pokemon that, you know, it's able to stay on the field. The Astonishers can really stack up, particularly if you're going into something like an Annihilape as well and applying a lot of pressure. But we have to talk about the Jumpluff as well. The Jumpluff, quote-unquote from Martine in the previous game with IcelandicLapras versus Paul Asher, Jumpluff may not be as bad as I thought.
Yeah.
If this Pokemon can start to change the opinion of Martine, then it is definitely one to watch out for.
Yes, for sure. And Jumpluff is another Pokemon that requires a fair bit of investment. It's such a bulky Pokemon. You do need to have quite a bit of Stardust to power it up to great league levels, but it is an investment worth making. It has fabulous coverage. Fairy Wind that can intimidate dragons, fighting types. You have the Aerial Ace again to intimidate those fighting types. Annihilate does not like it, but I think the typing is also a big selling point. What do you think?
I agree with the Fairy Wind comment, because I think Jumpluff obviously in day 2 has really risen up in usage than Superior, and I think it's because of that Fairy Wind and the extra damage it can deal to, you know, dark types and fighting types. Paul Asher, in case you missed the broadcast earlier, we talked about her accolades, but she has done so incredibly well over the past couple of seasons. World's top 16 in 2023, EUIC top 4 in 2024, and then of course has been the Stockholm Regional Champion and the Turin Special Event Champion. That's the double.
Yeah, double champion here at a premier event. That is very, very impressive. Hamid Munir is relatively newer to the play Pokemon scene, but no slouch at all. At the end of the day, if you have got here, you are worthy. You are so good. A more unusual Pokemon in the use of the non-shadow, surprisingly non-shadow, Alolan Sandslash, running Powder Snow as well. A very useful Pokemon that gives a little bit more variance, something a bit more unusual, and makes it a bit more challenging for Jumpluff to be involved. So I wonder how Paul Asher adapts to the fact that now she has to deal with an Alolan Sandslash.
And there are 3 shadows on Hamid Munir's team as well, so there is an offensive pressure Paul Asher will have to deal with, but straight out the blocks is going to be the Azumarill for Hamid Munir, and Paul Asher has that Drapion.
Yes, Drapion will be happy to see this. Those Poison Stings are going to deal super effective damage to the Azumarill, but Azumarill has that bulk, can withstand all the charge attacks, swapping into an Azumarill to try and get a catch. Hamid Munir happy to let this go and go, you know what? Let me farm a bit more, throw that first player off. This is the move of choice.
And Drapion has so much energy banked as well in the back for Paul Asher. That's something to bear in mind as we go into the next turns of this game. Feraligatr comes in for Hamid Munir here, just going to be able to go for these Shadow Claws, and then I think both these trainers going to start throwing some charge attack damage at each other. The Play Rough will connect down onto the Feraligatr and do a significant chunk, but Hamid Munir wants to keep these shields protected rather than protect Feraligatr.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well. You want to save the Azumarill so that it can tank those charge attacks from Drapion later on, but getting that and keeping that alignment is going to be key, because there isn't really a solid answer on Hamid Munir's side to that Drapion when it has that much energy. So I'm a little bit concerned about what Paula can do with that Drapion later on in the end game. But first, let's see how close this match is as Hydro Cannon is being launched. Will this KO?
Well, Asher, I think confident that the Azumarill might be able to hang on, but no, the bunny has gone down and now forced to bring in that Drapion. Actually tries to go, I think, for one more Poison Sting there, get the double up on its charge attacks as the first AnicorXIII will come through. I think this will be able to get the KO.
Yes, I believe it will do, and Feraligatr does indeed go down. Perfect for Paul Asher there. Now we see the reverse. We see Shadow Feraligatr against a softened up Azumarill as well. So Play Rough is going to come through, and again, we saw how much damage it did. Does Paula invest a shield here? No, she doesn't.
Both these trainers allowing these Play Roughs to connect onto their respective Feraligatrs here, but so much energy being stacked up by these Shadow Claws as the Hydro Cannon. I think maybe 1 or 2 more Shadow Claws and it'll be able to get to a second one.
Yes, it's going to be very close. So the best thing about Feraligatr is just how quick it can get off those Hydro Cannons. It's one of the most powerful water types. Have 1 Shadow Claw, 2 more. Small Asher looking to see if she can get a bit more energy now, but Hamid gets to the Ice Beam first, and that is going to be a big deal. That forces that final shield from Paula.
Yeah, a shield coming out here, the first of this game too, actually. So all these trainers trying to preserve them as much as possible, but Feraligatr needing to unleash this energy into the unsuspecting Jumpluff here. No shield coming through.
That is incredible and a very insignificant no shield by Hamad Munir. What a call to decide to go to do that, because that Ice Beam would have devastated Jumpluff. Now a shield comes through, now a shield is used, but this is looking very good. And there's a combo play.
How many charge attacks does Paulasha have ready to go? It's relentless going down onto Hamad Munir's side. There goes the second shield.
And there's no debuff though, so that's an advantage to Hamad Munir. Going for the Aerial Ace, the neutral charge attack here, which is very clever. It does reduce Drapion into the red with this move, or just about. And then now it's a question of who's going to race that charge attack first.
Crunch looks ready to go on this Drapion, going to be able to apply some pressure to the exposed Jumpluff here, but I think critically maybe trying to get that debuff as well, just to make Jumpluff have a little bit more of a struggle, but it's only going to take 1 or 2 more Poison Stings there into either of these Pokemon to be able to fell them.
Yeah, but I think the concern is that Shadow Drapion just has so much offensive pressure with those Poison Stings. They're dealing with the Jumpluff and the Azumarill. I said Drapion is going to be an issue for Hamad's backline, and it looks like it's going to be in this case, and he's trying to get the farm down, not able to do it, and it's a double KO, but Pola has a Pokemon in the back.
Oh, super interesting to see the way this game has played out. Drapion been very, very super throughout that for Paulasha.
Yes, it was so dominant there. I was thinking that allowing Paula to farm up with Drapion and then switch out, you've got to keep that in your sights as to this is a problem, this is a concern, and ultimately that combination play, the 2 Hydro Cannons, at first I thought Hamad had made a brilliant call by no shielding, but just the amount of offensive pressure was too much to deal with.
Honestly, Paulasha was so relentless in that match. We call her the catch queen, but I kind of wanted to call her the charge attack queen from this particular set. The way that she had that energy restoration and preservation in the back as well to bring it forward, switch in a Pokemon and unleash an attack and force Hamad Munir to go for those shields. Very early on, both trainers were protecting their shields rather than their Pokemon, and I think that's where the momentum really switched, because Paulasha was forcing Hamad Munir to go for those while she could still hold on to them for a little bit longer.
Yes, and I think it's one of those things, a lot of trainers are very scared to use their shields early on in a matchup because you don't know whether you're going to need it in a more important point later on in the matchup. So that can be an advantage and a disadvantage, because you can start to get into the psychology of your opponent. We have seen this matchup before, very similar. Shadow Drapion facing off against Azumarill. How will Hamad Munir play this differently in order to secure victory?
We saw Paulasha go for lots of Poison Stings and get lots of energy stored up on this Drapion before switching it out. But this time, going to be just going straight away for the crunch, trying to deal some damage and get the debuff onto that Azumarill. And again, no shields being used by Hamad Munir.
Yes, I think sensible to no shield here. Is there a debuff? There isn't, and so Hamad can stay in this matchup for a little bit longer and go for that play rough, and this is going to be very good for Hamad because it's being no shielded.
Yeah, the play rough will come through and connect and do a huge chunk of damage to this Drapion, but it switches out, will still be in the game later on as the Feraligatr can try and clean up this Azumarill with these Shadow Claws. Just going for lots and lots of energy, so maybe you can try and get the 2 Hydro Cannons back-to-back down on Azumarill.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, and I think for Hamad it's sensible to go for a charge attack here because you would like to weaken the Feraligatr and potentially bring it into Jumpluff's Energy Ball range, but that isn't possible because Paula now, recognizing that threat, goes for a shield, overfarms a little bit beyond 100 energy perhaps, and so it has to now throw that Hydro Cannon.
Yes, Hydro Cannon will connect down onto this opposing Azumarill and be able to get the KO. Now it's going to once again be a Feraligatr face-off, but Paulasha has the energy ready and charged to go.
Yeah, so Hamad can tank 1 Hydro Cannon here and does have a shield advantage, but I think Paulasha has so much energy on her Feraligatr that the fact that it's an extra shield, that's just going to get eliminated pretty much now unless Hamad chooses to no shield this one.
1 shield does go down, however, so Feraligatr is still in the game for Hamad Munir. But a switch already coming through from Paulasha here. You can have 1 water type with the Hydro Cannon, but then you also have the Aqua Tail. It's just a relentless battle here for the Feraligatr to have to deal with.
And Hamad making the sensible decision not to shield that because he recognized this was an Aqua Tail. Brings in the Jumpluff, looking for the Fairy Wind farm down here. The crunch is certainly not going to KO, but if there is a debuff here, that's going to make things a little bit more frustrating for Hamad at this point. Is there a debuff? There is none. Fairy Wind is able to get that farm down. Jumpluff has energy.
This is why we were saying that Jumpluff has the advantage over Superior. This Fairy Wind can be so well utilized, as well as Jumpluff now having access to this Energy Ball, just trying to get some damage down onto the Corsola that Paulasha has opted not to shield.
Yes, well, Corsilla's there to tank and soak up all this damage, but the thing is that she's done really well here, hiding it up until now, because now Hamad has built up all this energy, but still doesn't have enough health in the tank to withstand the Astonish.
And the Astonishers are going to put in some work, particularly as the jump left is that Shadow variant, so it is a little bit more damaging in its defenses. The shield goes up on Hamad Munir's side, does not want to take this Nightshade at all, but I think it's only going to be a couple more of Astonishers to get rid of this jump left. It does get to the Aerial Ace just before, however.
Yeah, but you know what? That's actually not ideal because you needed this energy to also go onto the Galarian Corsilla. There's just too much to take out, and that's the problem. However, there is a Hydro Cannon ready to go on that Shadow Feraligatr and is able to launch it, but no!
Oh, no!
Astonish is able to take out the Feraligatr, and it's a victory! Something we're used to hearing, a victory for Polasha.
Corsola literally takes the opponent by surprise with that Astonished Feraligatr, not able to go for that Hydro Cannon that Hamad Munir really needed to be able to get back into this game. But Polasha, really great energy management. Again, keeping Pokemon nice and safe in the back like that Corsola just gave her that element of surprise in the end of that game too.
Yes, and calculating that having that element of surprise is another fabulous tactic that you will see. Keep the Pokemon very much hidden, because as you get closer and closer to the end game, it becomes more tricky for your opponent to adapt to a surprise like that. So we have to consider, sometimes it might be worth hiding something and keeping it as a ace of spades, as they say.
Exactly, and you might have spotted our two trainers on the stage there talking to the judge. So there is going to be a little bit of review, and we will keep you updated, of course, as our judges make that decision. But I have to talk about that match. It was so exciting to be able to see the way those Feraligatrs were facing off against each other. But critically, the interesting thing from both these trainers was the shield management for me. Both of them were very hesitant to click those shields, and even when they did, it wasn't an immediate shield. They took those seconds that you have to be able to think about whether it was utilized or not, whether I need the shield or not for a different Pokemon later on.
Yes, bear in mind, you have 5 seconds to make a shield decision. So there is, if you are a trainer that is doing battles or wanting to get better, take that time, those 5 seconds, they're cherished time where you're safe to consider what you want to do. You don't just have to consider the immediate shielding situation, but also the what if. If I shield, what would potentially happen? Does my opponent have another charge attack so I'd have to commit 2? Is that worth it to be in that scenario or not? You can have 5 seconds to consider it. Utilize every second of that. Just make sure you do actually press the shield button on the 5th second, because we have seen that once or twice where people have gone, oh, too late, pang, ping, oh no, too late, too late.
I have to say, 5 seconds is more time than you're normally allowed in Pokemon Go to make a decision, because it is these half-second counts. But if you do have more time on your hands, you can always go and check out your local events as well and see what Pokemon Go action is happening there. Check out this video to find out more.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
That's right, trainers, come play at your local Pokemon League. I have the joy of running a Pokemon League for Pokemon Go in Manchester, the United Kingdom. There are hundreds and hundreds more that you can pick from. All you have to do is scan that QR code using your phone, and you can find out your nearest Play Pokemon location for Pokemon TCG, Pokemon Video Game Championships, and also Pokemon Go, which is what you're watching now. So very, very fun. Have you been to a local event at any point? I'm sure you have.
Well, local events is where I started all the way back in 2016. I went along to my first local event. They were called Premier Challenges back then. Didn't do so well. I think I actually came last because I didn't understand so many mechanics that Pokemon had to offer. This was in the Pokemon video game side of things. I was just used to playing the game or watching the anime, and by going to my first local event, it just opened up this whole new world of competitive play to Pokemon, and you could take a game that I love to play in, I really enjoyed the lore around, and took it to a whole new level. So for you guys at home, maybe it's your first time watching the broadcast and thinking, Pokemon Go, this is competitive. I can come and compete with this game that I love so much. You definitely can, and locals is a great way to start.
Yeah, I mean, you said whole new level. I think, you know, your successes in the video game championship on a competitive level are not to be underestimated. I heard you have done very, very well for yourself.
I had a few good events. I'm not the most consistent, but a few day twos here and there. And, you know, done very, very well. But For me, it's really about the friends you make along the way, those communities that you can build, whether it's testing groups, whether it's friendship groups supporting each other, and that's something that I actually have to really credit Pokemon Go for.
Yeah.
Because you can see from this community, there are teams, there are people front row watching the players on stage, and you can see them interacting, feeling their energy, feeling their support, and that's something that's a really beautiful part of this game.
Yeah, the best thing about Go is how social it is. There is always a reason. Just yesterday evening, we were all, a lot of the Pokemon Go players here in Birmingham gathered up to meet up afterwards in the evening for food, for drinks, and to enjoy each other's company. And that wasn't even planned, shall we say, by Pokemon themselves. That was the community coming together, because this is not just a battling scene, it is a scene of friends across the board, regardless of nation or whatever. You can all come here and enjoy each other, and enjoy the battles, and enjoy making friends. Awesome place.
And of course, the focus of the Birmingham Regional Championships are those competitive matches. In Pokemon Go, Pokemon video game, and Pokemon trading card game, they are whittling down their numbers from, you know, several hundreds, depending on the game, to maybe the top 8, the top 4. For us, it's going to be those losers finals, winners finals, and be able to try and get down to 2 final trainers in the grand finals to battle it out to become the regional champion. And not many people can say that. It's been a very long time since there was the Birmingham Regional Championships in 2017, and it's the first ever time for Pokemon Go.
Yeah, it is the first ever time for Pokemon Go. Another thing I want to also bring up, and I'm a little bit biased about this, is I like to organize my Pokemon. I have several thousand Pokemon in Pokemon Go, that just because I've loved playing it with my friends in the past. But sometimes I need to find the Pokemon that are most important for me in Great League. So what I do is I put them in something called a tag. And I think you should all know a little bit about it. Trainer, my name is Adelian, and I'm here to give you some guidance on tags in Pokemon Go. I'm hoping you will find it useful when organizing your Pokemon in the game. You can use tags to group up Pokemon, such as for the different leagues for battling. For example, you can create a tag for Great League to group up Pokemon that perform well in battle when the combat power is restricted to below or equal to 1,500. You can do the same for Ultra League by creating an Ultra League tag and then adding Pokemon that often perform well where combat power is restricted to below or equal to 2,500. And finally, you can make a tag for Master League where you can group up the very powerful Pokemon that perform well when there is no restrictions to combat power. These are the 3 most common leagues in the Go Battle League, so these tags will be very useful to gauge the Pokemon you have available at a glance for each league. There are other tags that some trainers may find useful to utilize, aside from Great, Ultra, and Master League. On rare occasions, the Go Battle League has a Little Cup available for Pokemon under a combat power of 500. This might be another useful tag to consider grouping certain Pokemon for. It's not just about battling though, as you can have tags for saving Pokemon you want to trade for those coveted XL candies. Why not consider grouping up all your duplicate shiny Pokemon to offer for trading when you bump into your next lucky friend? Or consider having your team of 6 Pokemon for a Play Pokemon tournament ready to go in one tag. The possibilities for tags in Pokemon Go are endless. They can be very useful organizational tools for arranging all your Pokemon and selecting the right Pokemon for the right situation. Try creating some tags that work for you and see how you get on in your Pokemon Go journey. So maybe I should say thank you, Adelian, for telling me about tags. I am also Adelian, and I'm here with Lou.
Maybe I'll say it then. Thank you, Adelian, for teaching us about tags. And of course, if you're waiting for an update, we can confirm there is no rematch. Paul Asher will be the victor of that last match. Let's do a little bit of a recap of how it played out, though.
Yes, it was a very decisive show of force from Polasha. Those Feraligators were clawing at each other and then blasting Hydro Cannons. And then I loved this. It's going for that combination play where you had Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon and then Crunch from the Drapion, which had forced those shields from Hamad Munir very quickly. Aerial Ace just as a final attempt to try and take it out, but surviving on 1 HP was so crucial there.
I think that was devastating for the Jumpluff as well, because it is that Shadow variant. It's supposed to be able to deal that extra bit of additional damage, but it wasn't quite enough to deal with the Feraligator, and it left itself vulnerable. You can see what this means to Polasha. We are in the losers bracket, so every single victory at this point counts to keep your tournament dreams becoming the regional champion alive, and Polasha is going to be able to continue that dream.
Yes, I mean, she is a 2-time Premier Event champion, a regional event winner in Stockholm, and a special event winner in Turin about 2 years ago, or 2 seasons ago. So for me, this trainer is someone that's used to winning, and so she wants to stay in as long as possible.
And somebody else who is used to winning is Galax Kolton, also a regional champion, famous for Leaf Tornado Superior. And that is exactly what he is running back here in the Birmingham Regional Championships, along with a plethora of very cool Pokemon. I am loving the Dugong, and it's been a standout for me. I remember looking at the day 1 graphic and wondering, hey, why is it not in the top 12 usage? I'm seeing it on broadcast constantly being fantastic, but it's there on the day 2. A lot more trainers have proven that it is successful and a very strong Pokemon.
Yeah, I think the best thing about Dugong is, even though it does have its weaknesses to something like Annihilape or indeed Primeape, the nice thing about it is, let's say it's in a no-shield scenario, it does respectable damage to the Annihilape, because Annihilape is quite frail. An Icy Wind on it will still do a good chunk of damage, and I think that utility, as well as having the excellent coverage in Ice and Ground, is a standout pick.
And I think that's where the Pale Companion of the Corsola is able to come to the forefront as well, because as a Ghost type, it doesn't mind taking those counters from Annihilate, for example, and it can be the perfect Pokemon to pivot in to protect that Dugong when it is needed. As well as some very standard Pokemon, the Drapion and Azumarill, the absolute best duo that has been outstanding at the Birmingham Regional Championships, alongside, of course, that infamous Leaf Tornado Superior.
Yes, I talked about how RNG can be an advantage here because you cannot plan for that unpredictability. And in a meta and in this kind of tournament in day 2, where you have many more trainers who utilize their mathematical abilities to try and prepare for any potential outcome, nothing's going to prepare you when you're double debuffed on your attack.
Well, Goglass has got to be prepared with his team as well. Again, some familiar faces, but I've got my eye on that Jumpluff, and it's out front to stage against the Superior, the Battle of the Grass types.
What a great prediction from you, seeing the Jumpluff come in against the Superior, instant swap out into the Dugong, and this is why I talked about Dugong, even though struggling against the Annihilape, is able to get some respectable chip damage off. Rage Fist coming in now, which is going to bump the attack up of this Annihilape. Dugong opting to no shield because this is the least threatening Rage Fist that it will have to potentially tank.
It's been a little bit of a rough start for this Dugong, though. It had to take a lot of damage from those counters and the Rage Fist as well that's boosted up the Annihilape. It can retaliate, of course, with this Icy Wind, do a significant chunk of damage and critically boost that attack right back down. So almost kind of playing the counter game with the Rage Fist, but Annihilape is able to get the victory here.
And it's quite nice that Annihilape has a Rage Fist ready to go. It's quite low on health, but the answer can be that Galarian Corsola, but it would have to take another Rage Fist. But no, opting for the Superior here, doesn't mind taking a boosted close combat, because even though it'll do a lot of damage, Superior's got the bulk to withstand it. So let's see how bulky is this snake.
It's got the bulk, and it often has the brawn as well with those charged attacks. Leaf Tornado ready to go. Annihilape has gone down to those Vine Whips, and now we've got the Jumpluff coming in again. Adaptations on both sides. Corsola versus the Drapion.
This is not great for Galax Kolton, because not only has he been unable to get any kind of advantage, near shield advantage, for example, would have actually helped here a little bit, but it seems like the alignment is not in his favor, and the debuff adds to that.
The debuff comes through, and this is really the situation that Corsola doesn't like, facing down against these dark type moves. The crunches will come through thick and fast. Power Jam going through into the shield, no damage dealt, so Drapion still in the prime position to put a lot of pressure onto Corsola.
But it's outpacing the Corsola, and that's the problem. Corsola is bulky, but it's slow to get to its charge attacks. Drapion so fast, getting the Aqua Tails just in 4 seconds, getting to Crunchins 5, and at this point, you could potentially farm down with the Poison Stings.
Oh, Galax Kolton not able to lock in that charged attack there. Even though the energy was primed, the Drapion was just too quick with those Poison Stings. Of course, the Superior doesn't want to take them either. Crunch is going to come through. Galax Kolton going to let it connect onto his precious Pokemon.
Yeah, I think he recognizes that this is not a matchup he can win. He ran what we would refer to as ABA weak to the Drapion there because he had Serperia in the lead that has a bad matchup against the Drapion, and he had KingOWT in the back, which also has a bad matchup against the Shadow Drapion. So it was really tricky, and to be honest, there was even Dugong is okay against Shadow Drapion, but I think he was really weak to one of the most common Pokemon in the meta.
I think that was the problem. You've identified that Dugong kind of maybe could have been the Pokemon that could deal with the Drapion, but unfortunately it had to deal with the Annihilape first. And in that matchup, Annihilape is always going to come out on top, thanks to the counters stacking up, thanks to the fact that you can go for these Rage Fists, and even obviously if you get the Icy Wind drop, you can then boost it back up. And as soon as you've dealt with that Dugong, there's nothing stopping the Annihilape from Rage Fisting all day long and getting all of those attack boosts up.
Yes, and that unfortunately, there was just no wiggle room out of that. I think Galax Kolton might need to go back to the drawing board with regards to his team building and consider something that is a little bit less risky. Or, that being said, I do know trainers that have stuck with their quote-unquote ABA lineups and have been able to be successful. You have to perhaps think outside the box. Is Galax Kolton doing that? And if so, is he hoping that it will give him an advantage in Game 2?
I feel like it was just the alignment that lost him that Game 1. I would, however, love to see the Marowak come through. As you've identified, the Drapion is very difficult for a lot of these Pokemon, but I like the Dugong against, for example, the Jumpluff. So you need to be able to deal with the Drapion a little bit more forward thinking, possibly the Marowak. But instead, it's going to be the Corsola versus the Azumarill straight away. I don't see any adjustments. The same three for Galax Kolton.
Yes, the order might be different, and that might be all it takes here. Still a bit soft to the Shadow Drapion, but no Drapion in the back for GOT class, so this is good for Galax Kolton here. Playing a safer option, leading with that Galarian Corsola.
Yes, Galarian Corsola has the opportunity to get lots of energy up, and you can see these bubbles are doing nothing to it. It does not mind taking them all this play rough at all, still in the green zone of its HP bar and able to retaliate with this Nightshade that also goes unshielded.
Yes, and both of these Pokemon are using 3-turn fast attacks, which means that you don't have to consider move timing too much. You just launch when you feel like. The only thing you have to be mindful of is if you're getting a catch, and GOT class has the opportunity to do that. That Dunsparce is more than happy to deal with Galarian Corsola. So Galax Kolton doesn't realize it, but we may have to be careful.
Slow and steady can sometimes win the race, and both these Pokemon are just happy to sit on the field, go for the Astonish, the Bubble, and now Azumarill maybe trying to push for this KO with the Play Rough, but I don't think it's going to be enough. There's still a little bit of energy left on this Corsola.
Yes, it's looking close to be a double knockout, but no, Galax Kolton opting to go for that final launching of the Nightshade here to secure that knockout. It does mean that he takes switch advantage, but it also allows GOT class to get some farm with his Dunsparce and wipe out the Galarian Corsola.
One rock is all it took to fell that Galarian Corsola, but as you said, Galax Kolton now has the opportunity to bring in a Pokemon from the back. It is going to be this fine whipping Serperia, just trying to get up all this energy.
Yes, I think it's very sensible here to go for Serperia, because you know, if you're Galax Kolton, that there are a lot of threats in the back. You know that you have eliminated the Azumarill, which was the main target of Serperia. So what could be there? There's a good chance it could be the Jumpluff, it could be the Shadow Drapion. Let's use my Serperia here, where it has an okay-ish matchup against a Dunsparce. Very sensible decision there that I respect Galax Kolton a lot for.
And realistically, you need your Dugong in the back to be safe to deal with that opposing Jumpluff, because otherwise the fact that you've got the Serperia that's running all three grass type attacks, it cannot do anything to this opposing Jumpluff, so you need to keep that Dugong safe. Dugong joins the field to face down against the Jumpluff. This is what Galax Kolton wanted.
Yes, Dugong loves to see this matchup. Has to be careful though, because there are certain charge attacks that can be threatening on GOT class's side. Good call there, shielding the Energy Ball immediately. Big decision.
This is why the shield preservation was perfect. Dugong is going to need all the support it can get, like you said, from the utility that Jumpluff has to offer. The Icy Wind's going to come through now. Critically, this won't deal any damage, but will still get the debuff as well, just meaning that Dugong has a little bit more leverage in this match.
Yes, and you can see the Ice Shards are adding up. The fast attack itself is problematic. Now that there has been a debuff and the attack has been lowered, Galax Kolton doesn't mind tanking an Energy Ball, and you can see the impressive bulk and that blubber of Dugong able to withstand all of that Energy Ball and then some.
And here comes another Icy Wind. Possibly after the second debuff, it might be able to take a second one of those attacks, particularly as it doesn't even need to, because Jumpluff has gone.
Yes, Jumpluff has been removed from the field. There's an immediate swap, and Frenzy Plant being launched is the call to make to shield this, but it might be still tricky to deal with. Frenzy Plant is going to be coming up very soon. Dunsparce really needs to get energy, but no. Galax Kolton gets to that Leaf Tornado. Will this KO though?
And critically enough, though, Goglas has no more shields remaining, so all of these charge attacks will be able to kick through. It's not going to be able to get the KO, but there is still a shield remaining on Galax Kolton's side to buy a little bit more time in this match. You don't need to, however, Superior is able to wrap it up and even the score.
Yes, Goklas recognizing that even if he got all that energy and launched the charge attacks that he had on the Dunsparce, sure, he would take out that final shield, he would take out the Superior, but there would be another Pokemon waiting in the back that he would not be able to deal with. Sometimes trainers of this caliber recognize that there is no quote-unquote win condition for themselves. Let's not waste time. Let's get to game 3. That is what they're thinking. They want to round this out, and one of these trainers is moving further ahead in the competition.
And I think he made a great observation at the beginning of that game too, where Galax Kolton brought the same 3 Pokemon but changed up the order. And as soon as he had the alignment in a more favorable situation, that's where he was able to pilot that game 2 much more effectively and efficiently than that game 1, where just unfortunately all the chips were stacked against him. I think as well, Goklas not opting to bring the Annihilate was a little bit detrimental in this match.
Yes, I also think not bringing the Shadow Drapion also was perhaps even more so, because this team that Galax Kolton ran in game 2 was again ABA weak to Shadow Drapion, and this is where Mind Game's coming to play. If Goklas is recognizing those patterns, he might think, I wonder if Galax Kolton's going to do that game 3. Should I bring Shadow Drapion? But as a result, will now Galax Kolton go very hard against that Shadow Drapion by bringing in that Shadow Kanto Marowak? I wonder if the mind games are at play. I'm so glad we're not battling here.
Oh, me too, for sure. The Marowak definitely is going to be the decision here. Goklas has to understand whether or not Galax Kolton is going to bring it and then adjust accordingly. And Galax Kolton has to think, hey, do I now bring this and apply pressure? But at the same time, if that Drapion isn't there, I feel like Marowak isn't really doing much in this match at all. The Jumpluff, the Azumarill aren't going to worry about it at all. And of course, Dunsparce being so bulky on the field isn't going to fear it either.
Yeah, although Dunsparce isn't able to scare it too much because the rollouts and the rock slides are going to bounce off the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but I do agree with you that there are other threats there. The Jumpluff, the Azumarill is the bigger issue. Galax Kolton also is very keen to continue bringing Superior, despite the fact, though, that Jumpluff and Shadow Drapion are there. So, you know what? It's proven that he's not scared. He'll bring anything, and he'll make it work, or try to at least.
I think, though, he is just so well versed with that particular Pokemon as well. He knows exactly its strengths and weaknesses and where it's able to shine. I think you're right, though, the alignment could be very dicey if you're down against this Drapion, but in that game too, the way he played it was so perfect, making sure to pressure down against the Jumpluff with that Dugong so that the Superior could clean up in the end game, because otherwise Superior does struggle.
Yes, it does. So we're going into the decisive game 3. You have Dugong, a very safe lead going against Shadow Drapion. Again, Close trainers playing it rather safe. Slight advantage because of the Drill One on Dugong, but Drapion outpaces.
There has been an adaptation here as well. Superior bench for the Drapion here on Galax Kolton's side, as Dugong is just doing its thing, going for these Ice Shards, trying to get an Icy Wind up to neutralize this Drapion, but Drapion's going to get there first with the Crunch.
Yeah, alignment is going to be key here because Galax Kolton doesn't know it, but he would love to put his Galarian Corsola up against the Annihilate of Goklas. Goklas, of course, does not want that. He wants the opposite scenario. Interesting Icy Wind here, eh?
Yes, and the Dugong doesn't have to be the priority here because you have the Drapion in the back for the opposing Jumpluff. I think Galax Kolton assumes Goklas will bring every single time. So Dugong has the utility to deal with this Drapion that was so difficult for Galax Kolton in game 1. It's important to remove it now.
Yes, and it is going to be, even though it's not removed, it is actually going to be swapped into, and the Drapion is going to come in and try and get the farm down. Annihilate not allowing that to happen, but that extra energy from the Drapion is going to be key in this matchup.
These counters are going to hurt as well coming through. Of course, the energy regeneration on Drapion is very fast. It's going to be able to apply pressure with these crunches into the Ghost type, but the counters are still going to hurt. Tell you what, though, the defense drop, that could be damaging for Annihilate.
Yes, that's going to prevent Goklas from getting to that close combat. So now Galax Kolton knows this is a Rage Fist, and so is able to no shield without any real threat and gain that launch that Aqua Tail and force the shield on Goklas' side. Goklas wants to preserve Annihilate here.
Annihilate definitely being pitted to get a lot of damage down. I think it's only one more counter after this. Yes, Drapion has gone down, and now the energy on this Annihilate is threatening a lot of damage. Dugong doesn't want to take a counter either, so let's bring in the Corsola, the perfect Pokemon with Astonish, to scare away the Annihilate.
Yes, Annihilate wasn't even able to get to a Rage Rift, so that 3-turn fast attack was all that was needed, but now Drapion coming in to threaten with the Crunch, but I think Goklas can only get one off because the Astonish has gone through, and even though Drapion is a Dark type, is still going to struggle and tries to get the Ice. Oh, gets the Icy Wind off on the Jumpluff. This is going to be key.
Dugong is outstanding, able to go for this Icy Wind, apply a lot of pressure to the opposing Jumpluff, but critically Jumpluff can deny that damage and can deal in return with these Fairy Winds with this Dugong before it's able to get to another one.
Yeah, that was a healthy amount of farm for the jump off. They're going for immediately for the energy ball there. Galax Kolton needs to consider whether it's worth shielding or not. There is also a risk of a debuff from the energy ball, if I recall.
Energy Ball not doing a huge amount of damage. Corsola still in the game at this point, getting this energy up for its charge attacks. But again, Power Gem, it can obviously do some good damage into this opposing Jump Off, but will it be enough to get the knockout?
Yeah, Jump Off is bulky, but Power Gem is a very strong rock type. And look at the damage it does, taking it straight into the red.
And Jumpluff now still in the game, able to go for an energy ball. It's not going to do too much damage to the Corsola, but Corsola is on its last little legs here because there are no shields remaining on Galax Kolton's side either. It's going to have to take all the charge attacks that come its way. But is it going to be able to outpace with these Astonishers? It's getting close.
Oh, it is able to get to that Nightshade. I was wondering if Gotclass was going to try and make an attempt at a catch, but not able to do so. And now Nightshade more than enough to knock out Jumpluff at this range. The Drapion is able to take... No, it cannot. And Astonish wipes out Shadow Drapion. Galax Kolton reigns supreme.
Corsola for the win. Galax Kolton still in the competition with that Superior by his side. What an incredible set that was.
Oh, it was lovely to see. Well-piloted Superior. And then we mentioned in Game 3, he might do something different. He might do something and lure his opponent to bring Drapion in, perhaps, and not bring them one of the main targets, that Superior. So this is where the mind games come into force. And what a brilliant trainer there.
Huge congratulations, and what a treat for us to watch as well. I loved the synergy between Corsola and Dugong throughout that set. They really had each other's backs, and I particularly loved in Game 3 the way that the Dugong was able to deal with the Pokemon in front of it, knowing that the Drapion was there to deal with the Jumpluff, for example, and it just enabled Corsola, when it was able to finally join the battle, to have an easier time to maneuver.
Yes, yes, I think that game was, and I'm sure both these trainers don't necessarily see it that way at first, but in hindsight, that game was somewhat won by the end of that first lead matchup when Drapion was put into the red, the biggest threat to Galax Kolton's team, eliminated early on. So this was key. This is where Gotclass was able to do very well, targeting that Shadow Superior with the crunches and with the poison things, most crucially.
Game 1, it honestly felt like Gotclass was in the driving seat right from the beginning, constantly getting the alignment right against Galax Kolton. However, the adaptations that Galax Kolton was able to make, whether it was the alignment, whether it was the change of Pokemon in this Game 3, just enabled him the victory in the best of 3 set. It was lovely to see Superior literally sweep through at the end and prove why maybe Leaf Tornado Superior, even though we didn't see any tornadoes hit the field, is still viable when it's got this trainer at the helm.
Yes, Galax Kolton needs his signature Pokemon. There are certain Pokemon, there's certain trainers that always do well. I remember, for example, when the first Play Pokemon Regional for Go was introduced in Liverpool. They had Lurgan Rocket with his Cresselia. That was iconic, or his Diggersby. And so here we can see Galax Kolton mastering his Superior. I wonder, we need to ask him actually at some point whether he will get a Shadow Superior and do something with that, because that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
That could be spicy, but then I suppose your calculations and the damage calculations would be a little bit different. You'd have to readjust. And I think when you're so well versed with a Pokemon, it might be like, no, this is my baby. The Shadow version could be somebody else's. This is the one that I want.
Oh yes, and just to remember, for those of you who are tuning in, Shadow Pokemon are a concept in Pokemon Go where they gain 20% more attack compared to their conventional counterparts, but they do also take 20% more damage as well. So they are good for doing a bit more, but just be a little bit more careful, nurse them a little bit more, protect them with those shields.
And you have to track down that troublesome Team Rocket in order to access these Shadow Pokemon as well. But that can always lead to some fun battles as well in the game, and it's always interesting to see which Shadow Pokemon is going to be the one kind of gifted to you at the end, as long as you catch it.
Yeah, of course, and remember that you can TM Frustration at the moment, so now is a good time to do that if you've forgotten to do it so far.
I have.
Well, there we are then. Now, getting back to the battles, we can see the Buenos Aires special event champion of the season, Nesabethan, facing off against Sanjudigo, a powerhouse from Spain.
I'm so looking forward to seeing these two shape up against each other. I was talking about Nesabethan yesterday with this Malamar, because Malamar's a Pokemon that's really dropped off when we've kind of seen a rise of Pokemon like the Drapion hitting with those Dark type moves, and obviously Ariados, that Nesabethan is also running on this team, was a Pokemon that could counter the Malamar very successfully.
Yes, I think with Malamar, I think it has a nice niche because it can scare off the Annihilate, because the Psy-Wave is just so damaging, especially on a Pokemon as squishy as Annihilate, but it also has some good matchups into other Pokemon as well. Even with the Galarian Corsola, you can use Foul Play to chip away at it quite healthily. The only thing you have to be careful of is Astonish and Nightshade. Nightshade do healthy neutral damage back to Malamar because it's a Dark and Psychic type. So it's just managing the health of that Pokemon. But I think it's relatively respectable. And if you get caught with a Diggersby, there's always a superpower to use.
The foul play is very critical, actually, because we are seeing, obviously, a rise in the Ghost types with the Corsola and the Annihilate, and you can't always just rely on Crunch from Drapion to get that job done. On the opposing side, however, some very key Pokemon here. We've got the Jumpluff, we've got the Azumarill, and notably, on Nesabethan's side, the Clodsire was running that Poison-type charge attack, and that's something that could be very devastating into Jumpluff, into Azumarill.
Yes, you might think that when you're facing Jumpluff, you might want to use Stone Edge because Jumpluff is a flying type as well, but let's not forget that Clodsire does benefit from that same type attack bonus on the Sludge Bomb, and this is a concept that is true in video game championships. It's also true in Pokemon Go as well. Both trainers now locked in, ready to go. We are in losers round 2, and Nesabethan faces off against Sanjudigo.
Oh, and look at that. It's a Drapion mirror. The #1 utilized Pokemon is forced out. We're just going to see a lot of these Poison Stings go through, and once again, the Aquatails are going to be fastly charged up, just trying to get some damage on the board, and I wonder which trainer is going to blink first.
Yes, you can see that Nesabethan has opted for a very tried and tested strategy in this meta at the moment, leading with the Poison type and having that Shadow for Alligator and Azumarill for that double water strategy here. Has to be careful. Sanjudigo has to be careful, therefore, because the Diggersby that he has may have struggled for utility, but we have seen instances where, and there's a catch attempt there, going for the Aquatail on the Azumarill. This is very nice, using your first water type to lure out the counter to the water type Pokemon.
Nesabethan breaks the train early on here, bringing in the Azumarill to eat up that damage and go for these bubbles. They are stacking up. The Poison Stings, however, doing a significant amount in return and giving so much energy to that Drapion in the back as the Corsola joins the fray. It's not going to worry about taking this play rough at all. Sanjudigo has got a great endgame lined up.
We saw earlier from Paul Lasher how dangerous Shadow Drapion with energy can be. Nesabethan channeling that to do something more with it in the endgame here. Corsola astonishing away. It is frightening how much damage that is doing to Azumarill as another play rough is launched.
That's the thing, you don't need to shield it. It's so bulky, you can take 2 of these charge attack from the Azumarill and deal back so much damage with the fast attacks alone. Nightshade primed and ready though. Maybe let's try and speed up the KO on this Azumarill or force a shield. Nesabethan saying no, I can take 1 of these Nightshades, but then you have to watch out for the Astonishers. I think you'll be able to clean up after that.
Yeah, you definitely will be, and Sanjudigo will like that, but no, Drapion going for the Aquatail here. This is a bait attempt, but also at this range, Galarian Corsa may not be able to take it. Sanjudigo taking no chances, going for the shield. This is a nice play for Nesabethan. Here comes Diggersby.
Diggersby is a much better line into this Drapion, able to apply a lot of pressure, and of course, is bulky enough to take 1 of these Aquatails. Sanjudigo knows this particularly early on this HP bar, so you can preserve those shields for later.
Yes, you can, and now this Drapion is at such a range that Fire Punch is enough to knock out, but so Sanjudigo not hesitating, just getting the maximum amount of energy he can before having to throw before Nesabethan gets to another Aquatail. Down goes that Shadow Drapion, but look what is waiting. 2 water types bear down upon the bunny as Shadow for Alligator comes in, Shadow clawing away. They're double resisted, but that Hydro Cannon is going to be a problem and a half.
The Diggersby really waiting to get to that Scorching Sands. The shield does go up on Nesabethan's side. Want to make sure this for Alligator is going to be primed to fire back with a Hydra Cannon.
Oh, and there's a debuff!
If you do get the debuff, that is detrimental. For Alligator's going to have to work fast to be able to get the damage on the board. There's 2 Hydra Cannons ready, though.
That was the thing. If the Hydro Cannon with the debuff is now going to put this knockout in some doubt, is this still going to KO? Diggersby just about survives on 1 HP!
Diggersby hangs on. The bulk of the bunny reigns supreme as it's able to go for another one of these Scorching Sands. This is going to knock out the Azumarill.
Nesabethan does the wise thing about switching that Azumarill to take it, and now both of these trainers is simultaneously swapping. Crunch being launched first. Is this going to KO? This needs to be shielded. Nesabethan, shield goes up.
Yep, shield is there. The debuff does not come through this time, so Drapion's now in a dangerous spot with these Shadow Claws really stacking up for Alligator, looking like it wants to get redemption for its trainer. Shield up on Sanjudigo's side, does not want to take this Hydro Cannon and keep Drapion in the game.
Yes, I think very sensible by Sanjudigo. That Crunch needs to be launched. This energy on Shadow for Alligator is so dangerous. We cannot give a chance for Nesabethan to use it anymore. Crunch is launched. Is this going to knock out? It's decisive. It's going to happen. And down goes for Alligator.
Oh my goodness, what an end game that game 1 of this set was. So many close calls, fantastic adjustments. Oh, I mean, both these trainers, their tournaments are on the line here.
Yes, you can see how much it means to them, how much stress these trainers are under trying to outfox each other there. That was a very close matchup between two really good trainers. And also credit for Sanjudigo. He's facing off against a Premier Event champion, the Buenos Aires Special Event champion. This was only as well, like only in November, if I recall correctly. Don't quote me on that in case my dates have gone wrong. But this was a recent victory for Nesabethan, and Sanjudigo is pushing him to the wire.
And if we dial it back a little bit as well, the superstar for me was that Diggersby. Sanjudigo was able to utilize it very well, applying a lot of pressure with the quick attacks. Most critically, that survival, being able to hang on 1 HP and then retaliate with that Scorching Sands gave Sanjudigo such momentum. And IcelandicLapras was talking earlier about how Diggersby hadn't been utilized too much for him in the competition, but was so critical in the match against Paul Asher. And I think for Sanjudigo, the Diggersby is going to be critical to take down Nesabethan.
Yes, so folks, you make sure you get those Bunnelby. If you don't have one already, power it up, evolve it into Diggersby, give it quick attack, fire punch, and Scorching Sands, and then you just rely on that chance of a debuff with Scorching Sands to squeak out a victory, surviving on 1 HP. This is where you can channel your inner Sanjudigo to demonstrate your brilliance.
Obviously, the Diggersby was a key part in this match, and taking a look at Nesabethan's side, you've got to ask yourself which Pokemon are able to counter it really well. Feraligatr and Azumarill are the ones that jump out to me naturally because of that water typing, but I feel like if the Drapion is able to get all this energy up very early on, then have it in the back, it can come through and go for those Aqua Tails, particularly if it's maybe been able to farm up enough energy to get to 2 very quickly back-to-back. If Sanjudigo's shields down at that point, it can be very detrimental and devastating.
Yes, Drapion versus Diggersby matchup is a very interesting one, precisely for the reason you say. You can Diggersby often wins that, but if you are able to load up that Drapion, then it can flip the matchup in certain scenarios and with certain gameplay. You can use those Aqua Tails that are so spammy, and you can use that to dominate over the Diggersby as well. So will Nessa be able to do that, or does he go for a different strategy? Drapion now coming in against Ariados.
Very interesting to see the Ariados here. Both these Pokemon are going to go for these Poison Stings, just farm up a lot of energy, but the Lunge is something that the Drapion has to contend with. The Ariados isn't going to worry about this. Aqua Tail coming through at all. No shield, no surprise from Nesabethan here. But the Lunge, that might be a different question. Yeah,
the Lunge is going to do a fair bit more damage here, and this is why Sanjudigo opted for the Aqua Tail, because if he waited for a Crunch and went for that, it would be a charge attack priority event, which then Drapion would lose. Hence, this is the right play here, and there comes the debuff.
Yeah, the debuff coming through just going to mean Drapion isn't going to be as offensively pressuring as it was previously. The Crunch coming through, I feel like you could potentially unshield this if you don't want the Ariados around for too long. It does go down. Nesabethan has the free switch into the Azumarill, and now significant work has been put into this Drapion that I feel like Azumarill can clean up with the bubble.
Yes, and I think that was going to be the strategy. Azumarill bounces off any crunches and Aqua Tails bounce off the Azumarill, so it doesn't mind this, and it's been debuffed as well. So this does nothing, but is there a debuff in response? There isn't. Crunch doesn't do its job.
So much energy here for the Azumarill. It can just bubble down against this Drapion, take a second Crunch. You didn't get the debuff last time. Maybe you're hoping with your Nesabethan you will not get the debuff this time and put Azumarill in a prime position with all that energy to come back later in the game, as the adaptation means the Feraligatr has joined the fray. It is not going to be doing too much damage with these Shadow Claws, but the charge attacks are going to come through, forcing these shields on Sanjudigo's side.
Yes, and what was crucial is Shadow Feraligatr actually got a Shadow Claw ahead on energy compared to the Diggersby, which is going to make this even trickier. But so for Sanjudigo, he really needs to get some baits or get some brave no-shield calls. Nesabethan not hesitating his immediate shield on this Scorching Sands, which is the right decision for him.
Both trainers trying to burn the shields of their opponent at this point and leave their last Pokemon vulnerable in the endgame. Almost at the second Hydro Cannon now for this Feraligatr. One's going to come through. There's the second shield on Sanjudigo's side. So if this Feraligatr is able to get to the second Hydro Cannon, that's going to do significant damage, and it needs to do it. The Shadow Claws are not putting in work at all.
Yeah, Sanjudigo going for that second Scorching Sands, trying to force both shields on Nesabethan's side within one matchup, within 20-30 seconds or so. Oh, and there's a debuff as well!
That is not something Feraligatr wants. It's relying on these Hydro Cannons to get the damage dealt. Azumarill in the back, I believe, does have an energy stored up on Nesabethan's side, but maybe wants to utilize that for the bulky Corsola that's in the back for Sanjudigo.
Oh, and it's a combination play, and Ice Beam now comes through. Sanjudigo not happy to see that tactic. We've seen that before. Ice Beam coming through now, which is going to knock out the Diggersby, and now all that's left between Nesabethan and victory is the ghostly, corally Galarian Corsola.
This is going to be too hard for Azumarill to do by itself, though, so I'm glad you've got the Feraligatr in the back there to back it up. Corsola has no shields in play, but the bubbles are really doing very little damage, whereas the Astonishers are going to be able to take down this Azumarill. There are no shields remaining for these competitors, so I feel like if Corsola is able to take a couple more of the charge attacks from the Zzweilous can keep all of its energy, it's going to be able to deal with the Feraligatr, but I can't remember if Feraligatr has a Hydro Cannon ready.
Yeah, that's going to be the key decision. It is one away, and is the Nightshade enough to knock out? Surely it is, and Sanjudigo thinks it is. Nesabethan not looking so sure. He's trying. They're trying. Is this going to happen? Is this going to knock out? And Feraligatr goes down.
Oh, Sanjudigo is able to take it in a 2-0 set. Commiserations to Nesabethan. It got so close in that endgame, but Sanjudigo just too much to contend with.
Well done to Sanjudigo, a fabulous display of the bulk of Galarian Corsola, securing, withstanding anything in its play in order to get those Astonishers off and get that Nightshade off.
I've spoken a lot this weekend about the current bulk of the Pokemon Go meta, and I feel like Sanjudigo did a fantastic job in showcasing exactly why that is. In that game one, it was all about the Diggersby being able to hang on after taking a huge amount of charge attack damage and retaliate with those Scorching Sands. And in game two, that Corsola coming in right at the end game and being able to withstand the Zzweilous, the Feraligatr, and have all of that energy to get the knockout as well, shows how flexible as well as bulky these Pokemon are.
These Pokemon are so fabulous. This is very much the meta of bulk, and I'm so excited to see how far Sanjudigo goes. He has top-cutted before, but I think he is still chasing that final victory of becoming a champion, a regional champion, and I think Birmingham would be a fabulous place to do it.
And of course, with the losers bracket, with every single match, one trainer is knocked out of the competition, so all the trainers remaining get one step closer each and every time to that champion title. Nesabethan, of course, knocked out at this stage, but he certainly gave us a show and some fantastic matches to watch.
Yes, it was so exciting, and also commiseration to Nesabethan, but let's put that in perspective. Nessa is already a champion. Nessa already has an invite to the World Championships in Anaheim, California in August 2025. I mean, how cool is that to say, because of Pokemon Go, I get to go all over the world, compete, and be at Anaheim for the World Championships.
It's definitely the dream of so many of our trainers, and you know, we're still relatively early on in the season. We've kind of crossed the 1/3 mark of our EU calendar, and a lot of trainers are still trying to get to those championship points because you need to be in those rankings to qualify. If we dive back into this fantastic match, maybe you're just tuning in for the first time, Sanjudigo versus Nesabethan in a thrilling 2-0 set. In this game one, there was so much energy generation from these Pokemon. It was all about restoring them in the back for later, but Sanjudigo was able to get the victory.
Yes, he was. This catch that we demonstrated here on Nesabethan, very well played, but it did mean that Diggersby was able to reign supreme, surviving on 1 HP to get that Scorching Sands off, and then the swap in immediately to get the crunch off as well on Nesabethan. This had to go shielded, but it did put Nessa in a really difficult position where the Galarian Corsola was able to chew through everything else.
Galarian Corsola was awesome at this endgame. You can see Sanjudigo knowing that this is going to be able to get the victory, and Nightshade actually doing a significant amount of damage. Sometimes we see these charge attacks, you get to them relatively quickly, but they can be a little bit underwhelming. But because Nightshade does take a little bit more time, you do get the reward at the end for the time invested to generate up all that energy.
Yes, indeed you do. And you know, we noticed earlier, we talked about how you can use a Pokemon that's low on HP in many ways. You can use it as a catch, you can use it with a move, with an attack banked, like Feraligatr with a Hydro Cannon, to surprise and make a snipe attempt on an opponent. However, in this scenario, Nesabethan was actually one Shadow Claw away. If he had that Shadow Claw ready to go, sorry, let me rephrase. If he had that Hydro Cannon ready to go, that would have flipped that matchup. So all it took, that one difference, is that one extra Shadow Claw. That is how close the margins are for these two trainers, and many more to come.
And you can see where these Pokemon really are indeed influencing the meta, whether it's with these fast attacks that are so reliable, like Shadow Claw and Counter, or whether it is the bulk of these Pokemon. We do have a new meta developing with Dual Destiny, and if you have kind of missed out on what's going on with it, take a look at this video to find out more.
The 2025 Play Pokemon series has so far given us many fun new Pokemon to play with, given how large the update was at the start of the series. With the most recent changes, a new star has entered the stage. I'm Zzweilous, and let's take a look at the update from Dual Destiny. The update from this autumn after Worlds was very successful, so that the decision to slightly tweak but not break the entire metagame feels like a great decision. The star of this update looks to be Starmie. Receiving the strong and quickly energy-generating fast attack Psywave, Starmie can now reach its plethora of strong charge attacks rapidly. Crucial for Starmie's newfound strength is also its new move Surf. Having a fairly quick and consistent Water-type charge attack lets Starmie threaten all the ground types we've seen so far this series. and Psywave hits all the poison types were super effective as well. The final attack Starmie runs is usually Power Gem, but Starmie has several options to choose from. Also rolling into the party is everyone's favorite beaver, Bibarel. Its unique normal and water typing gives it a special niche, where it resists all the water and ghost type attacks, and with its new fast attack rollout, Bibarel can finally access its great charge attack Surf and either Hyper Fang, Hyper Beam, or if you're spicy, Return. We also saw elemental attacks get more of a bite. Thunder, Ice and Fire Fang now generates more energy than before, and the equivalent punches now pack more of a punch due to their damage increase. The biggest beneficiary of these updates is Diggersby, now threatening real fire-type damage. With its incredible bulk, Diggersby can get several fire punches and scorching sands to burn its opponents during its time on the field. Several Pokemon can utilize these moves to success. No matter what you choose to bring, I can't wait to see what Storm's U trainers are setting off this season.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Birmingham Regional Championship official broadcast. I am Martijn, and this is my brand new co-caster, Marcus. How have you been experiencing the tournament so far?
So far, so good for me, Martijn. I am really, really glad that I got to see all of these battles. And I think there are still a lot of cool battles left. And there are 3 players from the UK on the winner's side of the bracket.
And one from Germany, that is Zzweilous with the B barrel.
With a B barrel.
The B barrel. And he's going to be taking on AnicorXIII. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how far we have gone. Just been tuning in. We've had some winners rounds, we've had some losers rounds, and these are the winners semifinals that we're tuning in very much soon. KingOWT versus IcelandicLapras and Zzweilous versus AnicorXIII.
Yeah, and we'll see KingOWT against IcelandicLapras. That's a brawl between 2 of the best players from the UK. And IcelandicLapras, he already has a lot of championship points. With the haul that he's acquired today, I believe he has over 800 championship points. 800 championship points.
That is a lot.
But KingOWT, this is his first ever regional. Can he copy what I believe this season at least. This season, I believe it's his first from this season.
Yeah, he has competed before at the 2024 EUIC in Liverpool and the 2023 EUIC, but hasn't been as successful as he is here today. Now, if we take a look at the losers side of the bracket, we've had a couple more matchups there as well, and some of our players that started on the win side of the bracket dropped here too, as we saw Nesabethan play against Sanjudigo earlier. Nesabethan, a bit of an unlucky run on day 2 as he lost against AnicorXIII and then against Sanjudigo. But Sanjudigo is an absolute staple name who's going to take it up against another absolute staple name, one of your favorites, I believe, Galax Kolton, the superior tamer.
Absolutely, and then we have a Spanish clash in the final battle, Palasha versus Paraman.
I cannot wait for the next matchups to see. We're going to play the winner's semis first. That is going to be KingOWT versus IcelandicLapras, a clash between 2 British players, and they have come so far already. The winner of this match has officially earned a medal. That will be a top 3 placement here in Birmingham.
And that will be the first medal any of them actually wins.
Correct.
So for both of them, this is not just a match for who's the best in the UK. It's not just a match about $500 more in prize money. It's also their first ever medal. And I think, Martijn, we're going straight into the game.
Here we go. We have KingOWT on the left, and we have IcelandicLapras on the right. We have the Shadow Drapion into the Galarian Corsola. This is a great lead for KingOWT. Drapion resists the Astonish here. It looks like IcelandicLapras is opting to stay in a little bit. Probably, oh, it is making an attempt to catch or just build up energy on the Galarian Corsola, because now this Azumarill can resist all the charge attacks. And it looks like KingOWT is expending some energy here because he doesn't have a clear answer to this Azumarill. He only has the Ariados on his team. That is a hard check here. But after chipping this Azumarill, he swaps in his own Azumarill now. After IcelandicLapras already has got so much energy though.
And this is the mirror matchup that we have seen so many times before today, or this tournament, but look at how KingOWT does it. He chips down with his Drapion and then mashes it with his own Azumarill. And this misaligned the timers for IcelandicLapras. Question is, will IcelandicLapras go back into his Corsola, or does he try to, does he throw the energy from his Azumarill?
It's looking like he's trying to switch, and that is a catch. That was the perfect timing for the clock to come up and allow IcelandicLapras to come back in. The switch clock for KingOWT is not up yet, but you can see that the Shadow Drapion can almost make a reappearance here.
Incredible combo play by IcelandicLapras, and he's awaiting. He's not throwing energy yet. He throws the Power Gem in case there was a swap from the Azumarill. So he just wanted to take that measure in case the Drapion came in to catch the energy. He threw the Power Gem. I respect that play.
And now the Drapion comes back in. Looks like IcelandicLapras just going to let his Galarian Corsola go and put it all on his back line. In the back we see the shiny Diggersby that he relied on so much against Palasha in his first round. So yeah, let's take a look what he's going to do here. The Azumarill would resist all the charge attacks, but I think he wants to get some energy here on this Diggersby.
I believe that this play from IcelandicLapras, he knows that this is Diggersby's best matchup on KingOWT's team. And KingOWT has brought the Talonflame to wall off all the energy from this Diggersby. And he lets it go. KingOWT decides to not trust in his Drapion. He puts all his money on the Talonflame, but the Drapion hangs on.
Oh, he's going to get to another Aqua Tail. This will put the Diggersby so low.
Oh, and IcelandicLapras realizes that he needs the HP on the Diggersby. And here he's talking to his opponent. Maybe he's asking what's in the back.
Right. I think Talonflame's going to have a pretty good time here, being up a shield, resisting all the charge attacks. The Azumarill's in fly range, but you cannot fast attack it down just yet. I think if this Diggersby can wear down the shiny Talonflame a lot, this might still get tricky for KingOWT, because then the bubbles will add up. No debuff there, and look at how much energy there is on this Azumarill. It's one bubble off another Ice Beam, which could pull the second shield from KingOWT here.
But KingOWT has his own Azumarill to answer, and KingOWT has a lot of energy stored on the Azumarill. This is looking dire for IcelandicLapras, and KingOWT, he knows he's in the driver's seat here. And IcelandicLapras lets it go. He's banking it all on the Diggersby, but these bubbles, they hurt a lot. And there's still a Talonflame in the back.
Diggersby is a thick bunny, but I'm not sure if it can do all of this. It can take some Incinerate damage. This Fire Punch is resisted to bulky Pokemon. I would not be surprised if it doesn't knock out. And it actually
doesn't knock out. Oh, and there comes the Ice Beam from the Azumarill. IcelandicLapras, are you going to shield your Diggersby or just let it go? He concedes the match. It's 1-0 to KingOWT.
Knowing that the Talonflame was too difficult to deal with in the back, IcelandicLapras recognizes that this battle is over. It is time to get into a new one.
I'm very interested to see how they change up their plans, because KingOWT got his Dark type Drapion on the Ghost type Corsola. Other than that, well, the Corsola is kind of risky to bring with the Dunsparce on the other team as well.
I am not sure if the Dunsparce is actually that bad for the Galarian Corsola, because 2 Drill will not knock out, and I think 2 Power Gem might actually almost deal equal damage. You can probably make that matchup relatively close, but yeah, I do agree. It is difficult to bring into both Dunsparce and Shadow Drapion.
The Corsola is so slow compared to the Dunsparce that even after 2 Power Gems, Corsola will never reach 3 Power Gems before the Dunsparce gets to 4 moves. And it needs only 3 moves to take out the Corsola, so Dunsparce comes out with an entire charge move loaded if none of them spends a shield. And Dunsparce with that kind of momentum can be very tough to handle.
Yeah, the charge attacks from Dunsparce generally are easy to deal with for IcelandicLapras either way because he does have that Diggersby, and I think that's why we might not see it come out so soon. If you look at Dunsparce, it does have some decent play into 3 Pokemon of IcelandicLapras, but man, Shadow Annihilate. This is not even a regular Annihilate. This is Shadow. Counters do even more.
Yeah, this Annihilate looks awful to deal with for the Dunsparce.
Right, and Annihilate is just good in general, right? Because it has so much offensive pressure.
But I think that Diggersby, it looks very valuable for IcelandicLapras. It's okay into the Ariados with a Fire Punch. It's good into the Diggersby. It's fine into the Marowak and fine into the Dunsparce. But KingOWT has played Talonflame and Azumarill for
and he's also played Drapion. Here we have the mirror.
Oh, and there's a Diggersby in the back for IcelandicLapras, and KingOWT has brought his Diggersby counters. This is looking good for KingOWT already. How can IcelandicLapras whittle his way out of this matchup? Did not go for the CMP on the Drapion.
Azumarill Talonflame is such a strong core. By CMP, that is kind of a community term. We mean the charge attack priority there, which means that both Pokemon throw their attacks on the same time, and charge security is very important. But we see the catch on the Azumarill. That is a terrific play from IcelandicLapras, saving an Aqua Tail on his own Drapion, but also wasting the energy on KingOWT's side. Now I think you kind of have to throw another attack here on the Drapion, even though resisted, because you don't have a clear answer again. No, swapping out now.
I really agree with this play from KingOWT. Charging up another another charge attack on the Drapion before going into the Azumarill. It's kind of like the game that we saw in Game 1, where KingOWT used his own Azumarill to neutralize IcelandicLapras' Azumarill.
And he stored up a Crunch, by the way. IcelandicLapras stored an Aqua Tail, but a Crunch would be very handy for Galax Kolton, a Shadow Annihilate, or Jump Up. We know that those are not in the back, but he's just preserving as much energy as possible because Drapion just hits so hard. This play rough will put the Azumarill into the yellow, and I think that IcelandicLapras Azumarill might almost be in play rough range here. Really catch on the backline.
That is true. The IcelandicLapras will have a tough time dealing with Azumarill. There's no quick way to take it out on his team. And but his Azumarill hangs on.
It's even worse. Yeah, you cannot let the Azumarill get too much energy, so swaps into the Drapion. I'm not sure. This might not knock out.
I believe this Crunch is enough to knock out the Azumarill, and incredible play by IcelandicLapras, in my opinion. Getting more energy on the Drapion. It does knock out. And
is the damage still being enough? That shows the power of Drapion. But in comes his own Drapion, and I think IcelandicLapras really needs a Drapion to take on the Talonflame in the back, but his timer's not up.
And I think IcelandicLapras is realizing what's about to happen here. He expects the Talonflame in the back again because...
No shield. It is time for the bird. Here it comes. Talonflame can take this Aqua Tail, but this is where you kept your Protect Shields for. And in the back, we see the Diggersby from IcelandicLapras. I believe that IcelandicLapras has 3 bubbles or so on Azumarill, so it may not be able to get to a charge attack there. This is going to be an iffy matchup because the Talonflame only throws attack now. The Scorching Sense debuff could not land.
I believe that
Let's it go.
Let's it go. He gambles on it not being the Brave Bird, and it. I believe it's the right play. You can go straight fly in the 1 shield here, but IcelandicLapras, I believe he has an Ice Beam stored on the Azumarill. So I think he
That is the case. It might actually look pretty good for IcelandicLapras. Now gets the debuff maybe a little bit too late because after landing the first fly, this might still knock out. Putting up the next Protect Shield here. If the Azumarill has an Ice Beam, IcelandicLapras might have this game.
I think this is looking pretty good for IcelandicLapras. It goes for the Fire Punch bait. This is a mistake in my opinion because...
But I think you have to shield. A Scorching Sense would knock out. He does put up the last Protect Shield. Doesn't survive an attack. He doesn't switch out. But now you get to another Fire Punch. This is going to be really valuable chip damage. In fact, Fire Punch has been buffed since last season. This might be enough to knock out for the Diggersby.
And it is not, but it's going to be so close. And KingOWT has to throw the energy right away. This will knock out the Diggersby. But Incinerate from Talonflame takes 5 turns to activate the damage. And any Pokemon from IcelandicLapras here will be able to take out the Talonflame. He evens up the score at 1-1. Incredible play by IcelandicLapras.
I did not see this end game coming. Talonflame is good into Diggersby, but this shows the power of Diggersby, how close it can still make that matchup, even though all the charge attacks are resisted.
And with that debuff from the Scorching Sands, Diggersby made it to 2 Fire Punches. Very clever play by IcelandicLapras to try to go for those 2 Fire Punches to, because 2 Fire Punch does more than 1 Scorching Sands.
Right, and in that case, he could just bubble down or Poison Sting down with the Drapion or the Azumarill on the remaining health on the Talonflame, because it did not have enough energy. It's not even possible to stack 3 charge attacks in general, so you could never take out 3 Pokemon back to back to back there.
Luckily, that's not possible. I'm very, very interested, because now we saw 2 similar teams. Both of them played the same team back to back.
But are they seeing Poison Double Water?
There's no, KingOWT has the opportunity to play the double poison sandwich.
Oh, the double poison sandwich.
Double poison sandwich, yeah.
Yummy.
But we do see, we have seen the same teams lined up both times, but IcelandicLapras managed to turn it around. Even though the teams were the same, he managed to turn it around into a win in Game 2, which impresses me a lot. This is clearly a very strong player that we have here.
So how are both players going to adapt here? How do you deal with this Diggersby? It just seems unstoppable. You kind of need Azumarill on it as KingOWT. And I also feel like, as IcelandicLapras, you may be able to run a little bit riskier into the Dunsparce, because KingOWT doesn't want to bring it into a shiny Diggersby that has been so strong so far.
And here we go into the game. I hope to see the Annihilate from IcelandicLapras, but we see Drapion into Azumarill.
And this is a very neutral matchup, because Azumarill takes the damage from the Poison Sting, but it resists all the charge attacks. So that makes this matchup winnable for Azumarill when both Pokemon don't use any protections. But the more protections are being used, the more Poison Sting damage comes in, and then it becomes better for the Shadow Drapion.
And look, oh, and he gets an immediate debuff, and he celebrates immediately. KingOWT goes for the Ice Beam. IcelandicLapras knows that he can now win this matchup if he needs to. And here comes the Ariados, but
that is a bold switch, because in the back we see the catch as well on this Galarian Corsola. This is an extremely hard answer on the Ariados.
And IcelandicLapras has found all the answers in this Game 3. And now the Corsola on this Ariados, it's a very tough matchup for the Ariados. The Corsola has super effective charge attacks to hit the Power Gem on the Ariados.
Switch advantage was always going to be so important, but this Galarian Corsola also has access to Power Gem for both his Ariados. Oh my goodness, even Protect Shields the Nightshade. This would not have knocked out at all. A Power Gem would have done a lot, that's super effective, but Nightshade is not.
And here we see KingOWT staying in. He's banking on the Ariados to pull through, but there's no Drapion for KingOWT this game. This Corsola looks very good into the entire team of KingOWT, but IcelandicLapras, he doesn't know that. Of course he doesn't, because there's a Talonflame in the back. He hasn't seen it yet.
Shields again, puts 2 protections on this Pokemon. Now comes in with the crunch, and there goes the Ariados.
Oh wow, incredible combo play by IcelandicLapras. He's so pumped. You can see him talking so much to his opponent. I'm sure that KingOWT
is in trouble.
He's in trouble, and he knows he's down shields. There's no shields left, and there's an Azumarill in the back waiting for IcelandicLapras. He looks so confident, IcelandicLapras, right here.
The only thing that could stop the Azumarill from IcelandicLapras was that Ariados. The Ariados is gone though, so the Azumarill from IcelandicLapras just looks so good. He's nodding, he knows.
KingOWT, I believe, asked IcelandicLapras, is it Azumarill in the back? And he's not even going to get to see it. There will be a double Aqua Tail, and that will take out the Talonflame. There's nothing KingOWT can do. We have my caster prediction. Oh!
And this is why you get your Shadow Scorpion from Team Go Rocket. Shadow Drapion, one of the best Pokemon in the metagame right now, takes out the Talonflame. IcelandicLapras.
Oh, it's not over. It's not over. IcelandicLapras. Yeah, IcelandicLapras. The games are not over. The games are not over!
He's telling him! He's even telling him! It's again!
Yeah.
Now it's being revealed.
I don't know how confident you can be of an on-win, but you should not be this confident. KingOWT saw the writing on the wall. He's a good sport. They're having a laugh about it, but I know KingOWT is disappointed with this result.
I just see him saying, bro, the game's still going.
Yeah, and that shows the great sportsmanship from KingOWT. He even told IcelandicLapras, this is not over yet, mate.
These players need to wake up, though. He's now in the winners' finals here at the 2025 Birmingham Regional Champion. That is the first medal for IcelandicLapras in his play Pokemon career. Well done by IcelandicLapras.
We've seen this coming for a while. This might not stop here for IcelandicLapras. Who can take him down? Is there anyone out there who can deal with this Corsola, Diggersby, and Shadow Drapion of IcelandicLapras?
Well, you know what didn't stop him? Poison Double Water.
No double poison sandwich either. And IcelandicLapras has found the answers to the double poison sandwich and poison double water in this tournament.
I must say, though, I really liked that KingOWT ran a little bit of a different Pokemon, a different team with different Pokemon, right? With the Ariados and the Talonflame. I really like that core.
I think
and the Dunsparce.
And the Dunsparce as well. The Dunsparce maybe not found its right matchup in this game, but it's put on a lot of pressure and it's carried KingOWT very far in this tournament. And here we see, this is game one. KingOWT got all the right reads in this game.
He won the leads, he won the switch, and in game number 2, we saw the catch on the Azumarill. This was so crucial because this energy from Drapion goes wasted. It's resisted, it's not efficient into the Azumarill. Both players banked energy on their Drapion, one of, if not the best Pokemon right now in the metagame. And in game number 3, we see the catch here on the launch on the Galarian Corsola. This is resisted and it's such a hard answer. I really loved how IcelandicLapras first banked up a ton of energy and then brought in his hard answer.
There were so many catches in this game and so efficient. And here we see that snipe here with Drapion on the Ariados. IcelandicLapras knew from this point on, he's looking so good. He's in control. He knows what he's got to do. And here you see a great camaraderie between these UK battlers.
It just feels so tough, right? When you are double protect shielding your Pokemon to win switch advantage, and then a backline Pokemon just comes out and just annihilates all your energy. That felt pretty bad for KingOWT in the moment, and it was such a terrific play by IcelandicLapras, banking the energy, but also remembering, okay, if shields are down, the Ariados doesn't have energy to take up my Drapion. I can swap at my Drapion safely and take out this Ariados immediately.
Yeah, because the Ariados is frail and will go down to the crunch after Astonish damage. And I must say, it's not over for KingOWT. He's been incredible and relentless so far this tournament. He's still in. He's in the loser's bracket. It's going to take something special to knock him out entirely, which is what we saw from IcelandicLapras with all these catches.
I believe he is now in the top 5, and he needs one more win to get a top 4 placement. And in Pokemon Go, you also get a medal for top 4. But here we have our next matchup. This is the only non-British player on the winner side of the bracket on your left side. That is Zzweilous. And on the other side, we have AnicorXIII, who just came fresh from a top 10 placement at the 2025 Lille Regional Championships with an Araquanid. And this time, he brought the Stunfisk. How does Stunfisk look in this matchup? I think it looks really good.
In my opinion, Stunfisk is good into Charjabug. It's good into Barrel. It's also really good into the Talonflame, resisting all the flying charge attacks from the Talonflame. I think Zzweilous is feeling the pressure. What Pokemon is he going to run? His options are quite limited.
His options are quite limited. B-Barrel, this is where you wish you had Water Gun on it instead of Rollout, because Rollout is resisted on the ground typing of the Unovian Stunfisk. I think you have to bank on the Corsola and the Diggersby, which is a strong core in general. Yes, I believe there's an Annihilate as well on the team, if I remember correctly, but you have the Corsola to cover that. On the other hand, though, there's probably a Drapion on the team of AnicorXIII as well. I'm saying that because there's a Drapion so far on almost every team.
But AnicorXIII has the Air/Mandibuzz.
It does.
That is very good to check the Annihilate. It's also there's no Shadow Dropion.
There's no Shadow.
These
might be the only two players without Shadow Dropion, actually.
You know what? I think it looks really strong for Anicor. Shadow for Alligator and the Stunfisk. Because the Shadow for Alligator can... It loses some shielding scenarios against Annihilate. It does lose some shielding scenarios against Corsola. And yes, it can also lose to the Diggersby, but it puts in a shift against all of these Pokemon, and that might free up the Unova Stunfisk.
I would argue, though, that Diggersby makes an excellent core back here, and we're definitely going to see it here. As Zzweilous leads us on the left, and he leads it into the Dugong from Anicor. Anicor knows, I know what you're bringing. Here's my lead, and this is a terrible lead for Zzweilous. He's got to switch out of this, but this is going to look tough. Does a quick attack, then swaps into the Galax Kolton, but Anicor didn't bring any answers to this.
But, well, what he can do is use the utility of the Icy Wind on Dugong to debuff this Corsola so its attacks will do less damage, and then maybe goes into his Superior, which has a pretty good matchup against the Corsola.
And this is interesting because you bring one Diggersby in for another, and I think that switch advantage is relatively important here. I'm not sure, I don't think Corsola can flip this matchup with that debuff, but it may come very close. And switch advantage is so important at this moment.
Anicor will want to keep his switch advantage here. He knows that he has a Unovan Stunfisk in the back, and that does not want to see this Diggersby. But then he needs to throw the moves. Oh, look at Corsola. It's powering through. I believe that Zzweilous is going to double shield his Corsola here.
If you expect the Unovian Stunfisk in the back, no, he's hard swapping out right away. Gonna catch all the energy and preserve the Galarian Corsola. Frenzy Plant is resisted, but this is smart by Anicor because this does more damage than the Aerial Ace.
But these Volt Switches will not knock out the Superior right now. Oh,
look at this. And this is where Volt Switch does not help Charlotte Rock because the Volt Switch are triple resisted.
And here, I believe what we will see right now is Anicor banking everything on his Dugong. If this Unovan Stunfisk can get the Charge Bug low, the Dugong might, with 2 shields, might be able to clean up this game, because where is the damage coming from?
Listen, you throw one charge stack, the clock is up again. The clock is so misaligned because only 50 seconds for the switch clock to come up. Then Zzweilous can farm some energy on the Diggersby potentially again, threaten the Dugong with that, or he could swap in the Galax Kolton. Looks like he does come in with the Diggersby, and Mud Bomb here will do almost nothing because both Pokemon are so bulky, and Mud Bomb is not the most efficient charge attack.
The switch timer is coming back up for Anicor, and what he's going to do is to charge up and go into the Dugong. Oh, nice catch. It was exactly on time for both of the players. And here we'll see, oh, the switch timer is so misaligned, and there's so much health left on
it can drop as well, but I think, can you get to the next scoring chance before the next Icy Wind? No, it will be charged like 30, but both players don't throw.
I would have thrown this immediately if I was Anicor.
But then you may not have to shield, right? The attack would do less after an Icy Wind attack drop on the Diggersby. And look at that, after the next charge attack, the clock will be up again, so we might be dancing around again.
But Diggersby did get the debuff on the Dugong. But as you mentioned,
most damage because I think he knows that otherwise he has to shield Mud Bomb later on. Now he swaps into the Charger Bug. There's still one protection on Anicor's side. Where do you use it? Looks like he does put it on the Dugong, and the switch clock is going to be up again very shortly. Can you bank energy? Swaps into the Stunfisk. Stunfisk already has so much energy. Perfect counting by Anicor. Throws the next Mud Bomb right before this charge attack, but now you can bring back in your Diggersby here.
What I believe will be the crucial part of this game was Anicor not banking up an entire Frenzy Plant on the Superior, because the Superior is too far away from a next move.
I think it's one off an area. It's really close to a charge stack.
Really close.
Let's see. Farming up energy on the Diggersby right before the next Mud Bomb. These players are playing out of their minds. They're dancing and switching around. If Anicor swaps in the Dugong, it may set up for a Fardan on the Galarian Corsola. So naturally, he's waiting out the switch clock here. Otherwise, he cannot swap out. He may need a catch here. And oh, he makes the catch on the Icy Wind.
Oh, very, very good play by Zzweilous. And this Dugong, oh no, he undercharged. He doesn't realize how much health is left on this Corsola. And here comes the move.
Oh, he tries to make the catch. We're getting into the average. No!
Because he made the catch, he could not make the move. And this turns to be so costly for Anicor. He was looking in such a good position at the start of this game.
Power Gems going through. Zzweilous, take game number 1.
Incredible, incredible showing by Zzweilous. He must be satisfied with that game. I don't know. It doesn't show. He doesn't show the emotions just yet, but he must be satisfied with how he played that game.
What did I just witness? How many switches did we see in this game? More than I have fingers, that's
Switches, catches, everything. But look at AnicorXIII's team. The Galarian Corsola from Zzweilous is so free to bring. Because it's an air slash Mandibuzz. That matchup is not bad either.
But he also didn't bring the Shadow Feraligatr. That is a soft answer to that Galarian Corsola, because you can generate energy very quickly. The Hydro can come out very quickly. You can weaken the Galarian Corsola even if you don't need to win that matchup. And now he didn't bring that. Zzweilous just swapped it in, and it just wreaked havoc on the team of Anicor. He had to throw a charge attack, and that just misaligned the clock so much that Zzweilous could just keep switching around with all of that.
Very interesting to see that Zzweilous decides to bring both Diggersby and Corsola, which are both not the strongest into Feraligatr, but they both have play. So you could say that Zzweilous is bringing two Pokemon that are soft to Feraligatr, but they both put up such a match against the Feraligatr that it's not a bad choice.
You would say they put up a show for us, right?
Oh,
I think not just us are entertained. We also have the chat that I think really like this match too, and see if we can get another one like that.
I want to ask chat, are you entertained? Because I am.
I'm standing up. I'm still just as tall as Marcus, sitting down as we're getting ready for this game number 2 here. I wonder if we're going to see any B-barrel action here. I definitely think we're going to see that Diggersby Galarian Corsola. It just looks so good into the team of Anicor.
I think that Diggersby Corsola has to come. But do you bring the Mandibuzz? The Mandibuzz is not as convincing into neither Diggersby or Corsola, but it's not bad either.
It also has Dark Pulse, by the way, and that means it will need 7 Air Slash for its first charge attack.
That's a long time. That's 21
really
turns.
Long. That's really long.
Oh, wow. And because Charge Bug is coming from Zzweilous as well, as we just saw, even though usually Unova stuff comes out on top of that matchup, it's not as dominating as you'd expect.
Can Anicor come back in this match? Looks like he's got the lead that he wants. It is the Charger Bug into the Unovian Stunfisk, and looks like Zzweilous is staying in for a little bit. But I think if you see the Stunfisk here, you know that there's going to be answer in the back. Tries to catch an attack on the Galarian Corsola, and again, there's not exactly that hard answer in the back, but I think you just want to soften it up and then bring in the Feraligatr.
I assume that Anicor expects the Diggersby here and will come in with a Feraligatr, and he does. This Feraligatr, if it loads up, we've seen it so many times this weekend, how much this Feraligatr can contribute to a matchup if you put your resources into it.
Do you put the protection here? Looks like the first protection goes up. Now do keep in mind that again, the switch clock is misaligned, and Zzweilous has a charge attack loaded on the charge bug. But if you want to preserve this Galarian Corsola, you have to put in 2 shields, as Anicor already is at 2 Hydro Cannon on this Feraligatr.
And Anicor realizes that he wants the energy on the Feraligatr.
Double shield.
It doesn't matter for Zzweilous. He knows he needs switch. Does Anicor know too? But I think the Feraligatr will outpace the Corsola in the 2-shield scenario. So Anicor, I believe he will put up the shield here. Oh, he decides to let it go.
It's the switch advantage. It means that Diggersby will now be aligned to the Stunfisk that we saw earlier from Anicor. And that Charge Bug, even though Anicor is a shield up, Charge Bug already has 1 charge attack loaded. You will even get to a Nightshade here on the Galarian Corsola.
I don't like this play from Anicor, I gotta say. He had the switch that he needed, and you can expect there's a Diggersby in the back, given how strong it is and how strong it was. It's always coming out. But what can Superior do here? There is also energy left on that Charge Bug.
But look at how little HP the Superior now has. Oh, goes in. The Stunfisk immediately for a Mud Bomb. I do like this because now you can expend your energy here. You know you're not going to really need that on the Diggersby because Diggersby hardly takes any damage at all. Here it comes, and Diggersby is going to have a great time here.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want the Diggersby for. Zzweilous knows he needs the Diggersby for this Unovan Stunfisk, and Anicor, you gotta expect it to come out every time. But it's still worth bringing the Unovan Stunfisk just from how good it is. But Anicor has a Frenzy Plant loaded on the Superior. Can he take out the Diggersby with the combination play?
Because shields are down for Zzweilous, so once the timer's up, you can swap in.
But will Zzweilous expect this? This will go shielded, and there's going to be a combination.
Timer's up. His timer's not up. His timer's not up.
Oh, there you go. He reads it. He reads it immediately.
He got the charge attack priority tie, but the Unova Stunfisk is still around, though.
This is not a charge attack priority tie. This is...
Oh, no.
This is a snipe from Zzweilous. He read the swap. He is so far ahead of all the other trainers I've seen so far today. Oh, Zzweilous realizes... Oh,
and another catch here, but I think 2X's will get really close to knocking out. Zzweilous chilling in his chair. He's making all the plays that he needs to win this game.
He realizes that AnicorXIII's win condition is to frenzy plant the superior, is to frenzy plant the Diggersby immediately, and he denies it by throwing a fire punch when he doesn't even need to watch what his opponent does. He knows it from before. I'm impressed. Zzweilous with the best play I've seen so far today.
The best play of the tournament. He lost the lead twice. He's going to quick attack down the Stunfisk. Zzweilous wins another medal. He moves on to the winners final.
And Zzweilous, he's not unfamiliar with winners finals, and I'm impressed to see how he controls this matchup. He doesn't need to win the lead. He has the right tools to change it up, win switch advantage back, and turn this matchup around.
This is, I believe, the 5th medal for Zzweilous. He is such a successful competitor in the scene. It is insane. And maybe this could lead to a 2nd regional champion for Zzweilous, because he has won the 2024 Barcelona special event before.
The only time Zzweilous, whenever he's made it to the top 4, the only time he has not gotten on the podium with a 3rd, well, he's never had a 3rd place finish. You know who denied him of a 3rd place finish?
Who was it?
It was yes, in Dortmund. But here we see the replay, and I'm curious to see what if AnicorXIII watches this back. What does he do against the glaring Corsola? There were so many catches and so many switches in game 1. It was an incredible show, and the Dugong put in so much work for AnicorXIII. But the Diggersby was the star of the show for Zzweilous.
Diggersby, but also Glaring Corsola, in my opinion.
True.
It was able to flip the matchup in favor of Zzweilous. In game 1, we didn't even see the Mandibus or the Feraligatr that has better play into it. Barely not getting to the area here to knock out the Galarian Corsola. And in game number 2, we saw the Superior building up so much energy and then making the catch here. But before this, Zzweilous predicted the Superior to come in and got the Fire Punch off on the Superior before that even.
I'm extremely impressed by Zzweilous' heads-up play. He realized what was going to happen and he executed it perfectly.
He was just reading the minds of his opponent here. The reverse engineer. Wow.
Wow. And with such a unique team as well. Yes, he has the AnicorXIII Corsola Diggersby.
He doesn't like hard meta. He doesn't like it.
But he has the Charge Bug. We have not seen, well, we've seen tons on Batus with the Charge Bug, but not a lot of Charge Bug in this meta where Clodsire, Diggersby, Shadow, Kanto, Marowak has been everywhere this series.
It has been everywhere, and Charger Bug is a Pokemon that doesn't fare well into those, but it does do well into Poison Double Water.
Poison Double Water, and also the Double Poison Sandwich.
The Double Poison Sandwich.
But I want to highlight also AnicorXIII. He's also brought such a unique and fun team, and I'm sad to see him go down to the losers bracket, but this is not over for AnicorXIII. I believe he still has what it takes to go on and get to the losers finals and maybe get his revenge.
I would love to see that. He is a player with so much emotion, and this is his best run so far. But we're going to an interview with the winner first. Let's hear it from Zzweilous.
Thank you, Martijn. I am indeed with Zzweilous, who's just come off a majestic win. I think most of the crowd were on the edge of their seats watching that. Zzweilous, wow. All I can say is wow. What was going through your mind right at the end of that final match?
So first of all, I'm obviously happy to be here, happy to get my interview, and I'm just so glad that today is the day when plans come together. I I scrimmed for my very first match. I had the idea of baiting out a Azumarill there to free up the AnicorXIII sweep. That was something that I had in mind there. And whereas with AnicorXIII, I didn't really have a game plan, but I had a general idea of how to play safe into him because my Corsola was kind of unchecked, which gave me a lot of flexibility.
Yeah.
And yeah, then it really comes down to how you play in the moment. And I know that AnicorXIII is a really good player, and really good players attempt a combo play when the opportunity presents itself to them. And so I just knew that as soon as the timer was up, he would try to bring in the superior. And like maybe I was wondering whether he'd even try and catch a Scorching Sands, but I was like, okay, the next charge attack has to be a Fire Punch because the little grassy guy is going to come in, and I don't want to throw the ground move.
Yes, I'm sure, and it was so cool to see that element of thought process. You are a trainer that exemplifies high-level thinking, and you know the community will say five-head thinking as well. This is the first time that you have come so close to another medal, because it has been a little bit of time since you've won a premier event. Do you think this is your time to rekindle the fire and get gold?
Obviously, everybody wants to get the gold, and I am no exception.
Of course.
But I have honestly already surpassed my expectations for this event, because in my own mind, I've been struggling ever since the AnicorXIII Community Day to get the correct read on the meta. And so my objective for this weekend was to pick Pokemon that I personally consider fun to play, fun to watch. I feel like maybe the people at home would also be happy if more people were bringing the B barrel rather than the same Drapion Azumarill core teams that obviously are very strong, but also get a little repetitive. So I came here to entertain. I entertained myself. I hope I entertained the people at home, and anything that comes after this point is a bonus.
Yes, well, I think I can make a sense for the people at home. They think they're very entertained by your gameplay. One final thing then before we go. Are there any key players, friends, or community members that you want to give a shout out to while you're here?
Yes, obviously. First of all, I want to shout out my teammate Cheese Curl, Ben, who actually applied the finishing touches to the team that I'm running today. So he was like, oh, I ran the team that you ran in practice, but I changed 2 Pokemon. I was like, oh, that's a great idea. I'll do that too. And so this is the team that I'm running today. It's been really fun. It's been really consistently good. Thanks to Cheese Girl for this one. Also, the rest of my Sharks and Recreation faction, obviously. All the friends from the Hangout Discord, especially also Mish, who is awake and not asleep, even though Martijn always implies the opposite. And also my family at home. I know they're watching.
Of course they are, and many others are watching here. We are very excited to see if Zzweilous can be your Birmingham Regional Champion. He is only a few matches away from doing so, so we will go back and see who he's facing next.
Really insightful there from Zzweilous. I'm glad to hear that Mish is awake for this, and I'm also really, really glad to see him bring some of that variety into this Pokemon Go tournament.
A really creative trainer. I love to see it. Yes, you can look at previous successful teams and you get a lot of mirror matchups. For those just tuning in, let's take a look again on how far we are now. We just had the winners semi-finals. Now we're heading back into the losers bracket. We're going to get the Spanish clash coming up soon. That is Paulasha versus Patoman. And then we have Sanjudigo versus Galax Kolton, the superior tamer.
And the matchup between Paulasha and Patoman, I'm really excited for that. But the winner of that will face AnicorXIII. AnicorXIII and Zzweilous were the only 2 players of the entire top 16 that did not bring Shadow Drapion, and they're doing so well. And the winner of Sanjudigo and Galax Kolton will face KingOWT.
I also want to highlight that we had 3 British players on the winner side of the bracket and 1 non-British. They are now going to face against the British and the German player in that winners finals. Here we have some more variety indeed, but it looks like that the British players KingOWT and AnicorXIII can still gatekeep the other non-British players.
And I'm very excited to see. I believe the next matchup we will have will be El Clásico.
El Clásico.
The 2 best Spanish players in the Play Pokemon series, and the 2 best performing, I should say. Paulasha and Patoman, who both are regional winners, and they have been so impressive throughout their Play Pokemon career.
They have played against each other before as well. At the 2023 World Championships, Patoman managed to defeat Paulasha on the winner's side of the bracket. We're gonna get straight into game number 1. We have Paulasha, the Queen of PvP on the left. We have Patoman, the Gdansk Regional Champion of 2024. On the right, it is the Shadow Marowak into the AnicorXIII. Now, this is a pretty good matchup.
This is exactly where Polasha does not want to see the Annihilate. Well, she has the Dropion in the back, and she's happy to not have it there, but she also brought the Galarian Corsola, and Galarian Corsola loves to see that Annihilate.
I think that at this point, you know as Paula, there's likely going to be Galarian Corsola answers in the back. But if the Galarian Corsola answer is Feraligatr, then you probably want to get shields down, because Astonish plus Nightshade will do a tremendous amount of damage to the Feraligatr.
This Feraligatr is... Oh, this size...
It knocks out!
It knocks out!
That did like 50%, what? That must be a very attack-weighted Annihilate.
Hotman knows he's a shield keeper.
A shield keeper!
He's a shield keeper. He has seen the broadcast from this tournament. He wants to put all the resources on the Feraligatr because he knows the energy from Dropion here is not as valuable into the Azumarill, but Polasha gets the debuff.
I don't think this is that bad for Paddleman though, but keep in mind, if Paula also keeps her shield, there's going to be a lot of fast attack pressure on the fragile Feraligatr. I think after throwing another charge attack, but it looks like I love this play from Paula. I'm going to explain to you right now why. Because if she threw that charge attack earlier, I think Paddleman saw an opening to swap in the Feraligatr and get energy there. Now you can only get one Shadow Claw as it comes in right now.
And this is...
Oh!
This is just an AnicorXIII, and Paddleman knows this could not be a crunch.
This is so valuable because now you can possibly get so much fast attack pressure on this Feraligatr.
Oh, that is true. This Feraligatr is going to struggle taking all this fast attack pressure. Is Polasha even going to throw any more charge attacks?
I don't think she throws any charge attacks.
She realizes that the most valuable resource she has right now is fast attack damage. Here, no, she's not throwing.
Wait, can the Feraligatr get Shadow Claw down? Can he take one more? Oh, looks like Pathman is not taking any risks. Does he have 2 Hydro Cannon here?
I'm not sure exactly how much. I don't think he has. I think he's dried up the Feraligatr.
Can he get to a Hydro Cannon? That may be crucial. No, he's dry on energy.
Dry. And this Corsola is so bulky. It takes hits like nothing else. And the Azumarill will not have enough left in the tank to take on the Corsola. And Polasha astonishes down the Azumarill.
Astonishing victory even for Polasha on the left. And this time, Pathman on the right did not forget to tap his phone. He just knew that the game was over. How do you adapt to this strategy? There was so much fast attack pressure on the team of Polasha, and Pathman kind of just forgot to use his shields in the points that he needed to use them. Well, where do you use them? Do you shield Azumarill?
But look at Potoman's team. He does not have a lot of bulky Pokemon on his side. It's only the Azumarill, Feraligatr, Dropion, Annihilate, Talonflame, and Ariados. None of them take hits very well. So the fast attack strategy from Polasha is so smart. Against a team like this, they don't take fast attacks very well. This is looking very tough for Padoman, in my opinion.
Take note also how well Paula played the matchup of Dropion into Azumarill. I think she knew if it is Feraligatr in the back, for one, I need to be up energy so I can outpace the Feraligatr to throw a charge attack. And second, if I throw my charge attacks early, the Feraligatr might come in and get an energy lead. That might be devastating, because if it can get a Hydro Cannon off plus some Shadow Claw on the Galarian Corsola, it may get so low that Azumarill can take out the Galarian Corsola. And that didn't happen because she let the Dropion get so low in health that the Feraligatr got only 1 Shadow Claw in.
And also, if Padoman decides to shield the AnicorXIII to avoid getting fast attack down, then he wouldn't have enough shields left to protect the Feraligatr from the Shadow Counter Marowak. So it was a catch-22 for Padoman. He needed 3 shields in this game, and that is the problem with such squishy Pokemon as he has.
Yes, the problem is we don't have 3 shields in Pokemon Go. Here we go to game number 2. We have the Shadow Dropion into the Ariados from Padoman. It is Poison Double Water on the right side. It is not Poison Double Water on the left side. We have the shiny Shadow Marowak in the back again. Going for the AnicorXIII before the launch, because otherwise the AnicorXIII would do less damage, or even a crunch.
Padoman realizes that Polasha will safe swap her Corsola, because the Marowak is pretty good into Padoman's team, and that's why he's not bringing the Dropion. So having the Ariados in the front is a good play from him. And here it's a debuff from the Ariados on the Dropion. So I think the Ariados will live this crunch.
Just barely, as 2 more poisoning I think will take it out. Is Paula going for switch advantage here? Generally, if you have Shadow Marowak, you want to keep shields for that. But if you know it's Azumarill in the back, going for an undercharge though. I'm not sure about that play. And going for the energy advantage on the Feraligatr. Paula doesn't anticipate quick enough. She wanted to go into the Shadow Marowak, but wasn't able to. Now this Feraligatr has an energy advantage. It might be able to get to 3 Hydro Cannon here.
I don't like this play from Padoman, because if he had this switch advantage, he would have had a Zoomerl on this Marowak and the Feraligatr on the Corsola. Now it's the other way around, and that's better for Polasha.
Throws immediately here, so Padoman sneaks in another Shadow Claw. I think Paula already has accepted to let go of this Marowak at some point.
Can Padoman get enough damage into... No, Polasha decides to shield because she wants fast move damage on this Feraligatr.
Right. Hydro Cannon again is being shielded. I don't think 3 Mustard will knock out though. So yeah, it may have gotten really close.
This is going close, but Padoman he needs to shield this Feraligatr because the Azumarill won't have enough in the tank to take out the Corsola alone. It needs help.
It needs help, and here is the Feraligatr's Hydro Cannon. This will knock out the Shadow Marowak, but now it's going to be the zero shield scenario between his Galarian Corsola. Padoman still has that. Oh, he has a switch still though to make a catch later, but now has given that up. You're 1 turn ahead as Paula though, so she's likely going to throw the charge like immediately, so Padoman doesn't sneak a bubble and catch up.
I would have liked to see Padoman stay in with Feraligatr. Yes, it would have given Polasha some Astonish damage, but it also would have let her take more Shadow Claw damage because this depends on how the Corsola, what are the stats of Corsola, how is it trained?
The CP. It is at 1500 exactly. This one might have a really high defense and HP. It even has a best buddy ribbon there next to his eyes there. I'm not sure if that's a convenient place. Nightshade is coming through here. Can you get the Astonish down? Azumarill's really bulky. It will definitely get to a play rough. This is looking really tough for Paula in my opinion.
I think Paula needs Padoman to not go into the Feraligatr here because the Shadow Claw damage from Feraligatr will be
comes
so
in with the Feraligatr, can get one more Shadow Claw. 2 more Shadow Claws.
And this is over. Padoman wins this game with 3 Pokemon left.
The Feraligatr ties up the score here to 1-1.
Incredible play by Padoman to use his squishy Pokemon, but make them a little bit tankier with the lunge debuffs.
That was a play I did not expect to work so well for Padoman. Because he undercharged the lunge on the Drapion, he knew, okay, I can now get a Shadow Claw down with the Feraligatr, get ahead in energy. If, again, there's the Shadow Marowak in the back, I can get to those 3 Hydro Cannon into it, because normally he would not.
I'm very curious to see how Polasha adapts to this strategy from Padoman. The Ariados is kind of risky to bring out for Padoman, given that the Corsola is so likely to come from Polasha.
So good into his team as well.
Oh, this is so tough from these players. But I assume Padoman is going to bring the Feraligatr and most likely spend most of his resources on it because Padoman needs either the Feraligatr or the Drapion to put the Corsola low enough for a Zoomerl to handle.
Another Pokemon that could handle it, potentially, is the Jumpluff. But Jumpluff takes double super effective damage from Ice Beam. That does not make it a reliable Feraligatr answer at all. The Jumpluff is kind of difficult to bring into the team of Padoman that also has Talonflame on it, Shadow Drapion as well. So if Paula is going to play it safe, it's unlikely we will see that Pokemon. But you need to deal with the Feraligatr in some way.
Do you know what I want Padoman to run? I believe Padoman should run Talonflame. Because if Talonflame can land Brave Bird on the Corsola, it's looking incredibly good for Padoman. Talonflame wins the 1-shield scenario if it lands a Brave Bird.
And you win the 2-shield scenario.
Straight fly?
Straight fly, because incinerate damage just adds up so much there. We're going into the size of game number 3 in the Spanish Classic. It is the Shadow Marowak into the Ariados.
But there's no Talonflame. This is the Poison Double Water. It's the Jumpluff, and it's looking so good in the back. Imagine if Padoman had brought out the Talonflame against the ground and type in the front and grass type in the back, but he's gambling on the Ariados.
No Protect Shield on the first Trailblaze. I like that play because the next one would do more. Trailblaze buffs your attack right away. Is Padoman going for a catch attempt here? No catch attempt, and this is a Rock Slide. This will take out the Ariados in 1 charge stack, but looks like Padoman is preserving the Ariados and trying to keep it around. But there's no Galarian Corsola this time too.
Padoman decides to shield, to not put both his shields on the Feraligatr. He decides to...
Oh, let's go!
Oh, wow. This is very curious to me because there's no Corsola here.
Do you come in with the Jumpluff? Yes. I would argue you could also bring in the Feraligatr to get ahead on energy, but then you would have to put in a Protect Shield, and now you don't. In fact, if Paula gets ahead on energy, she has super effective damage for the backline because there's 2 Water-type Pokemon for Padoman.
And I assume Polasha is aware that the Water-type Pokemon are lurking in the back.
Oh, the catch on the Aerials!
He realizes how much, what is Polasha's plan. She charges up double Aerial Ace, and he catches it on the Azumarill.
Plus, there now is energy on the Ariados that might be useful. This could be a game-winning catch so early on already.
It's the reason why this is El Clásico from Spain. The Polasha, Queen of PvP, against the Spanish Wonder Boy Paduman. Oh, very interesting to see how this turns out. The Feraligatr has a pretty good matchup into this Azumarill.
You gotta use your shields here though, but this is an Ice Beam. This is resistant. This is a brutal bait because this wouldn't do as much damage. But Paduman knows this is the Pokemon that Paula is likely to put Protect Shields in, and you gotta throw those Hydro Cannon before the player off, because if you shoot a player off, then you're prone to have Trailblaze from the Ariados.
Oh, how do you handle this as Paduman? There is so much energy on this Feraligatr.
This knocks out the Azumarill. All your energy's gone there. In comes the Ariados, but throwing the Hydro Cannon right before it. If you shield this, you probably get farmed down by the Shadow Claw. And then the Feraligatr from Polasha has so much energy for his own Feraligatr. Letting it go. He's putting it all on his own Feraligatr here.
He is a shield keeper, but is the Hydro Cannon enough to take out the jump bluff in the endgame? I doubt it is. Paduman cannot shield this.
But can't, because then you get energy ball by the jump bluff. He knows this. Paduman knows that this is a tough scenario here, but now you might get Shadow Claw down. Paduman is running out of HP. He's getting to Hydro Cannon, but it doesn't matter.
It's nodding her head.
Paula!
It takes out the Feraligatr with her own, and this is an incredible showing by the Queen of PvP.
Paula takes game number 3 against Paduman. Finally, she couldn't defeat the other nemesis that she had, IcelandicLapras, but she's able to defeat Paduman and moves on to the next round on the loser's side of the bracket.
And she is so relieved. She's so pleased with how that matchup went. Very interesting to see the risk she decided to take by going that week to the Talonflame. It was the pick that I wanted Paduman to run, and he forgoed. What?
He didn't use it.
He didn't use it, and it would have paid off with dividends in that matchup. But the Feraligatr from Polasha's side was also tough for him to handle.
It would have been so good on the Ariados there, but it wasn't. The Talonflame wasn't around.
No, it was not. It was not. And I mean, that's okay. You got to make these decisions in the heat of the moment. And of course, Talonflame is risky because it's threatened by all the water types on Paula's team. Aqua Tail on Drapion, Power Gem from Corsola. I understand. And also the Rock Slide from the Kanto Marowak. I understand so well why Paduman was hesitant to bring the Talonflame.
And we've seen Paula play so much Poison Double Water before in this tournament, so it's understandable that, because Drapion also has access to Aqua Tail, making it such an inconvenient matchup for the Talonflame. Let's take a look again at this Spanish clash here between Paula and Paduman. We saw the shiny Shadow Marek put on so much pressure on the Annihilate, and look at this. This attack-weighted Annihilate goes down to this Bone Club here.
Very brave play by Paduman to not shield his squishy Annihilate. Yet just in game 2 though, brings in the Ariados, and that pays off for him.
It pays off, and this undercharge, that was insane, because look at this. Gets the undercharge to farm down with the Feraligatr, and then it could take out the entire team in the remainder of the battle. And in game number 3, this catch. This was almost a game-winning catch so early on in the game, because this jump bluff with a shield advantage looked so good in the backline of Paduman.
But it was so hard for Paduman to find the way, and Paula celebrating her victory. And they're very familiar with each other and have played several times, I'm sure. But this time it was Paula who would draw the longest straw. Is that a phrase?
It is in Dutch, actually.
It is in Norwegian as well. It is in Norwegian as well. Well, she drew the longest straw, as we say in Norway.
And I love how she cheers with the crowd, the people that are supporting her. She shows the emotion that she puts in this game and the tournament. So it's great to see what comes out of it. And of course, another fantastic performance there by Paduman. Again, he is so consistent and so good at it.
And I'm really impressed by the entire Spanish community. And Sanjudigo was on an incredible loser bracket run right now. We have a video about him coming right up.
I started playing Pokemon Go 6 years ago, the PvP, when a local friend of mine was doing some grassroots tournaments. Since then, I was, along the years, I was competing every time until now. I played some different spin-off Pokemon, and I always choose Chimchar, So it was very special for me. And seeing in the anime, in those seasons, us getting the Inferno power, it really felt very close to me, and it's a great inspiration for me. My favorite Pokemon competitive team was definitely in Lille 2024. It was very special for me because it was the first time I did a top cut with a Pokemon team. So it has really good memories for me, and that team has a lot of flexibility there. My motivation to compete is definitely hang out with other friends, and at the same time feeling motivated with the game, even with some failures from time to time. I'm just feeling that when I hang out with everyone, it's like a motivation for each one. Yeah, I definitely are looking for players like Paulasa 97, which she was always a good inspiration for me in this game, and also a good friend. And Martogalde from Latam, he is also a really good friend of mine and a really good player. So yeah, I always supporting them.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. The action here on the Pokemon Go side of the broadcast of the Birmingham Regional Championships has been heating up. What an amazing best-of-3 set we just witnessed.
Oh yes, there were so many trainers that are now being distilled even further. We have some entrants into the winners final. We are also working through the losers bracket to see who's going to face them further down the line. It's so exciting, but we are getting closer and closer to that Birmingham Regional Champion.
I cannot wait for the winners final a little bit later on. Zzweilous, my contender in the Caster Fantasy Draft, is still in contention, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how that shakes up. But first of all, we're going to stick with the losers side of the bracket and see which trainers are going to be trying to battle out to get into the losers finals.
Yeah, so Sanjudigo here, who has just had a very enjoyable matchup there against Galax Kolton with that superior Leaf Tornado, superior of all things.
See, I haven't seen the Leaf Tornado Superior in action quite yet, and I would love to be able to see it in play. Taking a look at Sanjudigo's team, though, there are a few things that might give it a bit of difficulty. The Drapion, first of all, with those poison stings, are going to be able to hit really hard, and we all know that Jumpluff isn't really a threat to the Superior, so Superior is not going to be able to get its momentum going against it.
No, for sure. The Aerial Ace is going to deal super effective damage, and Superior cannot return fire with its own Aerial Ace as well. Jumpluff coming in very thick. Oh, and perfect lead for Galax Kolton as Dugong comes in, so that's going to be an immediate swap by Sanjudigo, surely.
Fantastic opportunity for Dugong to get some energy up with those ice shards. Now, of course, you've got the Drapion in play. It can go for these Aqua Tails, not going to do too much damage, of course, so the crunch is going to be more optimal. Get some damage on the board and try and get a debuff in play.
Yeah, and what I like, though, is Galax Kolton opting to take this crunch. He decides to shield it, goes for the Icy Wind, and I think at this point, I wonder if he's going to switch out now that he knows a debuff Shadow Drapion is less of a threat.
And it's going to have to take a little bit of damage as well for its troubles. I think it's just trying to get all that energy up so it can go in the back and be unleashed later on. But no, going for the crunch once again, maybe identifying that, hey, I need to get rid of this Dugong to make sure that my Jumpluff is happier later on.
Yes, this seems like a sensible decision by Sanjudigo for exactly the reasons you say, Lou. And now I wonder if Galax Kolton, he's happy with that because he does also have another answer to the back for the Jumpluff, which is the Shadow Drapion. So now it's a no-brainer to bring the Shadow Annihilate. Is that going to lead to a response, or is Galax Kolton going to stay in with all that energy he has?
Sanjudigo is going to have a tough time. Yes, the counters against this Dugong are going to be really nice, but you are going to take an Icy Wind on this Annihilate, drop its attack a little bit and take a significant chunk of damage here as well. But the critical thing is the Corsolas in the back as well, and the Astonishers, the amount of damage this Dugong has already done to the Annihilate is going to be detrimental and allow Corsola to clean up.
Yes, and Dugong is one of those Pokemon that, despite being in a losing matchup, can still cause problems for that Annihilate here. And this has been a demonstration of just how versatile Dugong is. Galarian Corsola now coming in. Sanjudigo shaking his head slightly. He's not happy to see that for understandable reasons, because the Rage Fist is double debuff, still does a respectable amount of damage, and now the attack is being pumped back up, but not before a switch out into the Jumpluff.
Jumpluff's a little bit happier against Corsola when you look at the 3 that Galax Kolton has brought, but right now it looks like Corsola's in the driving seat, forcing the shield to come through from Sanjudigo as the power gem will not connect.
Yes, and now you can bring that Shadow Drapion in, and those Poison Stings are dealing super effective damage, and you have the addition that you can throw a Crunch in as well. Now, Aerial Ace is the preferred attack for Jumpluff here, but it's not going to do all that much.
Really underwhelming damage, actually. The Drapion can easily take another one of those. No Protect Shields remaining on Sanjudigo's side, so this Crunch is going to come through and connect. Significant damage to this Jumpluff, as well as getting the defense drop.
Oh, that makes things bad to worse for that Jumpluff. Jumpluff going for the Aerial Ace here, hoping that he can use some more, to get some more Fairy Winds going afterwards and maybe farm down, but I don't think it's possible. Bringing the Annihilate, try and counter down, not able to do so. IcelandicLapras now coming in to knock out this Annihilate.
The Annihilate that was so perfectly neutralized by the Icy Winds previously comes in, takes damage, and now maybe paves away for these Fairy Winds to try and get the knockout. It's not going to be about the charge attacks, but no, Drapion is able to get the edge, able to go for this IcelandicLapras and will be able to get the knockout.
The question is, this IcelandicLapras is a resisted move, but it doesn't resist amount of damage. Jumpluff just about survives. Galarian Corsola is there to finish the job. One Astonish, and it is game over for this match. Sanjudigo is down a match and now needs to claw his way back into this.
The knockout did come, but without a little bit of a helping hand from Corsola to be able to help out that IcelandicLapras coming through. Again, I really, really like the way Galax Kolton was able to play this, being able to apply so much pressure with the Dugong right at the beginning.
Yes, I think sometimes you'll take what you can get. You know what? You take the fact that you've got a fantastic lead advantage and you just work with it, you hold on to that. If you are an opponent in the other side of the coin where you are struggling because you have a bad lead, you must always plan, okay, if I'm leading with Jumpluff, what happens? What do I do if I come up against an opposing Dugong in a Show 6 format? Bear in mind, you can see the teams on both sides, like we can see now. For Sanjudigo, Galax Kolton has access to this information.
And I felt for the Jumpluff, you know, it was really pinned in that scenario as well. For me, the Annihilate was the one that I felt the most sorry for in that particular match. It just couldn't get any momentum going. And we've seen trainers like Zzweilous be in a position where Rage Fist has just been able to get attack boost upon attack boost and then steamroll through your opponent. But unfortunately, it was almost the reverse in this situation. Annihilate couldn't even get to the Rage Fist before the Icy Winds were connecting and actually getting an attack drop after attack drop. And that made it very detrimental to Annihilate's strategy.
Yes, indeed it did, and now we can see Galax Kolton with that Leaf Tornado Superior, which I don't think had all that much play, had all that much play in game one. What I liked is he decided to make a calculated decision to run ABA strong against the opponent's Jumpluff, and it worked out really nicely. Seeing Jumpluff in the lead, knowing that he doesn't have to use his Dugong there, and instead could use it to weaken the Annihilate further down the line. That was a strategy that did ultimately help Galax Kolton win. Let's go to game two. Let's see what Sanjudigo can do. Ooh, what do you think of this little dance?
First of all, it's adorable. The two Corsolas on the field just going to be trying to astonish each other into showing some type of emotion on this Pokemon's face in this losers round 3. Both trainers get to the Nightshade nice and quick, but the charge attack priority does go to Galax Kolton.
Yes, and that is useful information for both trainers to know that, okay, I need to adapt my strategy. I know that I either will or won't win charge attack priority. And so this, how do I... am I the first to switch? Am I first to shield? This is where the tactics come into play. As you can see, that a shield has been used now on both sides.
Exactly, and these Astonishers will keep going through. I feel like both trainers just trying to whittle down the Corsola so it's less able to maneuver at the end of the game. But once again, Dugong has found its mark. Sanjudigo is not happy to see these ice shards coming in the way of its Jumpluff.
Yes, I think it's a bit risky if you have a Jumpluff and you try to safe swap it into an opponent that has Dugong available in their team of 6. This is a risky venture, but an Energy Ball debuff is going to make things advantageous for Sanjudigo once this Jumpluff goes down. No shielding, allowing Jumpluff to fall, well, take significant damage and then fall after one more Ice Shard, perhaps.
Well, that's the thing, it was the defense drop the Dugong got, not an attack drop, so it was still able to deal significant damage, but it will leave itself more vulnerable to these Astonishers coming through from the Corsola, and particularly with the follow-up of the Power Gem. If you're Galax Kolton, you need to shield this in order to keep Dugong in the game, but no, he's happy to let it go.
I think Dugong has done its job. It's eliminated the Jumpluff, which is the big threat to the Azumarill in the back for Galax Kolton, which now he can bring safely in. He's not aware that Sanjudigo has the Digger Speed, but he's going to be very happy to see it when it does come out.
And I think Azumarill's very happy with his position right now. It can take these charge attacks from the Corsola very, very flexibly, so you can keep your shield preserved on Galax Kolton's side. Diggersby's now come in, and you've got that Ice Beam charge and ready to go. Will Sanjudigo give up his final shield? No.
No, I don't think it's sensible. I think it's sensible possible here because Diggersby, despite taking super effective damage, is also a very bulky Pokemon. His bulk is somewhat on par with Azumarill. It can easily take at least one Ice Beam, if not two. And hopefully, with a Scorching Sands debuff, if Sanjudigo gets it, this may put the match somewhat more in his favor.
Could be Diggersby with the comeback once again. No debuff in play at the moment, so the bubbles will reign supreme coming through from the Azumarill and forcing Sanjudigo to go for that precious shield, because I feel like the Diggersby wouldn't be able to take the second Ice Beam so comfortably.
Yes, I agree. Diggersby now needs to shield, but is going to be able to get to another charge attack here, going for the hard-hitting Scorching Sands. This is going to be a significant amount of damage. I think Azumarill's bulk may just let it survive, but certainly going into the red here.
Yes, able to hang on and get some more precious bubbles down, but there's going to be a switch. Corsola is able to come in, and the Corsola on Galax Kolton's side. Sanjudigo, I think, not happy to see that at all, as Galax Kolton nods with approval.
Yes, he's very happy that Sanjudigo was making a catch attempt there. It was the right idea, but execution, Galax Kolton not necessarily forced to throw his charge attack immediately, just decided to keep going there, and that was absolutely fine. Scorching Sands coming in to eliminate this Galarian Corsola on Galax Kolton's side, but it is no biggie because there is that Azumarill ready. Ice Beam there. Look at the relaxation on Galax Kolton's face, and he knows he has gone one step closer to victory.
Yes, Azumarill's going to be able to clean up against the Diggersby. It's not the redemption the Bunny wanted. Instead, the Water Bunny will reign supreme, and Galax Kolton advances to the next stage of the competition.
Yes, one step closer to redeeming what he did in Lille. Not last season, but the season before, where he won with with Leaf Tornado Superior, and he's looking to do that once more.
And commiserations Sanjudigo again as well. It's been fantastic to watch their journey throughout this Birmingham Regional Championships. Even though it has come to a close, they've given us some spectacular matches to be able to watch.
Yes, and perspective, it's top 8. I mean,
really good.
I would be more than happy with that. That was, certainly as a first instance.
And of course, as well, if these trainers are intending to compete at the European International Championships, this has been a fantastic testing ground for that.
Yes, it absolutely is. The key things that are going to be perhaps different for EUIC will be the Shadow Diggersby, the Shadow Superior, and the introduction of Corviknight. But those are the 3 Pokemon to bear in mind. Other than that, this is a good litmus test for the meta, and Sanjudigo and Galax Kolton getting so far, that is going to be so useful for them as they in the run-up to EUIC.
Well, game 1, it really was a struggle for Sanjudigo's Jumpluff here. You can see it pinned down against the Drapion, but there was also the Dugong that it had to contend with early on in this match. Corsola able to sweep up the game and give Galax Kolton the first win.
Yes, and this is where the Diggersby was able to do so much damage to the Azumarill, but Azumarill's bulk was just too far. Tries to make a catch here, isn't able to do it. A response from Galax Kolton to just farm down Sanjudigo's Galarian Corsola with his own. That tenacity and control over himself to not just panic and go, ooh, there's a switch, charge attack. That is Galax Kolton's regional championship prowess.
And I think it's the management of those switch timers as well, always being very cognizant of not only where your switch timer is at and where you can make that adjustment along with your counts and energy restoration, but also your opponents. You have to be prepared for when your opponent is going to make that switch too.
Yeah, it's mind reading. Again, at this level, all of these trainers are mind reading, go, when are you going to switch? Am I going to react in time? Sometimes it's just a matter of the stars align, you catch a move just as your opponent makes a switch, and it can happen. We saw that with Zzweilous. We saw that today here in this matchup as well, where Galax Kolton maintains that control, always calm.
Very calm, cool, and collected, and sometimes that is really what separates champions from runners-up as well, when they're able to hold their composure, particularly, and I'll say it again, in these fast-paced matches. You have half-second counts to be able to make these decisions. If you hesitate, it could be game over.
Yeah, and this is why I always say when you're in a shielding scenario, have a think about that. Take the full 5 seconds to think about it, because that is the best time you're going to get to do some hard thinking. Speaking of hard thinking, both of these trainers are no strangers to hard thinking and complex plays.
And Paul Asher on a tear at the moment. We saw a fantastic victory earlier on to stay in this losers bracket. She kind of came off the broadcast and was like, oh, I don't want to battle again. I need a little bit of a rest. Well, hopefully you are able to get that rest and regeneration you need. I've been really impressed with Paul Asher's plays throughout this entire tournament.
Yes, I think she's a great player. At the end of the day, she's one of the greats in Europe, if not the world. Her reputation, a double special premier event champion, regional champion, special event champion, and would like to add another medal to her immense collection. how does that sound? Polasha, Birmingham Regional Champion.
And particularly with such a strong core of Pokemon as well. These Pokemon we're seeing utilized everywhere, and she already feels so well versed with them, particularly the Corsola that's been a little bit newer onto the fray. What we're seeing a lot of trainers do with this Corsola is kind of keeping it in at the end so it can come through as an absolute wall for opponents to have to deal with, particularly if your opponent has maybe had that Pokemon softened up a little bit more. You bring in a bulky Corsola, it is so difficult to get through, and Polasha is really good at manipulating those situations.
Yes, keep Corsola as a surprise in the back. Very popular strategy. We also have seen the likes of Feraligatr with 2 shields being able to power through almost anything. Those shadow boosted hydro cannons are immensely powerful here. But what's interesting, AnicorXIII piloting something new, something spicy with that Unova Stunfisk. That is a Pokemon that is going to shake up the response from those that just run the meta at the moment.
Hey, I remember the meta days of Galarian Stunfisk being everywhere in Pokemon Go, but the regular version here as well has a lot of potential. You have the Thundershock for a lot of the flyers out there, and of course the water types for Alligator, Azumarill that are running around here. The key Pokemon for me was the Mandibuzz, because Mandibuzz with those dark type charged attacks as well can apply so much pressure to the Corsola, and that's something that Corsola has to contend with. There's no Annihilate on Polasha's side as well, so that maybe does give some of the Pokemon in AnicorXIII's side a little bit more room to maneuver. Pokemon like the Dugong, for example.
Yes, indeed. I think that is exactly what AnicorXIII will consider doing. Bringing his Dugong, the question is whether it will be in the lead or be used as a safe swap. Going for the Unova Stunfisk, and Polasha playing it safe with that Galarian Corsola that can withstand so much from so many different typings.
I want to see what this Stunfisk can do. At the moment, it's just able to sit here going for these Thundershocks, getting lots of energy stored up, and it has its choice of charge attacks. Do you want to go for the Mud Bomb, or do you want to go for that Discharge?
So the Discharge does a little bit more damage, is a bit more energy efficient, if I recall. The Mud Bomb has the advantage that it's slightly lower energy, so you can get more of them out by a small margin. Swapping into his safe swap in Dugong, knowing that Polasha may not have a viable response turn. Icy Wind coming in, but Galarian Corsola actually wins charge attack priority here as well. That means the Power Gem is going to deal super effective damage. A very necessary shield here from AnicorXIII.
Yes, good shield to keep Dugong in the game here, and you've got to bear in mind as well, the Stunfisk has all of that energy, and it can do super effective damage either to the Drapion or the Feraligatr later in the game, so AnicorXIII will have his pick of choice on how he wants to be offensive towards the end of the match. Dugong once again against down again. Feraligatr here isn't going to worry too much about the Shadow Claws coming through.
Yes, I think it's sensible that Polasha decided to weaken the Dugong somewhat before bringing in her Shadow Feraligatr, so that was very impressive to see that foresight to know, right, a weakened Dugong my Feraligatr can handle. Going now for the Hydro Cannon, while this is a resisted move, Dugong will still take a healthy amount of damage off it simply because of the sheer firepower of this Feraligatr.
The key thing for me is getting these Icy Winds in play potentially to try and lower the attack potential of this Feraligatr, but instead, Dugong's going to go for the drill run, maybe trying to get more damage on the board instead of debuffs.
Yes, and I wonder if that's because you want to potentially farm down this Mandibuzz, but farm down this Feraligatr with the Air Slash Mandibuzz, but Polasha going for the Ice Beam, which is doing super effective damage. No shield on AnicorXIII's side, which just means that this is going to do a lot of damage to the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, Mandibuzz does have Bolt, but it certainly does not want to take the ice in the sky there at all. The Aerogalate is primed and ready to go, though. There is still the shield on Polasha's side, but she opts not to use it because we know Drapion is able to take one of these attacks.
Yes, it is, and this is interesting. Drapion is not as good a counter against an Air Slash Mandibuzz because not only are you taking neutral flying type damage, and Air Slash does do a healthy amount of damage, but also you'll have to take the Aerial Aces as well, so it's all flying type damage here onto the Shadow Drapion. Drapion needs to eliminate this Mandibuzz very quickly and can do so with its greater energy gain.
Really nice tech on AnicorXIII's Mandibuzz there, dropping Snarl for that Air Slash. Does give him a lot more potential in this match. The AnicorXIII, however, will be able to finish the job, and Mandibuzz will fall from the sky. Here's the energy, though, on the Stunfisk I was really looking forward to seeing, and you can see that the Mud Bomb is primed. Is this final shield going to go up?
Well, the thing is, Polasha could put that final shield and then charge attack priority for the AnicorXIII, and is that what's going to happen? It is what is going to happen. Oh, AnicorXIII now coming in, which is going to do super effective damage to the to the Unova Stunfisk, and AnicorXIII has to shield and respect that AnicorXIII.
AnicorXIII does not look happy that he was forced to use that final shield. Maybe wanted it a little bit later in the game, but there's another Mud Bomb ready. All this energy preservation at the beginning of the game is paying off for AnicorXIII now.
Yes, and that eliminates a Shadow Drapion, which is a big threat to the Unova Unova and Stunfish just because of the timing, but you do have to get through that Galarian Corsola. Now trying to make a swap. They're both trying to make a swap, and it doesn't work out. Anicor expecting a charge attack, swaps into the Dugong. Polasha is very controlled and measured, does not throw straight away, and this is now allowing the elimination of the Anicor's Dugong, and that means all Anicor has left is this Unova and Stunfisk.
Yeah, that Feraligatr had the Hydro Cannon ready to go, but was not activated. Anicor trying to make that switch, but instead, Corsola once again in a prime position to clean up a game, get the final knockout, and advance its trainer one game further into the match. Polasha takes the first match in this losers round 4.
I think this tournament demonstrates now that for those that don't have a Galarian Corsola available, now is the time to go out there, hatch those eggs, and get that Galarian Corsola. They are in 7-kilometer eggs. You can trade with your fellow trainers to get a lower attack Galarian Corsola, which may be more advantageous for PvP. Bear in mind that having 142 HP on this Galarian Corsola will be a decisive factor in overcoming some of the more meta threats. I'll point out one other thing. Dugong and Galarian Corsola have very similar attack.
Yes.
Yet in this scenario, Polasha's Corsola was able to win charge attack priority over the Dugong, which is slightly unusual, but it is possible. So, I wonder, therefore, if Anicor can bear that in mind and not make any mistakes there now that he has that information.
It's good information to take going into the rest of the set because the Corsola was definitely difficult to deal with. I feel like the Mandibuzz could have been in a prime position, maybe trying to go for something like the Dark Pulse to deal with that Ghost type, but the alignment just wasn't in Anicor's favor. Polasha had great cognizant areas of that timer and was able to know exactly when she could switch in and out her Pokemon. I also love the Galarian Corsola on the stage. There, a plushie there for support, I think really representing that this is a Pokemon that Polasha is utilizing very strongly in this competition.
Yes, I think it is going to be the new namesake. Out with Magnusode, in with Galarian Corsola, and here it comes again. Galarian Corsola into the Mandibuzz. Anicor very happy. This is a matchup he likes to see.
This is exactly what we were saying. The Mandibuzz needs to get the alignment into the Galarian Corsola, but because it is not the Snarl variant, these fast attacks are not going to be doing too much damage, and it really actually gives Polasha an opportunity before the charge attacks comes in from Mandibuzz to farm up lots of energy.
Yes, and in fact, Galarian Corsola actually outpaces to the Dark-type attack from Mandibuzz and also has higher attack than Mandibuzz as well. Mandibuzz, a very bulky Pokemon, now going for the Dark Pulse, I believe, and if so, let's see how much damage a super active Dark Pulse does to a Galarian Corsola.
I'm interested to see this. Oh, just over a third of damage, but Corsola still in the game and at another Power Gem as well. This will put Mandibuzz in a very precarious situation, but I don't know if you're Anicor, if you want to utilize a shield. You've got Pokemon like your Feraligatr in the back that need that protection.
Yes, and I think there is a sensible play here to maybe just go for weakening the Galarian Corsola enough that it can be farmed down by something else. Going for, therefore, the neutral Aerial Ace, which doesn't KO, but will weaken, and now swapping out into the Feraligatr. Both trainers recognizing what each other are about to do.
Yes, the Feraligatr face-off is in play. It looks like Anicor's Switch Charmer will end before Polasha's, though, so he might be able to gain that advantage as long as he's keeping track of the clock. Feraligatr goes for the Hydro Cannon, but a shield goes up on Polasha's side.
Yes, and I think Anicor being able to switch without having to commit a turn in order to do so, because he switched at the end of his own charge attack, meant that his Feraligatr is slightly ahead on energy. This gives him an advantage because he'll be able to reach his final Hydro Cannon, one Shadow Claw beforehand from Polasha. Polasha, therefore, is in a bit of a situation where she may have to decide whether to abandon a Shadow Feraligatr later on.
And both the shields have gone on Polasha's side as well. She has committed to this Feraligatr. So let's see if we can get the job done. A shield goes up on Anicor's side. Those are the Hydro Cannons. Not going to be able to do any damage in this particular turn.
But note, the switch timers are up, and so there's a potential for another catch. And is there going to be a attempt? No, both trainers are making the same catch attempt here, and the Galarian Corsola goes down, and now you can farm down this Mandibuzz with something, and it goes with the Shadow Drapion.
Yes, the extra energy goes to this Drapion, so it's going to have a little bit more momentum in this match. But the one thing it doesn't want to come down against is a Mud Bomb from this Stunfisk.
Yes, and Unova and Stunfisk is respectably bulky, can easily take one Aquitail and potentially even two now, because those poison stings are doing nothing. So Anicor can afford to overfarm slightly, throws with perfect timing just before Shadow Drapion gets to another Aquitail.
Of course, Shadow Drapion will be able to take one of these, but it will not be able to take a follow-up.
No, it will not. And so this is where there's even a possibility that Unova and Stunfisk may be able to farm a bit more, maybe even farm down, but it's going to be really tricky. You have to be very careful here not to go too much and not to avoid a catch as well, because it's coming up. Perfect timing by AnicorXIII.
You can see AnicorXIII really counting every single count, knowing the opportune moment to go for these charge attacks. This is going to be able to get the knockout on the opposing Drapion and leave Polasha with just that Feraligatr in the back. It takes one Shadow Claw to get to that Hydro Cannon, though, but there's a switch to the Feraligatr on AnicorXIII's side. He's happy with that play.
AnicorXIII has done amazingly here to bring that switch in. He caught Polasha by surprise, recognizing that his Stunfisk was about to be farmed down, and then it would be a charge attack priority event. Decided to go for the snipe play, where you bring in a Pokemon that already has a charge attack and just go bam, launch it straight away. That instant reaction is so hard to deal with.
This is something we've seen time and time again at the Birmingham Regional Championships, is trainers really utilizing a lot of energy at the beginning of the match, putting that Pokemon into the back and unleashing it later on, and sometimes having that foresight to kind of see, hey, I need the energy in this situation. I could go for it now. I could maybe get an early KO in this situation, but actually making sure I can knock out that potential Pokemon in the back, reading correctly what Pokemon the opponent might have brought, has been where a lot of people have been able to win these matches.
Yes, they have indeed. Now, I wonder, Polasha doesn't usually lose, but AnicorXIII has done exceptionally well and demonstrated perfect timing here. I was impressed at how often he was able to master the timing with that Unova and Stunfisk versus Shadow Drapion. What does Polasha do? Because AnicorXIII got Mandibuzz on it, on the Galarian Corsola, that is.
The thing is, the Galarian Corsola versus the Mandibuzz was actually not too bad at the beginning because it's not running Snarl, and you have the utility with the Corsola to get to I think you get to the Power Gem before the Dark Pulse.
Correct, yes.
So the Corsola does have a little bit of edge of momentum. What I think I would like to see is Polasha get that Power Gem down onto the Mandibuzz, but then switch Corsola out a little bit earlier, not let it have to take that potential foul play. Dark Pulse even.
Yeah.
I don't know necessarily which Pokemon on Polasha's side, other than the Azumarill, that would want to take that Dark Pulse, and I feel like if she's able to let another Pokemon eat that up, it might enable the Corsola to do what it does best and close out a match for her in this Game 3.
I could see the Shadow Drapion also being pretty good to tank a Dark Pulse. The issue will be then afterwards that Shadow Drapion will have to rely on the non-same type attack bonus Aqua Tails as well as the Poison Stings to do chip damage, and Mandibuzz is able to use Air Slash, which is a high damaging flying type
We won't
move.
like that either.
Yeah, so that is a tricky one, but perhaps with a bit of chip already on the Mandibuzz, it might also be a nice backup play other than the Azumarill. Anywho, we see the Shadow Drapion on Polasha's side, and we see Feraligatr on AnicorXIII's side, so bait times incoming, I think, from Polasha.
And this match will keep the dream alive for either trainer. Feraligatr gets to the Hydro Cannon fast, and it's able to apply this pressure, forcing a shield straight away from Polasha, wanting to preserve this Drapion.
Yeah, no doubt about it that Feraligatr is going to launch Hydro Cannon in this scenario, the best water-type charge attack in the game for Pokemon Go, I believe, or one of the best, certainly, in Great League. And Feraligatr now has to respect the crunch. Both these Pokemon are quite squishy and don't really like taking charge attacks here.
Particularly being the Shadow variant as well, meaning their defenses are a little bit more vulnerable. The Hydro Cannon comes through, second shield on Polasha's side. She really wants to make sure that either this Drapion is staying safe or that you're eliminating this opposing Feraligatr, but instead it's going to be the switch for this Mandibuzz. As you said, the Air Slash is going to hurt into this Drapion.
Yes, it will do, and so this is where AnicorXIII felt confident to bring Mandibuzz in against this matchup. The only issue is this is his hardest answer to Galarian Corsola in the back, and now it's committed to the Drapion. So I think Polasha's more than happy to just go, you know what, let's weaken this Mandibuzz even more, because every bit of damage I get makes my Galarian Corsola safer in the back.
And that shield does not come up on the Mandibuzz, so as you said, another bit of damage chunked away at this Mandibuzz. The Corsola is in play, but the Mandibuzz was already at 50% less HP at this point in time. You have the Dark Pulse, and this is the nice thing that was able to happen with that Feraligatr early doors. The Corsola is exposed. It cannot take another one after a few more fast attacks of damage.
Yeah, and also AnicorXIII has a shield go. Polasha throwing on perfect timing to make sure that Power Gem is launched. AnicorXIII has to make a decision here, but I think a shield is necessary. Oh no, deciding against it, and the Mandibuzz gets taken out of the sky.
Oh, I was trying to recall how much damage from that previous game the Power Gem did, but it was enough to get the knockout. Feraligatr now trying to clean up desperately with these Shadow Claws. It will be dealing super effective damage into the Corsola, and maybe this is what AnicorXIII needed the shield for. Keep Feraligatr in the game.
Yes, and Feraligatr with energy is a dangerous, dangerous Pokemon to deal with. Its farm down is going to be so close. These Astonishers are doing so much. Is it going to happen? Yes, it happens!
Feraligatr gets revenge against the Corsola and is able to stay in contention with a fast swap to this Stunfisk.
Yes, and there's an immediate swap, therefore Discharge going to come in, but not before the Hydro Cannon is launched. This is going to deal super effective damage to the Unovan Stunfisk, but I think the bulk means you just about survive. Let's see!
You're just able to hang on, you've got that discharge ready to go, but instead, it's going to be the Mud Bomb in play here.
I think this makes sense because one discharge would not knock out before the Shadow Claws took out the Unovan Stunfisk, so you might as well go for 2 Mud Bombs here and see if you can reach another. They just about, and makes a combination play, but Drapion comes into, sorry, not combination, a snipe play in order to use the Aquatail to take out the Unovan Stunfisk.
Stunfisk not quite able to pull it back for AnicorXIII, but there is still that Feraligatr in the back with the Hydro Cannon that is going to be able to get the knockout onto this Drapion.
And I think Paula knows that not only is there 1 Hydro Cannon available, but AnicorXIII actually has 2. The first one blasts the Drapion out of the field. The second one blasts the Feraligatr out of the field. AnicorXIII, resplendent, dominates over Paul Usher. A titan of the game is knocked out of the Birmingham Regional Championship. AnicorXIII moves closer still.
A valiant effort from Paul Usher, but AnicorXIII, the name the crowd are chanting, has stayed in the competition, advancing through the losers bracket, and has the dream alive of becoming the Birmingham Regional Champion. Commiserations to Paul Usher. Fantastic match for us to be able to witness, but AnicorXIII will be the victor.
What a fabulous game AnicorXIII just played there. You can hear the crowd. They are very supportive of their home turf being defended by a British competitor here. She moves 1 step closer, joining IcelandicLapras, who is guaranteed a medal. And don't forget that there are other players such as KingOWT also in the play.
Honestly, the one thing I really loved about that match was kind of focusing on the fast attacks there. The fast attacks were able to deal so much damage, even though a lot of the Pokemon choices like the Drapion and the Feraligatr can get to their charge attacks relatively speedily. The fast attacks, the super effective damage was doing so much damage. Shadow Claw into Corsola, for example, the Air Slash into the Drapion. It was really nice to see.
Yes, Air Slash Mandibuzz is a very
Mandibuzz, yeah.
Air Slash Mandibuzz is a fabulously unusual pick because I think AnicorXIII has brought it in to be an answer to the Annihilate. Unfortunately, it makes it less of an answer to the Galarian Corsola because it gets outpaced when it's running Air Slash. But despite that, AnicorXIII was able to pull the win. I really love when he used his Stunfisk to take out the Feraligatr with double Mud Bomb rather than going for the discharge. Very sensible decision there.
And particularly with the benefit of hindsight, being able to really break down that turn, it was great to be able to see why you're not always tempted to go straight for the super effective electric type attack, for example, making sure that you're really aware of those win conditions and those damage calculations. But I certainly also enjoyed seeing Stunfisk be able to kind of showcase why it has potential in this metagame. We have so many ground-type Pokemon to choose from. You've got your Clodsires, you've got your Marowaks, you've got your Gastrodons, people, but you also have your Stunfisks available too.
Yes, and I think Stunfisk is great for doing something that very few Pokemon doing something very few Pokemon can do. We have seen so many poison double water lines.
True.
Stunfisk actually core breaks that to a large extent. It has Mud Bomb available for the Shadow Drapion or Clodsire. It has Thunder Shock as well as Discharge available for the Azumarill and Shadow Feraligatr. So it is something that immediately you see that on your opponent's team, you can't run Poison Double Water. It's too risky.
I also like the Thunder Shock potential as well, considering there's so many water types and so many flyers out there. It could potentially get you that little bit of extra damage you need to win the game. Losers round 4 still advancing through this bracket. We've got another match to find out who will continue and who will be knocked out. This first trainer, I know you are a big rooter of their success. Talk us through it.
Yes, so KingOWT, a very youthful trainer, has been in Play Pokemon before, but this is the furthest he has ever got, and he's very, very pleased with what he's done so far. Would like to go 1 step further, but while he's beaten a Titan or 2 already in this run, Galax Kolton is no mean slouch with that Leaf Tornado Superior. Can KingOWT handle something that is so off-meta, but the trainer makes it so good in Galax Kolton?
Unfortunately, looking at the team list, I think he kind of can. You've got the Ariados with something like the Lunge, you've got the Poison Sting on the Drapion, you also have just Talonflame with everything. And obviously Ice Beam as well on the Azumarill. There's so much utility on King's side that can deal so well with that Superior. And as much as I really want to see Leaf Tornado Superior, I feel like it's not the call for this match.
No, definitely not. And I think, therefore, it adds predictability on KingOWT side, where he goes, okay, maybe my Marowak or my Dunsparce are a little bit safer because he would be wild. Sorry, my opponent would be too wild to bring Superior in. But the thing is, we've seen Galax Kolton bring Superior in questionable matchups and still somehow win. So that doesn't mean anything when it's Galax Kolton.
Stranger things have definitely happened, but taking a look here, the one Pokemon I really have been so impressed with at this Birmingham Regional Championships is Dugong. It has been such a great Pokemon to pivot in the lead, get some damage up with the Ice Shards. You can always go for those Icy Winds as well to not necessarily deal damage, but you can always burn through a shield critically to lower the attack, and that can really neutralize offensive threats like Annihilate, like Feraligatr, and that's been where Dugong has been so impressive.
Yeah, and also Dugong debuffing a Pokemon's attack means a lot of the matchups become much more unfamiliar for seasoned trainers, and that's exactly why they want to do it. So here we are, we're going to see the Pride of London facing off against the Pride of Stockholm here as Galax Kolton faces off against KingOWT. First matchup, Azumarill coming up against Strato Drapion. We've seen this many times. Drapion has the poison stings, but Azumarill does not mind those charge attacks.
Yes, and the bulk as well of the Azumarill means it can take a few of these poison stings. Bubble actually doing respectable damage, of course. The critical thing is, can you get to these play roughs and start trying to force the Drapion for going for a shield? There's going to be a switch, however, but King does not fall for it, does not waste all that beautiful energy on the Azumarill and set it safe in the back.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Galax Kolton has now lured out a counter to his Azumarill, and what he doesn't know is that there is another counter lying in the back for his Serperior, so this is going to be an uphill struggle. Alignment does favor KingOWT early in this match. Ice Beam coming through now, which is going to do a respectable amount of damage, but not something worth shielding. KingOWT feels confident so far, I feel.
Yes, and I love the Ariados just being able to apply so much pressure with these poison stings and fast attack damage, but that Trailblaze is ready as well, and KingOWT does go for it here. The Azumarill in a precarious situation, it does have a lot of bulk, and regardless of this shield, you are going to get the attack boost onto the Ariados.
Yes, and so Galax Kolton looking to take a shield back with the Ice Beam. KingOWT decides to shield and keep this match going. I think this is sensible because those poison stings are going to rack up even more damage, and now swapping into his own Azu, trying to get cash and goes into the Serperior here. This might be a little bit of an error because that Serperior coming in is now in a very safe scenario, but against the Azumarill.
Yes, Serperior is going to be having a good time going for these Vine Whips, for example, but that Ice Beam is ready on the Azumarill side, so KingOWT does have the utility to apply pressure and deal with this powerful Grass type.
Yeah, but the problem is that Galax Kolton can just shield this and farm up so much.
But he doesn't!
Choosing not to shield, that's wild from Galax Kolton.
Honestly, this Serperior is on its last legs at the moment, if it even has legs. It can go for these Vine Whips, get some decent damage onto the Azumarill, but now can apply pressure with this charge attack. Can it burn through the final shield, or does KingOWT need this for one of the Pokemon in the back? Decides to let the Azumarill go.
I think this is sensible because you can bring in Ariados in here and still tank a Leaf Tornado, maybe even a Frenzy Plant, but it is in the red. It's quite squishy. Drapion coming in, trying to get the farm down. They're not able to do so, but this is just a Leaf Tornado, and as a result, KingOWT has to think, I don't think it's worth shielding. If he's kept count, he has.
Yes, exactly. Serperior doesn't really have much momentum here, and it has gone right back into its Pokeball. Instead, the Drapion able to come in with this Aqua Tail.
Yes, a beautiful catch there by KingOWT to take the first Aqua Tail in on his Ariados. Does it survive the Aqua Tail? It doesn't, but it does allow his own Drapion to be a little bit safer now. Both trainers are on one shield, and unfortunately, Galax Kolton has a bit more... Sorry, and unfortunately for KingOWT, Galax Kolton has a bit more energy, but Galax Kolton will be very happy with this scenario, and he has an Azumarill in the back that he's able to do so much with if he wanted to as well.
And it looks like Galax Kolton was able to win that charge attack priority. KingOWT not happy to see it go second at all, because now you can see the damage deficit on his own Drapion.
Yeah, the problem here now is that you shield this, you'll get your own Aqua Tail off, but then that charge attack priority is not going to be in your favor, as you've just said, Lou. And so I don't think there's a way to wiggle out of this. Galax Kolton recognizing that having charge attack priority in this Drapion matchup is the key factor that's going to allow him to win, and he's very pleased with that. Well done to Galax Kolton.
I think it's devastating to find that information out so late in the game as well, because all your other Pokemon have been KO'd. You've got no flexibility to switch up your alignment, but that is good information for the rest of the set. Sometimes we see Drapions, for example, coming out in the leads, and that's when you can figure out that charge attack priority and use that information to adjust as the game goes on. But instead, KingOWT's going to have to do that in the set if he wants to stay in the competition.
Yeah, he was in the driving seat at the very start, but you know, the problem is that when you are playing in the Go Battle League, for example, you can't predict what the back line is because it could be literally anything.
We don't have team sheets.
We don't have team sheets, whereas in the Play Pokemon Go Championship Series, you get to see not only the 6 Pokemon your opponent is playing with, but their movesets as well. as a result, you can start making guesses as to what the third Pokemon will be once you've seen the first two mid-battle. The problem is, therefore, that when there's an obvious play where you can go for that alignment blaze play because you know you have the Ariados on your opponent's Azumarill and you have the Drapion available for the Serperior in the back, because you don't know the Serperior is there, you don't think to save, to keep that alignment going. And this is where KingOWT bringing in his Azumarill, predicting something else, only for Galax Kolton to capitalize and go, right, Serperior time, let's go.
I have to say, I think I underestimated Serperior after it took it that Ice Beam, thinking it maybe only had a little bit of wiggle room left in the match, but it had so much energy stored up as well that it was able to apply that pressure, able to get damage down on the board, and possibly burn through a little bit of the time that KingOWT needed. I have to say, I still do really like Ariados in this matchup. I think it has a lot of potential with the flexibility of its charge attacks. It just needs to make sure it possibly has those shields to protect it a little bit more.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's going to be, I'm going to be interested to see, because I don't think the game plan was too bad from KingOWT. And for Galax Kolton, again, the bravest, honestly, one of the bravest players to be able to bring his Serperior in a scenario where there's so many threats to it and still do so well. This man is peerless, has no equal.
This is an interesting matchup, though. The Ariados into the Corsola. KingOWT not looking happy to see the Corsola in play, switches the Ariados out straight away and allows the bubbles to start going down. But we've seen this time and time before. The Corsola can endure.
Yes, Corsola is designed to withstand a lot of damage. In fact, Galax Kolton opting to just farm up enough energy for a charge attack before swapping out is very sensible here, because now his Azumarill has a health advantage, which means this mirror matchup is favoring Galax Kolton.
Yes, and once again, we're just going to see the bubbles connect across both the Azumarills. The energy is up on Galax Kolton's side, getting to that Ice Beam a little bit before KingOWT was able to, but the play rough has been the charge attack selected on that side. Of course, Azumarill and Galax Kolton's side can take this easily, not going to waste a shield on this occasion.
Yes, it's a charge attack priority event, which means KingOWT now knows that his Azumarill has an advantage in that sense if he can take advantage of it by timing his charge attacks well. It's going to be tricky because there is a health deficit, but KingOWT is racing to it, and looks like no, actually Galax Kolton is able to get to his play rough first, but chooses not to launch it straight away.
Both the trainers have access to their switch timers as well, so there could be the potential to shake up this board state in the next couple of seconds. The play rough will connect down on Azumarill, but it does manage to hang in the game and is able to retaliate with a play rough of its own.
Yeah, and this is where we're going to see how significant that Astonish damage was from the Galarian Corsola early on in this matchup. Bring it into the red, but it is a race to get a nuts charge attack, but I think Galax Kolton able to reach it just that one bubble sooner, and now KingOWT wants to wrestle switch advantage, chooses to shield in the most unusual of positions.
Yes, because there's not a lot of longevity left on this Azumarill, but enough for it maybe to get to one more charge attack. It has also been able to fell the opposing Azumarill here, so KingOWT has the opportunity to go for some damage and maybe force Galax Kolton to use one of those precious shields.
Yeah, this is a really nice farm down here, because not only do you lose a shield, but you are able to get some damage down on this Galarian Corsola, which allows Drapion to come in against the Galarian Corsola, which is the matchup you really do want to see.
Yes, the Drapion going to be very happy to throw its crunches in the way of this Ghost type, but first of all, it's got to take a Power Gem right to the face. Does a huge chunk of damage here. It isn't going to worry about the Astonishes at all. It has no surprises when it comes to Corsola. It's faced it enough in this tournament. It knows what it does.
Yes, and one Aquatail coming in, I think, is very sensible, because what this does, it brings Galax Kolton's Drapion into lunge range, and now all KingOWT has to do is shield once to protect against the hard-hitting. Oh, they're choosing not to. Interesting. Let's hope there's no debuff here.
Yeah, the Ariados was preserved right at the beginning of the game, takes a huge amount of damage from that crunch, but no debuff. The lunge is primed. This is going to do a significant chunk of damage to the opposing Drapion if Galax Kolton's going to let it through, but wisely, with 2 shields in your back pocket, you can use one here.
Yes, and so let's see now the decision time. Does he put things on his Drapion? Yes, he does. Immediate no shield. Is this going to knock out, though, with the debuff? Because otherwise, it'll give Galax Kolton more farm, and I think it will do, you know.
Yep, KingOWT still in this game, but the Drapion has the advantage, like you say, gets to farm up all that extra energy to face down against the final opponent of the Drapion on KingOWT's side.
And this is really tricky now, because that farm down from Galax Kolton was the perfect amount of farm. 3 Poison Stings giving an advantage here, and now it's a race to see, can KingOWT get to a crunch? No, he cannot. Power Gem is going to be enough to knock out at this range. Unfortunately for KingOWT, he has done so well. This is his best performance ever, but this is a reminder why Galax Kolton is a defending champion in the past. Galax Kolton takes it one step further to victory.
Whether it's Superior out of side or this Corsola, there's so much utility that Galax Kolton has, as well as being so on form when it comes to those counts. Like you were saying, those few couple, 3 fast attacks that needed to be able to keep Galax Kolton in the game was phenomenally well observed.
It's amazing how much one fast attack or just a few make a difference. It's far into the end game, and to have that foresight is the sort of skill that determines a champion's play. Galax Kolton should be very pleased with his performance there. Very well done.
And I believe has now kind of advanced into the losers final. So we'll be in contention to try and advance up to grand finals eventually, but there's still a few more matches he's got to battle through first.
Yes, we are getting closer and closer to these finals. So exciting. Well, let's have a look at what we saw, because both these trainers played exceptionally well here. AnicorXIII doing so well to try and deal with that Drapion, but wasn't able to deal with it here in this situation, and all that energy built up at Galax Kolton was so significant on the Drapion.
I felt for KingOWT and the AnicorXIII in this game too in particular, because it came out in the lead, didn't really have a good matchup against the Corsola, and then towards the end it just wasn't able to get going with its charge attacks. There was just too much pressure coming through from the Drapion or the Corsola on Galax Kolton side. As you can see here, Corsola cleaning up the game, a defiant nod from Galax Kolton, knowing that he is on form in this competition in day 2.
Yes, it was very much on form. I think those 3 poison stings as well to farm down that AnicorXIII was so close. It was close margins, and you have to remember this happened after AnicorXIII had delivered a lunge to lower the attack of the Galax Kolton Shadow Drapion. So Galax Kolton, knowing that despite the debuff, I can potentially farm this AnicorXIII down, that is peerless knowledge of the game.
And I think it's really good advice as well to newer trainers out there that if you get to your charge attack, you sometimes want to hold back. As soon as it gets kind of full up on the meter, you don't want to just necessarily click that button and unleash it. Sometimes that preservation, sometimes making sure to get that little bit of extra fast attack energy can be better than getting the KO earlier.
Yeah, agreed. I think so. I think, yeah, I love there's certain Pokemon that really benefit from that. Shadow Feraligatr is one example where, okay, we leave the Galarian Corsola quite low, or you even leave a normal type Pokemon really low and take advantage of the fact that Shadow Claw, being a double resisted fast attack, going up against a Diggersby or a Dunsparce that's really weak, still is able to farm it down, and you get a lot of energy out of it.
And I feel like I've been so astonished by the Corsola in action. It was a Pokemon I was really rooting for coming into this tournament, and I know everybody's been speaking about it, Ilan, with the Toronto victory, being able to win with that Pokemon by his side. But whether or not maybe the meta or the counters to Corsola would be shown here in Birmingham. And I do think with some Pokemon out there, maybe the rise in some Dark-type moves has maybe made it a little bit more difficult for Corsola to maneuver, but it doesn't show any signs of stopping.
No, it doesn't. Well, one thing Pokemon I thought, and it was something on my caster picks, was to see Galarian Moltres come into play, particularly to
I would love that. I love that Pokemon.
Yeah, because that would be a good shout. It has Sucker Punch, one of the best dark type attacks in the game. You'd think you'd see more of that, but we haven't seen any of that around at the moment. I wonder if it's because of the rock coverage of Galarian Corsola, maybe.
That's true, actually. It's very interesting seeing Galarian Corsola be targeted by a lot of these kind of flying Pokemon, let's say, as well with the Moltres. But the fact that you can retaliate with the Power Gem, you've also seen it do so well against the Ice types like the Dugong that don't want to take that. The Mandibuzz, again, another flyer with the Dark type coverage that can be given a lot of damage by those Power Gems. Just means that Corsola, you really can't ride it off.
No, you definitely can't. As for all of you watching, therefore, get those 7-kilometer eggs hatch. Use your renewable incubator or use some of the extra incubators you may have stocked up over time and use those to open those 7-kilometer eggs. You can get those from opening gifts from friends. There is a chance that those eggs will be Galarian Corsola. Stock up a few, see which one is going to be closest to that Great League CP, and then go for that. Coming back, however, we talked about Galarian Corsola. Let's also talk about what else you can do at these events. How's it sound to maybe hear a little bit more about what a side event is here at this event?
Sounds fun.
Thank you, Lou and Adelian. I'm here with a trainer who has played some side events and he won some prizes as well. Trainer, can you give yourself a quick introduction to our viewers?
Hi guys, my name's Ross, or also known as Ross RBH, and that's it.
That's it. You have come here to the venue. I believe you've not come to compete.
No, I usually come to these events in the UK and spectate. I usually come just to hang out with friends and see everyone, do some cool things, do some side events, do trades and etc.
And it looks like you want some cool things as well.
Well, One, not so much. I came second in a Little Cup side event, and then I played some other side events, but I got these cool plushes, so that's cool.
The Little Cup, but in the Play Pokemon forum, we played the Great League. That's our Pokemon that go up to 1500 CP. What is the Little Cup exactly? You're a specialist, right?
So I've heard they only go up to 500 CP, so you get a lot of different picks. Bronzor here, Clodsires even been used before. But yeah, that's what I find interesting and what I play the most.
And why did you pick this Bronzor?
It's the best Little Cup Pokemon, obviously. It's the tankiest, it's the XLiest, and I have like 6 build at this point, so I'm only going to build more.
Are there any other side events that you have participated before in previous events? I believe we have the Europe International Championship coming up soon.
Yeah, there's usually a Little Cup event there, which I'll obviously play. I think there's one at 4 o'clock today again. Hopefully I can get my revenge on AnicorXIII. I don't know if you saw the post, it came up on the stream earlier. She did RPS me. It is what it is. It's the first time she's beat me. She's got a recording and she's got a picture of me sad, so yeah.
That is fun to hear. Thank you so much, Ross, for your insights. Do you have anyone you want to give a shout out?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out the Hangout crew. That's the main Discord I'm in. It's a great way to learn and grow a community. I'd like to shout out my fellow Spurs fan, Tom, aka the Gengar Life of the Spurs. And also, congratulations to my friend Lemon, who recently got engaged to Sienna. That's very nice. So, thank you. Thank you for interviewing me.
Congratulations to Lemon, and thank you so much, Ross, for your insight. If you are not competing or you're out early, there are fun side events to compete in and win these incredible prizes. I might get a Clodsire myself there. All right, thanks so much, Ross. Let's head back to Lou and Adelian for more battles.
I don't know who was more excited to see the Clodsire plush there, whether it was Ross or whether it was Martine. Definitely a lot of excitement and fun to be had at our side events here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. But it's time to get back to the competitive action, and we're not actually quite ready for the losers finals quite yet. We got the losers semis first of all. This is why I don't do the maths out there on the competitive stage. I do them back here with notes.
Oh yes, it always helps to know what match you're going in. We know now we are coming into the Galax Kolton versus AnicorXIII. Both of these trainers we've seen very recently, only in the previous match and the match before. Galax Kolton took out KingOWT, a trainer that is rising up in the ranks. AnicorXIII taking out the Titan that is Paul Usher. She is an amazing trainer, but AnicorXIII has shown he is even better this time.
I think throughout the losers bracket that we've just been able to commentate through, both Galax Kolton and AnicorXIII have had such intense matches to stay in the competition, and now they've got to get through another formidable opponent to get into those losers finals. And they will of course then face whoever the loser is from the winners finals to contend.
Yes, and so the journey is coming closer and closer. Victory Road, you can see the light at the end of that tunnel. It's getting closer and closer to that. One of these trainers is going to go one step closer to that grand finals potentially. But who will it be? Galax Kolton, the Lille regional champion from 2 seasons ago. AnicorXIII hailing from the UK, defending that home turf advantage. Is it an advantage? That's the question. AnicorXIII is here to demonstrate it is.
I think if I'm Galax Kolton, though, I want to bring that Dugong right away. It's been such a superstar all tournament, but particularly against Pokemon like the Mandibuzz, the Superior. Also, you have some decent coverage with the Icy Wind against Pokemon like the Stunfisk, and you can try and neutralize the threat of that Feraligatr. So I feel like I'd love to see that Dugong come through on Galax Kolton's side. It's just whether or not the Dugong is going to come through on AnicorXIII's side as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. Dugong is the way to go for Galax Kolton, and it does introduce predictability on Galax Kolton's side, where he thinks, well, Dugong coming in, AnicorXIII might know that and might go run hard into it. Maybe he'll run a team that has Dugong, it has Unovan Stunfisk, and it has the Shadow Feraligatr of himself as well. Bearing in mind that Unovan Stunfisk is weak to Ice-type attacks from Dugong, but it also deals super effective damage via the electric typing of the Thundershock and the Discharge onto the Dugong as well. And, crucially, Unovan Stunfisk outpaces Dugong.
That's very true. I feel like as well the Galarian Corsair on Galax Kolton's side has a little bit of maneuverability here because the Mandibuzz on AnicorXIII's side isn't running that Snarl.
Yeah.
It's running that Air Slash, so you don't have to worry about it too much, and I don't see any other Dark-type moves that could be difficult for it to deal with. The main thing it has to avoid is the fast attacks. Things like the Shadow Claw from the Feraligatr could be detrimental. But then if the Feraligatr is utilizing all its time on the field to deal with just the Corsola, for example, it means it's not going to have the utility to deal with Pokemon like the Marowak if that comes to of the field.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be problematic as well. I can't imagine the Marowak coming in here because I can't really see all that much room for it except against the Unovan Stunfisk. But to be only able to beat one Pokemon and have threats such as the Mandibuzz, such as the Serperior and the Feraligatr, risky. But we know what Galax Kolton likes doing, running wild stuff and being able to win with it.
Well, I was about to say, I wonder if Serperior is coming to this match and Galax Kolton is like, yes, Lou, of course it is. It's in the lead against Feraligatr. Serperior is having a great time here. Can now go for these Vine Whips into the Dugong, which might look advantageous, but the Ice Shards are also going to stack up.
Yeah, this is not ideal, and this looks like, if I recall, this was a Leaf Tornado bait. So if this goes shielded, indeed it does. This is even better for Galax Kolton, expending less energy and now going for his own Dugong in a mirror matchup. But this time, AnicorXIII's Dugong's taken a little bit of damage, so advantage Galax Kolton here.
I finally get to see a Leaf Tornado in action, but it does go through a Burnt Shield on AnicorXIII's side as the Dugongs face off against each other with these Durowans just trying to neutralize a lot of the threat that is in play. Because Dugong has so much flexibility, the Dugong on AnicorXIII's side is going to be such a threat into the Serperior on Galax Kolton's side, so he has to find a way to deal with it quick.
Yes, he does indeed. So drill runs are going to be exchanged here, left, right, and center. The key thing is going to be what do you do afterwards, because Galax Kolton is going to be able to take out this Dugong first on AnicorXIII's side, unless Anicor makes a switch. But you don't know what's in the back. That Unovan Stunfisk is a threat to the Shadow Drapion.
Exactly, and both these Dugongs just happy to stay on the field, particularly as the switch timer is resetting on Galax Kolton's side. The drill run will come through and connect on AnicorXIII's, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get the knockout.
No, it'll bring it into the red, but this is useful information for both trainers because you now realize that Galax Kolton's Dugong has slightly higher attack, and as a result, in a charge attack priority event, he will have that advantage. Both trainers now looking really low, bringing the Shadow Feraligatr to try and farm down, and in comes the Shadow Serperior as well. This is interesting. Maybe Feraligatr looking to get an Ice Beam off, but no, has actually not charged up to the Ice Beam, weirdly enough.
I really like this play by Galax Kolton here, bringing in the Serperior, having that energy on Dugong nice and safe in the back, and Serperior in its prime against the Feraligatr can apply pressure with these charge attacks, and AnicorXIII's going to let it go through.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, how much damage did that do? It's a Leaf Tornado, and it still took out half a Shadow of Feraligatr's health.
And the Vine Whips take down the Feraligatr for all. So now Serperior in a prime position, it can get some good damage onto the Dugong on AnicorXIII's side, maybe even get the knockout with 2 Vine Whips in play. It depends how much energy is on that Dugong.
Yeah, this is so tricky because the Ice Shard is going to connect and do damage, but only if this goes shielded, I think. Unfortunately, no chip damage at all. Leaf Tornado coming in now, and so it's all left to this Unovan Stunfisk, and this is the hardest counter to Unovan Stunfisk, the Serperior.
Yeah, Serperior does not mind taking these Thunder Shocks all day long. It has very little HP, but it seems to have all the time in the world to keep going for these charge attacks. The Leaf Tornado will not connect. The Find of Shield of AnicorXIII does go up, but I feel like it's just too difficult for Stunfisk.
Yeah, so many charge attacks are ready to go, and they're all super effective. Do you shield the Leaf Tornado? Do you shield the Frenzy Plant? Do you shield the Icy Wind? You can't shield them all, and this is where it's becoming a problem. A debuffed Unovan Stunfisk with all the energy is going to struggle to deal with this Shadow Drapion.
That's the thing, Shadow Drapion joins the field here and is able to apply so much pressure. Yes, a Mud Bomb will come its way, but it has so much HP remaining, it's easily able to take that, whereas Stunfisk's HP bar is dwindling down.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if AnicorXIII had even more energy, Galax Kolton still hasn't even used a shield.
Well, the Aqua Tail is going to come through from the Drapion into that exposed Stunfisk, get the knockout, and Galax Kolton goes one step closer to staying in the competition, keeping the dream of becoming the Birmingham Regional Champion alive.
This is such a wild, wild game. Because what confused me here is you had you had the Feraligatr come up against the Serperior, you had the Dugong, and you had the Unovan Stunfisk on AnicorXIII's side, and Serperior kind of handles all 3. So you went like almost triple A. Well, Dugong is kind of a bit more iffy, but you went sort of triple A weak to Galax Kolton's signature Pokemon that he always brings. That is wild.
It is definitely a bold choice, but I feel like on AnicorXIII's side, you do still have the utility to deal with the Serperior quite well. The Dugong, like you said, particularly with the fast attack and charge attack ice pressure that it has, does have a lot of potential, but the issue you've got with these Vine Whips going through is that the charge attacks on Serperior side do get stocked up very, very quickly, and Dugong's going to struggle with that. I feel like if AnicorXIII can use a Pokemon, maybe something like the Mandibuzz with the Air Slash to soften up that Serperior, that's where Dugong can come and eliminate it.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I wonder what AnicorXIII is going to do. I can't imagine he will run the same 3 if I were him. I think you do need to run slightly stronger to the Serperior, or go for what a so-called ABB, where you run an A Pokemon, a Pokemon that it does well against
the Superior, and then you have 2 Pokemon that are weak to it. You can use 1 Pokemon to lure out the Superior to keep the final B Pokemon safe in the back. Superior coming in against the Galarian Corsair. This is a safer lead for Anicor, and I think this is going to allow him more flexibility.
Yes, Anicor much happier with this lead of choice. The Vine Whips are going to be stacking up though, but again, Corsair astonishing the competition and getting to its charge attack first.
Yes, and Nightshade now going to do some respectable damage, bearing in mind that this is same type attack bonus, so this is the preferred moveset in a neutral scenario, but Galax Kolton can now return fire with the Frenzy Blast, which is one of the best grass type attacks in the game.
Yes, Frenzy Blast will connect down onto this Galarian Corsair, but is easily able to take that. If I was Galax Kolton though, having a little look at the backline that, to be fair, he doesn't know of Anicor. I'd quite like to get the Superior out of there and safe for the endgame.
Yes, but this is the nature with the lead, where this has to be a Pokemon that you don't mind losing, or you take a risk with losing, because now Dugong is going to be able to come in. Anicor more than happy to see this Superior eliminated, but no, actually going for the Feraligatr here. This is a very unconventional play.
I actually quite like that, though, because yes, you have to go for a shield, but the Shadow Claws will be able to farm down this opposing Superior. It's not going to get to a second charge attack in this time, so it gives the Feraligatr an opportunity to have lots of juicy energy.
It was risky, though, because if that Leaf Tornado had gone for the debuff, then this would be very annoying and would force a switch on Anicor's side. Switching anyway now to get to the Dugong here. Remy trying to make a read that there's a Pokemon weak to Feraligatr in the back. Now Play Rough coming in. This has not been debuffed, so this will be doing decent amount of damage on the Dugong.
Maybe a little bit of high risk, high reward on show here as the Dugongs once again face off against each other. This was something we saw very early on in Game 1 where Galax Kolton's Dugong was able to come out on top, but now Anicor is going for this Drill One to soften it up.
Yes, and so this is what now all trainers know what each other's teams are. The teams of 3. It's going to be a decision of what do I want to align and when do I want to make a catch. You have you have all the water type Pokemon playing against each other. You have the Feraligatrs and the Dugong and the Azumarill here, so they all have plenty of opportunity to catch each other's charge attacks.
The Feraligatr on Anicor's side is potentially able to come back in as the switch timers are about to align up. The Drill Run is going to come through first of all from one Dugong into the other. I think they're just trying to use this time to get rid of the threat and then maybe play up for an endgame of Azumarill versus Feraligatr.
And it is a charge attack priority event that Galax Kolton wins, and Anicor actually allowing his own Dugong to go, putting it all on his Feraligatr that already has a lot of energy, but I don't think one Hydro Cannon KOs at this range, to be honest.
Well, let's have a little look. Hydro Cannon comes through, and it is going to be allowed through, so we will be able to find out the answer to your question if it's able to get the knockout, but no. Dugong able to stay in play, and is only a couple of Ice Shards away from getting its energy up. Instead, Azumarill makes the switch and to take the second Hydro Cannon.
This is sensible because you've got as much energy as possible on your Dugong, but you didn't take that, crucially, didn't take that last Shadow Claw's worth of damage, would have knocked you out. Bringing the Azumarill in to soak up that Shadow Claw, and now you can play this matchup out, go for and shield whatever you need to, and still have the Dugong in the back to snipe potentially in the end game. We'll see if Galax Kolton can pull that off.
There's so much room to maneuver on Galax Kolton's side. Yes, he just went down one shield, but the fact that he had 2 to maneuver in this play, particularly when Azumarill doesn't mind taking these Hydro Cannons, does give him a lot of momentum in this match. The second shield goes down for Anicor. This Feraligatr is going to be exposed going forward if the Azumarill is able to get to another Play Rough, and if it's able to hang on through the Hydro Cannon. Guaranteed, because that second shield is now used.
Yes, and Anicor is actually going to be able to get to that next Hydro Cannon because he's only one Shadow Claw away. Azumarill rather slow comparatively to get to its charge attacks, and that does give Feraligatr an advantage here. Is this going to be enough? Not quite.
The Azumarill is going to be able to get to that Play Rough. Maybe one Hydro Cannon extra than I was anticipating, but it will be able to find its mark onto the Feraligatr and remove it from the competition. Galax Kolton very, very happy to see this.
And there we have it. Galax Kolton, it has won once again, working his way up the losers bracket, closer and closer to victory. It was barely that Azumarill surviving on 1 HP against the Feraligatr that confirmed that victory, but his faith in his Pokemon, his faith in the defenses of that Azumarill made it victorious.
Galax Kolton, the name we have so associated with Leaf Tornado Superior, is once again advancing in the competition, is not out of it yet, has that Superior by his side, and is really showing superior plays in Pokemon Go.
I really enjoyed that
I'm
one.
glad. I'm glad somebody did.
I'm very proud of you. I hope everyone in the crowd is very proud of Lou.
Why, thank you. Why, thank you. I'm here all weekend. And someone else who looks set to be here all weekend is Galax Kolton.
Yeah, he is not going anywhere. Commiserations to AnicorXIII. A fantastic run for him. One of the best runs I have seen of him so far in Play Pokemon. I think his talent is so strong. He can only get better and better over time as well. Very excited to see how well he does at the European International Championships as well.
And these were some of the intense moments in this set. You've got the two water types duking it out against each other, not doing too much damage, but critically, the Azumarill able to hold on from these Hydro Cannons that just kept coming its way. Being able to fire off that play rough, getting rid of the shields throughout the set, just enabled a fantastic endgame position for Galax Kolton. I really have been impressed by how calculated those endgame situations have been by him as a trainer.
Yes, and I think we're going to see more and more of that. He is going to be back on stream very, very soon, but I'm getting really excited, Lou. Do you know why?
Tell me.
Because it is Winners Final time soon. And we know what is special about Winners Final, right?
Do tell me.
Best of 5.
I did know that one. I did know that
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did.
But there's something even more exciting. It's IcelandicLapras versus Zzweilous. Now, IcelandicLapras is someone who is on the rankings of our caster fantasy draft. I believe it's AnicorXIII has been championing him. The only other caster still in contention to win the draft is myself, and the trainer I have chosen is Zzweilous.
Oh!
So not only is this an epic match between two phenomenal Pokemon trainers, but it's a little bit of a match between myself and our co-caster AnicorXIII too.
Yes, so with AnicorXIII, right? So I'm a bit torn because I really enjoy winding him up, but also I'd want to support IcelandicLapras because I want to be very open with my bias here. Now, I'm joking.
It also gives a little bit more neutrality.
Yeah, of course. I've got to back up Marcus here. I've got to like channel my inner Marcus, my Scandinavian roots, and go. IcelandicLapras is going to win this next match. Is that fighting enough talk? Is that?
I like it. The competitiveness. I feel the energy. I feel the adrenaline for sure.
Oh yes, absolutely. We also would like to tell you more about where else you can battle. It's really important that before you get to these regionals, you do something locally, get the taste of it, get the flavor of it, and then come to these regionals and dominate and do really, really well here. So let me tell you a bit more about local tournaments.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
I love the camaraderie and connections that you can make at these local events. And if you want to get involved in the action, please scan the QR code you can see on your screen to find locations near you, which could indeed lead you to your very first competitive Pokemon tournament. Whether it is, of course, Pokemon Go, Pokemon trading card game, or Pokemon video game that you love, there are opportunities to test your competitive skills at all of these locations.
And you can make so many friends via the game that you can meet up with locally with Pokemon Go, for example. Not only can you do the tournaments, but then you will find out about your local community where you can take part in raid events, in community days, and other great events. Right now, there's actually the Shadow Ho-Oh raid event happening at, I believe, 2 p.m. wherever your time zone is. So bear that in mind. But for now, let's get right back to the action because this is the best of 5 winners final, IcelandicLapras versus Zzweilous.
I'm so excited for this one. I haven't had the opportunity to commentate over Zzweilous this weekend, and now I get this chance. Talonflame, such an interesting Pokemon choice, and it has utility in this match against Pokemon like the Jumpluff, particularly the Shadow variant that can deal that extra damage. But the B-Barrel is the Pokemon I think everybody is talking about.
Yes, everyone likes a little bit of B-Barrel action. It has been buffed thanks to having rollout, and the best answer therefore for IcelandicLapras is to put that Shadow Annihilate up against it. Those counters doing huge amounts of damage, and while Rage Fist is double resisted by B-Barrel, you can still use Rage Fist to boost your attack of your counters and wipe it out even more quickly.
And you can use that Shadow Jumpluff with the energy energy ball as well to apply a decent amount of pressure. The one thing I really like about IcelandicLapras' team is this triple shadow that's going on. There's such a balance of offensive pressure with hard-hitting counters and energy balls and Aqua Tails, but then also this defensive core of the Azumarill, Diggersby, and Corsola with so many unique types being able to have nice defensive coverage for any situation.
Despite the fact that there are 3 shadows, this is still a very bulky team because Shadow Jumpluff is respectable and bulky in itself. If you then compare that with Zzweilous' team, there is still respectable bulk, but a bit less of it. The Diggersby and the Corsola are still very bulky. The Charger Bug is respectable, but B-Barrel, we saw how much damage it took from a Hydro Cannon or from a Crunch, say from Shadow Drapion. That was pretty tough. And Annihilate, we know, isn't the bulkiest of Pokemon. It's all about attack. Talonflame is the preferred fire flyer because out of all the ones available in Great League, it is the bulkiest, but even that isn't all that much.
Well, it looks like Zzweilous is one of the few trainers still all aboard the Charger Bug bus, as it were. Hey. And interestingly enough, we talked about IcelandicLapras having 3 shadows. There are no shadow Pokemon on Zzweilous' team. So let's dive into this winners finals. Both undefeated trainers. The loser will go down into the losers finals and still stay in contention, but let's have a look. Counter into B-Barrel, so strong, switches all around.
Oh yes, straight away both trainers recognizing that there's going to be a switch. Charger Bug coming in against Galarian Corsola. Corsola takes neutral damage from all of Charger Bug's attacks, so the decision is going to be how much damage do I take before I launch that super effective power gem. IcelandicLapras, no hesitation, going for it straight away. This Zzweilous makes an immediate no shield.
Really showing the bulk of both these Pokemon actually being able to take this damage, particularly the super effective attack there into the Charger Bug, but it is able to get to a charge attack and null discharge. This is of course something that the Corsola is going to be able to take, but IcelandicLapras saying no shield on this occasion. It's going to be able to hang on, but Charger Bug not so much.
Yes, I think IcelandicLapras does the sensible decision to Oh, I see what's going on here. Both these trainers do not want to attack straight away because IcelandicLapras wants to lower the amount of damage that amount of health that Galarian Corsola has, so it's less farmable by the B-Barrel, and so he was waiting. Clever tactic, because both these trainers recognize that advantage each other gave.
Not something you see every day, but the B-Barrel is able to wipe the Corsola off the stage now. But this does pave a way for the Annihilate to come back into the fray. The counters can come down into this B-Barrel. Thankfully for Zzweilous, it has this Surf ready. That's going to do so much into this Annihilate.
Yeah, it's going to hit hard, and now Talonflame coming in, and is Azumarill responding to that, and this is not looking great for Zzweilous because this is the Pokemon Talonflame really does not want to deal with.
There's so much farming potential on this Azumarill. The bubbles are going to be able to deal super effective damage and get lots of energy, particularly with this Ice Beam that even though it is a fire type, it's still a flying type. So Talonflame is not going to appreciate it, but look at the energy. 2 flies ready to go on Zzweilous' side. It's time to take off.
Oh yes, Zzweilous is going to be going fly, fly, fly all the way, not necessarily away, but wants to do as much damage as possible. IcelandicLapras making the right call to no shield the fly, predicting that Zzweilous won't risk the Brave Bird so early, because if it were to be shielded, those bubbles will be able to take down Talonflame. Now you take the shields, now you start using shields and trying to keep this match going with that bubble chip damage.
It's harder to run that risk the longer the turns go, so having to go for that shield and Talonflame as well in order to stay in the match, because the energy is still high on this Talonflame. There is the potential to once again bait out with this Brave Bird or Fly. Because both of them are ready, but instead the energy is going to be preserved. B-Barrel back on the field again, facing down against the counters of IcelandicLapras.
I think the counters have done enough because you know what, the B-Barrel solo, even Azumarill will take it out, but IcelandicLapras is deciding to shield anyway because he can fully counter down and he reckons he'll get to a Rage Fist, and at this range, Rage Fist will knock out the Talonflame for sure. It's in the red, it is not the squishiest Pokemon. Annihilate has the higher attack as well. Charge attack priority, Annihilate, advantage to him.
Well, it looks like IcelandicLapras is able to clean up this game 1. Remember, it is a best of 5 in the winners finals. There's still so much room to maneuver for Zzweilous to come back into this game. Well, Adelian, for me, it was really all about that Annihilate. The fact that it was constantly able to find its counters down against the B-Barrel, the fact that it was able to apply so much pressure meant that Zzweilous was constantly having to adapt to what IcelandicLapras was doing.
Yes, agreed. IcelandicLapras had the alignment for dreams here. The right call at the right time, leading with that Shadow Annihilate. Brilliant, brilliant play to have that foresight. Again, what was impressive is not only do you get the line right of the pick of the 3 Pokemon, but you do that against one of the best trainers in the world in Zzweilous. It is very difficult to outsmart this trainer, but I am worried. You know why?
Tell me.
Because Zzweilous might have been using this 1-0 loss to test what other tactics that IcelandicLapras is going to try and do to me, and then how do I counter that. A bit like how Tonton reacts. He might take a 1 loss in game 1 and then react with 2 wins straight after. This time, Zzweilous has even more utility to do that because it's a best of 5.
That's the thing, you can play the long game and have to play the player a little bit. I would say if I was Zzweilous, I wasn't super impressed by the charger bug in this particular match, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it drop out maybe for something that's going to have a little bit more of offensive pressure, something like the... I don't know, could you even bring something like the Diggersby?
Well, with the Diggersby, it's if you did that, you probably can't risk bringing B-Barrel in the same team unless you go for the so-called ABB format where you have a hard answer to the Annihilate. So this is perhaps leading with Galarian Corsola. Maybe that will work, but then let's think about it. Galarian Corsola, B-Barrel, and then Diggersby. B-Barrel is probably the answer to the Azumarill, perhaps, at best. That's going to be the thing, trying to lure that Azumarill out with B-Barrel. Anyway, you mentioned Diggersby. You got your answer. You got your wish, sorry.
I'm happy to see it, and I'm happy to see it in this lineup for Zzweilous. It's able to go for these quick attacks, not doing too much damage, but the critical thing is the energy, getting these Scorching Sands into play. But of course, it is a formidable opponent in the form of the Drapion that's able to get these Aqua Tails so quickly.
Yes, Aqua Tail coming off after 4 Poison Stings. If we look at the back lines briefly, the Zzweilous will be very happy to see the Shadow Drapion here because that means his Galarian Corsola avoids it, and that's key. But also, Diggersby being here is good for IcelandicLapras because it means his Galarian Corsola avoids the normal type defensive prowess of the Diggersby.
IcelandicLapras can apply a lot of pressure with these Aqua Tails, whether or not you want to preserve them for the Diggersby, because I think it can take 1 more. Yes, it can, and now you can retaliate with the Scorching Sands. At the same time, either the Drapion is able to get KO'd, or you can bring in your Talonflame later, but Drapion is just so fast, it's able to go for another Aqua Tail, force a shield on Zzweilous' side.
And Zzweilous, I believe, knew that IcelandicLapras would throw the Aqua Tail quickly and decided not to go for a charge attack priority event, which he would lose, instead farming up more, now going for the Scorching Sands. IcelandicLapras making the right decision to shield this Scorching Sand. Now it's a charge attack priority event.
I feel like Diggersby has really put in the work. It does take the second shield, however, so shields are down on both sides of the battlefield here in this game too. As Diggersby can really start going through for this energy, it puts the Drapion in a very vulnerable position, maybe makes things a little bit easier for Pokemon in the back to hang on through this game.
Yes, but I think, letting it go because there were no shields, and now Azumarill comes in, can get a very healthy amount of farm down. I don't think Diggersby can even reach a charge. Yes, it can. It reaches the Fire Punch, but this is not very effective.
It's not optimal. It was definitely trying to get to that Scorching Sands, but at least there's a little bit of damage on the board against this Azumarill, and by little, I really do mean that in this case. Corsola is in a position, though, where it can go for these Astonishers, and we see that them really, really stock up. The issue is Azumarill has so much energy, it can start applying pressure considering there are no shields on Zzweilous' side as well, and a couple of these Play Rush will do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I think all IcelandicLapras has to do is play this matchup out, but we've seen many times where these trainers, thinking that their opponent has something different in the back, opts to save the middle Pokemon, the Azumarill in this case, for something else. While this might be kind of sensible because Azumarill has a great matchup into Talonflame, I would prefer to see the Galarian Corsola bringing the Talonflame in here, responding to with the Galarian Corsola. Zzweilous blinks first, and now that Power Gem is a huge threat to the Talonflame.
IcelandicLapras nodding his head. Yes, you get the Azumarill out of there, you've got that energy preserve, but as you mentioned, the Power Gem is just going to absolutely destroy this Talonflame. There are no shields remaining on Zzweilous' side. We know that the Corsola is able to take that Brave Bird. The defenses have even dropped. Maybe you don't even need the Power Gem for this Corsola.
No, you don't actually. You can just farm down even further and then throw the Nightshade. The reason IcelandicLapras did is he wants to make his Galarian Corsola as low as possible. It gives minimal farm to Zzweilous' Corsola, but Zzweilous is already at 100 energy, so this is so loaded, so badly loaded.
Is it going to be enough to deal with this Azumarill, though? It's still relatively healthy. We know how bulky it can be, and a Night Slash is not going to be able to even put it in the red. The fact that the energy is coming up on Azumarill's side, can a second one get the knockout? I don't think it can. I think Azumarill's going to hang on.
It's going to be so close. That Astonish being slipped to as well is also going to be advantageous. Survives on 1 HP. Is it going to get to another attack? No, it doesn't. Azumarill goes down. Astonish takes it once more.
There just wasn't enough energy on that Azumarill. It did a valiant effort by hanging on, and possibly if it only needed that one bubble, it could retaliate with a charge attack, but no. Zzweilous' Corsola was able to clean up that game and even the score.
Yes, it was impressive how close that was. IcelandicLapras recognizing that, you know what, I don't think I'll be able to pull this off thanks to that Astonish chip, but now he has to think Zzweilous has indeed adapted, but it wasn't. It was a very close match, that.
Well, I do like the adaptation of the Diggersby coming in because I think it applied a lot of pressure with those Scorching Sands. The fact that it was able to eat so many of those Aqua Tails as well and have that longevity on the field just meant that the Drapion had such an uphill battle to climb and wasn't able to get the damage on kind of more versatile Pokemon. Like, you want to get it onto that Corsola so that it doesn't have the bulk. Talonflame has been very, very interesting, though, because Zzweilous seems to be going for its more kind of delicate Pokemon choice and then using the other two to bring bulk to his match. Yes, he does. And he has been caught out with it quite a few times because if you look at that team, you had the Shadow Drapion, you had the Galarian Corsola, and you had the Azumarill on the IcelandicLapras side. These are all three Pokemon that, on their own, don't really like Talonflame doesn't really like dealing with. The Shadow Drapion is probably the best shout if you have shields, but in a no-shield scenario, that Aqua Tail is problematic, but then also, Talonflame can get to a Brave Bird. So it is even Stevens, but certainly Galarian Corsola, Azumarill being there should really put Talonflame off, but Zzweilous unfazed. I feel like if you're IcelandicLapras, you kind of need to bring the Annihilate back now, because if Diggersby's coming, if Bibarel's coming, because it seems to be Zzweilous is picking one of the two, you want to have that counter potential to apply a lot of pressure. At the same time, you've got to watch out for that Corsola, because Zzweilous has piloted it to perfection. I think, though, if you can get the Rage Fist up, so maybe you've used counter to get the energy up, then you can go for the Rage Fist onto the Corsola. That could give IcelandicLapras more of that offensive momentum in this next match. Yes, Shadow Annihilate, one of the most offensive Pokemon available. Charjabug now coming back in to face off against the Galarian Corsola that you mentioned. IcelandicLapras knows that his 3-turn fast attack in Astonish means he can time things. Oh, an immediate, a very quick switch there. Yes, a little bit of energy for the Charjabug, and now the Corsola is just going to face off against each other. Both of them Ghost Types, both of them going to take super effective damage from the Nightshades that they can deal out. And oh, it is significant. It can't take another one. No, it definitely can't. IcelandicLapras is actually happy to stay in here because his other Pokemon aren't particularly good at dealing with this Galarian Corsola, so he's actually kind of happy to see it eliminated here with the farm down after that first Nightshade. Yes, just opens up the opportunity for the other Pokemon to shine, and the one thing I really like is actually the utilization of that shield, preserving the Corsola to be able to get the KO against the opposing one and have all this energy banked up as well, because you might be able to throw a cheeky Nightshade down onto something like the Charjabug, or maybe just try and get the Power Gem down onto the Bibarel. And this is very clever because because Zzweilous waited as long as possible to make that switch in order to run down that switch timer, a very common tactic in the Go Battle League and in Show 6. And now IcelandicLapras has less time to launch as many counters. Oh my god, oh wow, how much damage did that do? I mean, that's one way to deal with the Annihilate here, and that's something that gave Zzweilous a lot of trouble in that game 1, so it will be a strategy for him here. Both of the shields are still available. Zzweilous decides to let this Rage Fist go through. I feel like Charjabug only needs a couple more attacks to be able to deal with the Annihilate. There it goes down. The attack boost was really for nothing. Yes, it really didn't do all that much, but now the Galarian Corsola can come in, shield, and be able to do some respectable chip damage onto the Charjabug, and it has so much energy available as well. Yes, the Charjabug really actually getting its redemption, I think, from game 1 here, having a lot of potential in this match. The Nightshade will come through and I believe be able to get the KO if Zzweilous does not shield up, but instead opts to protect the Charjabug, keep it rolling for a little bit longer, particularly as it had all that energy stored up, and there are no shields on IcelandicLapras' side. I think IcelandicLapras, there was no point in him throwing the charge attack there because he would have lost charge attack priority against the Charjabug, but now can get a healthy amount to farm off on this Galarian Corsola before Bibarel comes back in, but this is dangerous because the Aerial Ace now will be able to KO, and Zzweilous needs to shield his Bibarel. The Aerial Ace will come through, will hit the shield that has been utilized on that Bibarel, and now the Jumpluff has a wall to climb to get back all of its energy, whereas the Bibarel is ready. Yes, Bibarel is launching the Hyper Fang, a very strong normal type attack. We don't see all that often, but Shadow Jumpluff able to tank things like a champ, throwing the aerials here, no more shields. Bibarel can't do anything more. The Aerial Ace will come through and connect onto the Bibarel on this occasion. No more shields to hide behind and get the knockout. And honestly, this Jumpluff looking really, really strong. Yes, it has to take these electric type attacks, but look at the energy it's got. The Aerial Ace is going to completely destroy this Charjabug. Yes, it's neutral damage, taking resistances from the electric and super effective from the bug makes it neutral, but at this level of health, it really does not matter. Charjabug is taken out. Shadow Jumpluff is floating in the air, resplendent and joyful in its victory. 2-1.
1 to IcelandicLapras.
That devious little jump bluff at the end coming in and sweeping through. Really like to see, and I think it did showcase the potential that the Shadow jump bluff has in this metagame. Of course, IcelandicLapras in a best-of-5 situation is now 1 game away from becoming our first grand finalist. Zzweilous has to find a way to get back into this game in order to give him a run for that spot.
It is match point for IcelandicLapras. 1 more victory. That's all it takes. The defense of the British realm is at stake, but Zzweilous is a fantastic trainer, well-loved, well-respected, talented, humble. He has all the qualities needed to be a champion. He is a defending champion in previous era, and now he is the one that is in IcelandicLapras' way. But IcelandicLapras so far doing very well in keeping up with him.
I want to take a focus on the Pokemon again as well, because IcelandicLapras brought the Shadow Annihilate back in that particular match and was able to claim victory with it, because it has so much potential with these counters to a lot of the normal types that are in play, as well as if Zzweilous wants to bring his own Annihilate, you kind of have that kind of mirror situation. The critical thing for me is whether or not Zzweilous is going to utilize the Talonflame again, because it was so interesting seeing him get the energy up on both Fly and Brave Bird, and then forcing IcelandicLapras to have to make a call.
Yes, and those calls are often the scariest ones to make, because they can be so-called 50-50 calls. If you get that wrong, that is it. Game is over, and Bravebird is so unforgiving coming off Talonflame here. Zzweilous loves playing these mind games. He is a very experienced trainer. He knows exactly how to outfox the best of the best. IcelandicLapras is newer onto the scene as far as getting to the top cut, but this is his best showing, and I would love to see... Talonflame, here you go!
Love to see it back in action, particularly against this Drapion here. It can apply a lot of pressure with these Incinerates, but it actually gets out of there, replaces with the Charger Bug. Now we're going to see the Corsola join the field.
Yes, both trainers are opting not to throw their their charge attack straight away, opting to switch out and bank energy and then go for a better alignment. Better alignment here. Galarian Corsola threatens with that power gem, and that I think is the aim here.
I feel like as well, if you're Zzweilous, you want to get these discharges on the board. You know that the shields are unlikely to go up on this Corsola because it can take so much damage, but that just softens it up for a little bit later on in the game. Maybe allows the Talonflame then to have a bit more respite if the power gems are no longer in contention. So Charger Bug has a job to do.
Yes, Charger Bug definitely does. And the thing is, for IcelandicLapras, he doesn't really have a good answer for that Talonflame when it's got a bit of energy. If you notice, it's a Shadow Annihilate in the back, and that is not going to appreciate Talonflame whatsoever. Another power gem coming in now. Both shields expended on this Charger Bug, on this middle matchup here. Zzweilous really wants switch, and I think he will get it.
The thing is as well, you have that Diggersby, and the Diggersby can face down against this Drapion really, really comfortably. It's going to have to take the crunch first of all. The damage isn't going to be important, but whether or not the drop comes through could be critical. Diggersby able to just get up to this Scorching Sands, wants to apply a lot of pressure, but has to watch out for the Aqua Tail. Drapion is actually not one to be underestimated here.
No, and I think even though there was a crunch there and it didn't have the debuff, it's done enough chip damage that the next Aqua Tail after this one is going to be sufficient to knock out the Diggersby. So the question for IcelandicLapras will be how much energy... Oh! And it's a no shield on the Scorching Sands. This is going to really hurt IcelandicLapras.
Well, IcelandicLapras has all the shields. Maybe wanting to utilize them on this Shadow Annihilate, though, that has been so strong. Look at these counters stacking up against the Diggersby. Completely removes it from play. The Annihilate annihilates the competition.
And it is actually really good because Annihilate is able to chip away at this Talonflame. Sure, this is not an ideal matchup with it being a flying type, but Rage Fist means the counters, resisted though they are going to add damage upon damage upon damage on this Talonflame. Trying to get a switch in and trying to snipe with the X-Sizzle, but no, Annihilate uses a shield here.
I like the effort. You've got that charge attack ready on the Charger Bug, but it is going to be too little too late. The shields are plentiful for IcelandicLapras, meaning that this Annihilate can just go for counter after counter, Rage Fist after Rage Fist, and get the attack sky high.
IcelandicLapras has impeccable timing there, going for potential charge attack priority. He knows Annihilate will win, has got so much energy back. Now it's just a race to get to that next charge attack. Is he going to pull it off? Fly coming in. Surely you shield this. Now, what does IcelandicLapras do? He is nodding. He thinks he knows the answer.
You've just got to keep clicking that counter button and Rage Fist. That's really what Annihilate is here to do. And it will be the way to remove Talonflame from play, the way for IcelandicLapras to carve his way as our first grand finalist.
Grand finalist indeed, IcelandicLapras. You are in the medal contention. The silver minimum, I believe, and gold is within touching distance. Fantastic play, defeating one of the great titans of the game in Zzweilous.
When I spoke to IcelandicLapras earlier in a winner's interview, he said he's not won a title yet, but it's something he's got so close to. And I said to him, maybe this could be your tournament. And I am telling you now, he is carving a path for that victory.
He heard what you said, Lou. You told him maybe this is it, and he went, yes, Lou's told me that, therefore it is. You're Lou, you decree it, and he delivers.
Hey, he skipped his partner's birthday to be here, and I think this is definitely a way to get that reward through. Huge congratulations to him going into our grand finals. Zzweilous, however, it is not the last we will see of him. He will drop down into our losers finals to try and battle it out to come back up to face IcelandicLapras in grand finals.
Yes, and I can certainly see Zzweilous having the strength to do that. He is not a trainer that takes many losses, and when he does, on the rare instance, he makes sure there are as few and as far between. Both of these trainers have a lot of healthy respect for each other. I mean, how can you not? These are two brilliantly talented trainers, and you can see the power of the AnicorXIII here, timing that Rage Fist in order to knock out the Talonflame out of the skies.
I love this AnicorXIII. I mean, it's been a standout the whole weekend long, but this was a fantastic way to showcase its play. The counters were so well aligned in this game one as well, really giving Zzweilous not a lot of room to maneuver. Yes, he was able to get a little bit of redemption with this Corsola coming back into play. The Diggersby in game 2 was very strong for Zzweilous, applying a lot of pressure, but the adaptations IcelandicLapras was able to make, bringing the AnicorXIII, bringing in this jump up as well, that was so formidable to get 2 KOs, just put him one edge closer to victory.
Yes, I'm very happy to see IcelandicLapras do so well. I think the closer he gets to success and winning, the more his girlfriend will forgive him. And I think that's maybe that's really the motivation that we need in order to be successful. If you come back empty-handed, the miss is going to be very disappointed in you.
Well, he's definitely bringing home a medal. Whether it's silver or gold is yet to be determined, but IcelandicLapras will be your first grand finalist of the Birmingham Regional Championships. Of course, his opponent in that match will either be who he just knocked out of the winners finals, Zzweilous, who has to battle it out in the losers final against Galax Kolton. That is going to be an epic match to watch.
I mean, that match in itself is a grand final match.
2 champions.
Yeah, they both are champions in the past with very unusual styles of play, very unusual Pokemon. You have the Superior with Leaf Tornado on Galax Kolton's side. You have the B-Barrel on Zzweilous' side, and then waiting for whoever wins. It's going to be IcelandicLapras like, I am ready. You imagine that throne, where you imagine when you were reached a champion in Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, see that throne there and go, I am ready for you, with all the, not Lapras, but all these majestic Pokemon that he has.
Well, I definitely want to make sure I get a front row seat to that action. I know you guys do at home as well. One thing we've been able to see so well throughout all of these kind of finals matches are a lot of fantastic Pokemon plays, the perfect play, you might say. So if you want to know how to make some of those plays of your own at home, check out this video.
Hey trainers, welcome back to another episode of Perfect Play, where we break down the strategies and big plays from the top trainers of competitive Pokemon Go. Today, we're diving deep into a masterclass performance by none other than KingOWT, one of Europe's finest and multiple-time champion who's kicking off the 2025 season with a bang. Our focus is the decisive Game 3 between KingOWT and Howie at the 2025 Tournament Regional Championships. Midway through this high-stakes battle, Colin makes a pivotal decision. He chooses to conserve all his shields for his Feraligatr. His Ariados in the back has virtually no play against Howie's Talonflame. Colin knows he must avoid this unfavorable matchup at all costs. As the battle progresses, Feraligatr takes on Howie's bulky Azumarill, and in comes Malamar wielding the dangerous Psywave fast attack. This is where Colin needs to think fast. Feraligatr lacks the bulk to withstand multiple Psywaves, and he must knock out Malamar immediately. However, doing so would leave Feraligatr with very low HP and no energy, almost defenseless against the awaiting Talonflame. The odds are stacking against him. But this is where Colin's expertise comes into play. Recognizing the mechanics, he executes a sequence that can only be described as sheer brilliance. Colin's deep understanding of game mechanics and lightning fast reflexes comes in handy here. He attacks 4 times with the Shadow Claw from Feraligatr, then catches the damage from the second Incinerate on the Clodsire. Clodsire faints, but Feraligatr avoided the damage and it's still on the field. Switching back, he squeezes in one more Shadow Claw and unleashes Hydro Cannon just in time. It's like Feraligatr just avoided 2 Incinerates. To better understand this perfect play, let's view the battle as a timeline. In Pokemon Go PvP, each turn lasts half a second. Shadow Claw is a 2-turn, 1 second fast attack, while Incinerate is a 5-turn, 2.5 seconds fast attack. The damage of a fast attack is applied at the end of these durations. Do you see where I'm going with this? Here's the math. 4 Shadow Claws take 8 turns, and 2 Incinerates take 10 turns. This timing gap allows Colin to switch to Clotsire just before the Incinerate damage lands, effectively absorbing it on the Clotsire instead of the Feraligatr. Moreover, since 1 Shadow Claw is 2 turns and 1 Incinerate is 5 turns, Feraligatr can sneak in a Shadow Claw and then launch Hydro Cannon before Talonflame's next Incinerate hits. Feraligatr literally said, "I'm not done with you just yet, Talonflame." This play allowed Feraligatr to avoid 2 Incinerates of damage and get to the charge that Colin 6 needed to win this game. With this play, he showed not just quick reflexes, but also his deep understanding of the game's underlying mechanics. Turn durations, fast attack timing, energy gains, and switch mechanics. Let's take a look at this one more time. 4 Shadow Claws. Catches the second Incinerate on Clotsire. Swaps back in Feraligatr to reach the Hydro Cannon. Wins the game. Incredible. The decision-making of Colin 6 under pressure is a neat display of high-level competitive play. He assessed the situation, calculated the exact timing needed, and executed flawlessly, all in real time. Wow. This was a very high-level play from Colin 6 that required fast thinking and decision-making that even the best amongst us could learn from. Do you think you have what it takes to become a Pokemon Go master? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out more.
Welcome back, trainers, to the official broadcast of the 2025 Birmingham Regional Championships. You are here for the top 3 remaining trainers that battled all the way through day 1 and day 2. We're gonna have the loser finals and the grand finals after coming up. My name is Martijn. This is our brand new co-caster, Marcus. Marcus, how fired up are you for this upcoming match?
Look at me. Do I not look ready for some great matches, some finals? Do I not?
Yeah, you look alright.
Oh, stop it. Thank you so much, Martijn. I'm super happy to get to enjoy these finals with you. My first ever finals, not as a player, but I have been in finals before. I just wanted to get that out there.
So as a player, can you describe to us, as myself and the viewers, what is it like to get this far? Do you get nervous?
Well, for me, when I got to the finals, I was already done being nervous. I felt like everything was bonus when I got to the finals because my expectations were not to win. But so when I finally got to that stage, I felt like I can do whatever here. And so my nerves kind of left me. But yes, sometimes I am a nervous player, but when I got to the finals, I just felt like I have everything to win.
Let's see if these trainers have everything to win. Zzweilous versus Galax Kolton. Zzweilous had just lost in the winners finals to IcelandicLapras, but has a chance to come back in the grand finals if he can defeat Galax Kolton, who made a crazy losers bracket run so far. This is a best of 5, so whoever wins 3 battles wins this match. Both players are top 3. They have a medal already. Here we go. We're starting finals. Zzweilous with the charger bug into the superior for Galax Kolton.
Of course it's the superior. It's his signature Pokemon. He's always going to run in here. And this looks very good for Zzweilous. What is Galax Kolton doing? He's disrespecting the charger bug.
We see the Azumarill in the back for Galax Kolton, a water-type Pokemon. Both these Pokemon take super effective damage from the charger bug, and we see the first Protect Shield go up from Galax Kolton. Perhaps that is indicating he will go for the Leaf Tornado. He does. If you can get the double attack drop here, Superior may have a chance in this matchup.
We know Galax Kolton's plan here, and it's successful. It is a debuff. He's not a mortal man like the rest of us. He has 100% debuff rate when it matters.
If you're familiar with the Pocket Trading Card game, this is what a coin flip is. That is Leaf Tornado. And now you can possibly win this matchup because the X-Scissor will do way less now on the Superior. I think the next one will not knock out yet on the Superior.
And the Frenzy Plants, as you can see, is a hard-hitting move. And the Volt Switch damage from the fast attacks of Charger Bug does not do a lot to the Superior. But I see something, Martijn, lurking in the back.
It is the Bibarel, and
It is
going for the Frenzy Blend at the very last second. The Superior will win this matchup, but Galax Kolton did have to do that at an expense of 1 shield as Zzweilous lets this go. He's going for an energy advantage. Oh, the Bibarel! Oh man, what are you gonna do into this Beaver? Azumarill doesn't have a great time here, but the AnicorXIII, Marcus, this is not even its worst matchup.
I gotta say, Galax Kolton, he did not bring the correct team to this battle. Zzweilous read his mind. He has brought the 2 normal types to deal with the AnicorXIII, and there is a AnicorXIII in the back.
The AnicorXIII doesn't really have a lot of place to go. I think Galax Kolton is fine with this matchup right now here, as with switch advantage he avoids the Bibarel with his AnicorXIII, but Doom awaits in the back. Bibarel with shields is better in this matchup, as Azumarill will take it out in 2 player-off, but if you cannot land those 2 player-off, Bibarel will outpace the Hyper Fang, and the Hyper Fang deals very good neutral damage.
It does chunk, and here we see Galax Kolton waiting. He wants to land his player-off because there is a AnicorXIII in the back, and it does
How about you wait for this one, because this Azumarill is almost taken down. I'm not even sure if he can get to another charge stack. Galax Kolton, the Ice Beam is being reached, but this is resisted.
This is not going to do enough damage to take down the Bibarel.
Zzweilous was not very happy with this charge stack, but as soon as he sees the AnicorXIII, it's where's the smile? Where's the smile, Zzweilous?
Realize what is going on, Zzweilous. Realize what is going on. You have the best matchup of your entire life going on here. There is, sadly, I would love to hype this matchup up, but it's going to be tough. Can Zzweilous take out the AnicorXIII without revealing his Diggersby?
Galax Kolton still has hope, as Zzweilous is still throwing another surf here. It's going to wash all over this AnicorXIII that is hoping for that Annihilate or Talonflame in the back, as you can deal super damage into those. Still not taking out this Bibarel. Finally, the Nightshade's coming through. I want to see the expression on Galax Kolton's face as soon as he sees the Diggersby.
I assume it's going to be a nod of resignation. He's going to realize...
Come on! Why did you do that?
He's not even going to bother throwing the moves. This Diggersby, it would have taken 2, maybe 3 AnicorXIIIs to take out this Diggersby.
Diggersby double resists the Ghost type damage and single resists the Power Gem from the AnicorXIII. It has no chance. Zzweilous with his double normal type backline wins game number 1 in this losers finals. That is a best of 5 against Galax Kolton. That means Galax Kolton still has plenty of matchups to come back in this best of 5.
Imagine the Superior was not on the Charger Bug, but on one of the normal types, because the Bibarel has a water subtyping and the Diggersby has a ground subtyping, both taken super effective from Superior's grass type attacks.
But I think Zzweilous probably would have tried to bait out the Superior because he was running an A-B-B line. In this case, his counter to Superior was in the lead, his A, and the Pokemon weak to Superior were in the back, the B. So if he would switch in the Diggersby, he would be hoping to bait out the Superior. The problem with that is, though, that there's also Azumarill and Dugong on the line of Galax Kolton.
But imagine if Galax Kolton was running Azumarill in the lead into the Charger Bug. The Charger Bug is super happy because it has a very good matchup into the Azumarill, but not good enough so that Azumarill cannot fight back. And that would have left Superior free to roam in the back. So in this occasion, I think Galax Kolton should have put Azumarill in the front instead of the Superior.
Right, he went super weak into that Pokemon, into the Charger Bug. Here we see again the team. That is Leaf Tornado Superior, by the way. That is his signature Pokemon of Galax Kolton. Thank you, Tristan. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you for changing that. I appreciate that. But what do you think about the Shadow Marowak? Because the Superior is coming every game, so you want to counter the Grass type. Can you handle the ground types in the same way? Because the Charge Bug would not like to see that ground type Marowak.
But I do think that Marowak is really good into the team of Zzweilous. The only real counters that he has, as we see here, is that Talonflame. Previously, into one of his previous opponents, he used the Annihilate. And was that against Galax Kolton? I think that was the winners round 1 where these players played, where Zzweilous used the Annihilate to take down that Marowak.
That is correct. You just reminded me, this is a rematch from earlier today. You're correct. And here Galax Kolton finally gets the lead. This is exactly what B-Barrel does not want to see.
No Daresby this time, but look at that. Galax Kolton went pretty weak to the charge bug again, but he swaps in his hardest answer, the Talonflame, and is met by the Azumarill.
I think this is... The game plan is not bad from Zzweilous because you're not expecting an Azumarill behind the Superior because you just destroyed it game 1.
This matchup is not that bad for Talonflame when both Pokemon don't use any shields, because this Ice Beam is not going to knock out the Talonflame, and then the Talonflame has a Brave Bird loaded. That might get really close to knocking out here.
That is the opportunity.
Wait, does it knock out? Oh, he hangs on to the bubble on 1 HP here.
This would threaten the knockout, but I believe that Galax Kolton should put up the shield and keep the alignment for the Superior here.
I like that play. A shield up though, the charge block from Zzweilous looks really good. He doesn't know it yet. Perhaps he's fearing the Shadow Marowak in the back, but there is no Shadow Marowak for Galax Kolton in the back. It is the Shadow Drapion, and Shadow Drapion takes a lot of damage from the charge attacks from this B-Barrel.
I do want to say though that the charge bug, even against the Marowak, because it's a bug and electric typing, it takes neutral damage from the ground types. So up shields, the charge bug looks incredible for Zzweilous.
Azumarill goes down, in comes the Superior, and now the charge bug comes in, but Galax Kolton is going to do the coin flip again, I think, going for the Leaf Tornado. Again, this is a 50% chance to double drop the attack, and here it comes, Leaf Tornado. Does it drop the attack? It doesn't! Oh. And it's huge for Zzweilous, not so good for Galax Kolton as he's shaking his head there.
Oh, this was exactly what he needed. I thought the swiping pattern that he pulled through would give him a bigger chance for the debuff, but no. And the Charge Bug has already got 2 X's reloaded. Galax Kolton needs to shield this Drapion. It's suddenly looking incredibly good for Zzweilous after all.
I do think that this Drapion will be able to pull 2 shields from the Charge Bug. But the B-Barrel also has, I believe, about 3 rollouts loaded still. So if you can get an X-Scissor on the Spear. But look, the timer's up already at 2 rollouts stored. This squash will knock out though. How do you play this out? Keeping the shield for the Charger Bug.
You just let it go. There's no point in saving this B-Barrel because there is a Superior in the back. And now let's have a look at what the Superior can do.
I think he's gonna go try for the coin flip again, but he's too late. Zzweilous is already at the X-Scissor. This is not debuffed. It will do so much damage on the Superior. And look at that, 35% health approximately, but going for the Frenzy Plant this time. There is still a shield.
This is the shielding, because if the debuff does not matter for the Superior, the damage is what you need.
Oh man.
Oh man.
This is getting so close, but the Drapion still has held as well. How much can you farm up here? I'm not sure. Can you get to 2 attacks? No! I think you go down to the Vine Whip.
Going down to the Vine Whip. The Frenzy Plant was the play. Incredible turnaround by Galax Kolton.
Galax Kolton flipped so many coins that this time he flipped a coin on the Frenzy Plant, seeing if my opponent would call this one. The Leaf Tornado was so obvious there. He went for the Frenzy Plant instead, and it did so much damage. Even though resisted, it was almost enough to knock out the Charge Bug there.
Even in its terrible matchups, you can see Frenzy Plant from Superior putting in so much work. It's such a hard-hitting community move.
I think that if Zzweilous brought in the Charge Bug into the Superior, he would have been in such a better spot because there was no answer to the Charge Bug on the team. There was no Kanto Marowak this time from Galax Kolton. I think Zzweilous did predict the Talonflame this time. He did predict the Kanto Marowak this time because he brought the Talonflame.
And I think that it was a good choice by Zzweilous to predict the Marowak and use the Talonflame, but I agree. The Charger Bug looks like a great safe swap if there's no Corsola. And
no Corsola and no Marowak.
Yes, and even against the Marowak, it can put in some work, but it's not enough. But there was no Corsola, there was no Marowak, and
Corsola, do you want to bring Corsola after you lost in game 1 to the double normal line?
Absolutely not. There's no chance that Galax Kolton is willing to take that risk. I believe, at least, when it got destroyed in game 1.
It did. It did. It had nowhere to go. It avoided the B-Barrel, and then only to be met by the Daresby. And Daresby,
It's even worse for the Corsola than
double resist all the ghost type attacks and then single resist all the power gem, because Bibero actually loses the scenario where both Pokemon don't use shields, because 2 power gem with the Astonish will knock out, but to serve with the rollout will not knock out.
And even if you have a Diggersby without any shields, the Galarian Corsola will still not be able to take out, even though itself will have 2 shields. There's just no way for a Galarian Corsola to turn around the Diggersby matchup.
And that is assuming you don't get Scorching Sense debuff, because per Scorching Sense, there's a 30% chance for a debuff. Here we go, game number 2, Zzweilous versus Galax Kolton. Annihilate from Zzweilous into the Shadow Drapion from Galax Kolton. This is a very good read from Zzweilous. In the back, we see the Corsola and the Azumarill. Galax Kolton covered this Annihilate very well, but he's staying in.
And this is looking very suspicious by Galax Kolton. Why is he... Oh, it's a swiping pattern again. Why is he staying in against an Annihilate with this backline? I think
he just wants to get some chip damage and maybe soak some energy. Now coming in with the Azumarill, and Zzweilous doesn't really have a hard answer here. Goes into the B-Barrel after storing up so much energy.
But how do you handle the Diggersby? And there's also so much energy on the Annihilate. This looks very uphill for Galax Kolton, but who knows? Maybe he can pull out.
But I think Galax Kolton might not be expecting the Diggersby, because Azumarill core breaks Annihilate and Diggersby. So if you lead into Annihilate, you might not be expecting the Diggersby in the back, but that is what Zzweilous did.
That is exactly what Zzweilous did in game 1 as well, earlier today. So I'm very surprised.
That's when he led the Charger Bug, I believe. He led the Charger Bug, right?
Yes, I'm talking about winners to final earlier today. Anyway, I believe that this is looking very tough, but Galax Kolton manages with turnaround switch advantage here.
But he doesn't want to, because he's undercharging, but it still knocks out. It's not exactly the Pokemon Smoke. Can't get the full quick attack down here before this Azumarill can get to an Ice Beam. This might be a perfect play, but it gets there!
Exactly. How do you do this though, as Galax Kolton? You have 2 things very weak to the Diggersby. Zzweilous taking the risk that there will be no superior, and there isn't.
Where do you go here? Because Galax Kolton went super weak to the Diggersby, and now this Diggersby standing here with a lot of energy. Drapion will faint to 1 Scorching Sense, and the Galarian Corsola has nowhere to go. Look at that, go for the 5-punch bait, and Galax Kolton shields it. That is brutal.
And this,
man.
This is Zzweilous expecting the superior, goes into the Annihilate. But
shielding the first Rage is interesting,
now you
because there's another one.
Stronger Rage Fist. I believe that Galax Kolton has lost his footing here. He realized that it was such an uphill battle. I believe that he's just making decisions on the fly, and he's not really happy with any of them.
I mean, you know there's a Diggersby, and the Diggersby has a lot of health. This is going to be really tough, because Zzweilous still has a shield on his side as well. Going for the Nightshade.
Oh, yeah.
I think, is this a bait or something? But Nightshade is actually such an efficient attack. I would not be surprised if it does more damage, or it's more efficient in its energy than the Power Gem.
I doubt so, Martin.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nightshade is a clone of Fly, right? And Fly is a really strong attack that Talonflame has.
But at the same time, Power Gem is also a pretty strong attack.
It has been buffed. It has been buffed since last.
And it's single resisted against double resisted, makes Power Gem more efficient in this scenario, I believe. But
in comes the Drapion, and this is what Zzweilous kept his shields for, because it still was energy on his Drapion. But this Drapion is nearing Fire Punch range as well. I think you need a lot of chip damage on this Drapion, and then maybe the Galarian Corsola can do something.
There is just no chance.
There's no chance, because this is going to knock out.
This knocks out the
You don't
Drapion.
even get to another Aqua Tail here. And then the Galarian Corsola comes back in, but it has no backup punch here.
Oh, the Galarian Corsola has not been able to find a target for Galax Kolton.
Every time he brought it, it's been on the Galarian Corsola.
It keeps losing him in the game. And when he dropped the Galarian Corsola, that Pokemon made... It was a lot better for him. He won the game where he dropped the Corsola, and Zzweilous has kept winning by getting his normal types on the Corsola. I believe that Galax Kolton still needs to bring his superior.
It is a signature Pokemon after all. This is the one Pokemon that hasn't let him down in all of these tournaments. He won the 2024 Lille Regional Championship with that Pokemon. It might just be the same Superior, and I believe the one game he won, that is where he brought the Superior.
And he, even though he eventually got the Superior on the Charge Bug, you can tell how that's not that terrible of a matchup.
Yeah, none of you get the Leaf Tornado drop.
Well, he did not get the Leaf Tornado drop in that game. He got the Frenzy Plant through, unshielded, and then he Vine Whipped down. And you can see the strength of Superior, even in neutral matchups. And on Zzweilous' side, there are 4 pretty good matchups for Superior. It's the Annihilape, it's the Corsola, neutral, but usually Superior comes out on top. It's Diggersby, it was a pretty good matchup, and Bibarel is an incredible matchup.
The problem is that this Diggersby is just so difficult to check with anything else.
I believe
Azumarill is playable, but it is tough to bring, in my opinion, because the Charge Bug core breaks the Azumarill Superior core. But let's see how these players are going to do this. Game number 4, Zzweilous is on the left with 2 to his name, and Galax Kolton with the Galarian Corsola. He has 1 point. He needs to win this battle to stay in his losers final.
Oh, but this Charge Bug looks ready to go, and it looks incredible for Galax Kolton. No, for Zzweilous in the back.
He doesn't know it just yet. As you can see, Galax Kolton is playing an ABB line into Charge Bug because the Galarian Corsola is his answer to the Charge Bug, and letting the Brave Bird go. Boom, that does so much damage. How do you check that Pokemon now? And baiting out the Superior. However, I do think you will prefer your Charge Bug here. On the other hand, though, now you can get so much energy back on the Talonflame.
In my opinion, this was the optimal situation for Galax Kolton. There's no better way to be able to deal with the Charge Bug because you have a lot of energy stored on the Galarian Corsola still. Why is he throwing that Leaf Tornado in this situation?
I think he's hoping for a Vine Whip down after this, and perhaps even a drop, but let's see. Oh, that is perfect, actually. Gets the Vine Whip
Never mind me. I'm sorry.
Tornado Frenzy Plant. He throws the Frenzy Plant, actually, because if you get the attack drop, this Talonflame would get another Incinerate in and get more energy, even.
I'm sorry to say, Galax Kolton, I was not familiar with your game. You clearly have this figured out. And I assume he's going to come in with the Azumarill.
Yeah, to soak all the damage here. If you have another Brave Bird loaded, there's still 2 shields in play. He's one off another fly. I'm not sure if you can get it on either the Azumarill or the Galarian Corsola because 2 fast attacks might knock out the Talonflame. Now it is all in the hands of Charge Bug. Here it comes.
Oh, there's so much energy on the Corsola, but it has 9. It has 9. 9 Astonishes. That means it's not going to be able to get to another player of... Oh, not enough.
It doesn't get there. It
does not get there.
Charge attack because now this Charge Bug has a great matchup in the Azumarill. It's ahead in energy and it's going to unload this discharge on the Azumarill. Galax Kolton has to use a protection because this would do the most damage on his Azumarill.
Not shielding that initial Brave Bird is proving to be costly for Galax Kolton. Zzweilous went ABA strong to Superior with a Talonflame and a Charge Bug. And he kept his Bibarel in the back. Still, even though he got the Bibarel on the Superior, this looks really good for Zzweilous.
This is looking good for Zzweilous and his Charge Bug. Another discharge, super effective. The Charge Bug is not even in range of a player of yet. Galax Kolton is going to try it though. This is getting really close to knocking out, but if it doesn't knock out, then Charge Bug will be at the discharge.
And if Zzweilous gets this discharge off, it's finally, it's here. It's so close. And Zzweilous, he knows he's getting ready for the grand finals.
He can play again against IcelandicLapras. Galax Kolton with the Galarian Corsola couldn't line it well, and Zzweilous takes this losers finals in this best of 5.
I'm amazed by Zzweilous. We saw it in the winners semifinals. He can make the plays, and we saw it again today. He makes so many great choices in the heat of the moment, realizing Galax Kolton needs that Superior. Let's bring Talonflame, let's bring Charge Bug, and see what happens. See if we can find a Superior.
And he did. He got all the compositions to take on Galax Kolton. He reverse engineered from that first matchup that they had, and I believe that Zzweilous also won that one. But then Galax Kolton brought the Shadow Marowak, and the Shadow Marowak is much better into Zzweilous. But I think that Galax Kolton was just thinking he is going to counter that Shadow Marowak all the time, but he didn't at all. He Zzweilous really leaned into that double normal typing of Bibarel and Diggersby here.
And the Galarian Corsola on the normal types was detrimental in 2 games. But this game, in game 2, Galax Kolton showed the power of Superior when it could take out a Charge Bug even though it had a shield left.
It had a shield left. Zzweilous was hoping for the Leaf Tornado there, and that's kind of a coin flip, right? Not just getting the debuff with Leaf Tornado, but also having your opponent guessing, because who wants to shield a Leaf Tornado?
Exactly. I prefer not to.
I would not either. That's also what happened to me in Liu 2024 against Galax Kolton. I no-shielded a couple Leaf Tornado, and then he started going for the Frenzy Plant, and Frenzy Plant just does so much damage. It's one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game.
And Galax Kolton kept relying on the Corsola, but in this game 4, he has had the Galarian Corsola on the normal types in 2 different games, and it's cost him. So when Talonflame goes for that Brave Bird, he decides, this is not worth my shield, because I assume there will be a normal type in the back.
And there was. He swapped it right in the B-Barrel. Kind of a tough matchup there. I think that Galax Kolton in that moment may have thought, oh, he's trying to bait out my Superior, so he brought in the Superior into the B-Barrel, and then hoping that he would have the Azumarill on the Diggersby. But it wasn't the Diggersby. Bamboozled. It was the Charger Bug.
And Galarian Corsola would have been incredible for Galax Kolton in this game. But what... He didn't want to shield because it has been such a liability for him this entire game. And that's why he decided to not shield the Brave Bird. But then the Charge Bug became so strong against the Azumarill and the Superior in the back.
Regardless, though, this was the 4th medal for Galax Kolton. He won a championship, he got 4th place twice, and now he got a 3rd place medal. You just have to get 2nd now, Galax Kolton.
2nd place finish, I assume he'd also be pretty fine with it.
And especially when a regional, though, because at an IC, you get a trophy.
Oh,
it's not a medal.
Okay, so maybe not the 2nd place on the IC.
Yeah, you don't really want
Yeah, that's not what you want. You want it on a regional. But coming up after this EUIC coming next month, there will be Stockholm, where Galax Kolton got his last 4th place medal.
That's his home turf.
That is home turf. And you can see Galax Kolton, he's in great shape. So if the meta don't changes that much until Stockholm, you can tell that Galax Kolton, he's warmed up to defend his home turf.
And Zzweilous is also really warmed up. This is his 3rd Grand Finals in his play Pokemon career, and he's been on the winning side but also on the losing side of the Grand Finals. Now he has to play against IcelandicLapras again. His winners finals didn't go super well there. He lost by 1-3 there against IcelandicLapras, but he got warmed up again. He got a good victory to his side. Galax Kolton, an insanely good player, tough opponent to overcome. Now you're fired up.
You are. And Zzweilous, he has finished 4th. He has a 4th place medal. He has finished 2nd, he has a 2nd place medal, and he's also finished 1st before. But there's no bronze for you this time, Zzweilous, and I know that you're quite happy with that. You want to go for gold.
Is he, though? Because the 1 medal that he's missing is the 3rd place.
But then he should have known that...
He should have
he should have known that to get the 3rd place medal, he needed to lose this game, but he didn't.
He didn't. He's just too good. Just too good there.
And Galax Kolton and IcelandicLapras are teammates on their grassroots teams, so Zzweilous wanted to avoid a full teammate matchup. He wanted to get another chance at challenging IcelandicLapras, and he does get that chance. And I'm curious if he's learned from what happened in the previous games to see if he can come back stronger against IcelandicLapras. It's going to take a lot.
Well, the thing is, in a Grand Finals, if you are coming in from the loser side of the bracket, you have to win 2 best of 5. So not only does Zzweilous need to beat IcelandicLapras once in a best of 3, he needs to do it twice. First time to reset the bracket and then to take it all. It's going to be an incredibly difficult challenge because IcelandicLapras is on fire right now.
And when we talk about resetting the bracket and whatnot, that is because we have a double elimination system. Zzweilous has already lost 1 time this tournament to IcelandicLapras in the winners finals, but IcelandicLapras has not dropped a single set this entire tournament. And that means if he loses 1 set in the grand finals, they have both lost 1 game each. So to determine the winner, everyone apart from the winner will have to have 2 losses, and IcelandicLapras are 2 losses away from being eliminated.
The winner will be IcelandicLapras or Zzweilous of the 2025 Birmingham Regional Championship. And we have an interview ready with both of them. Take it away.
Hello, thank you so much to these two trainers that have made it all the way to the grand final. We have IcelandicLapras and Zzweilous. Welcome in, gentlemen. I'm going to start with you. Did you ever think, IcelandicLapras, that you would be coming from the winners bracket in a grand finals here at Birmingham?
Absolutely not. I feel like I've been really, really close at every single round to just being eliminated. I've won 7, I believe, and I've had one set where I didn't lose a battle. Like, I lost my first game of the entire tournament. I really thought, oh, I could just go 0-2 here, and I've just snuck out a win in game 3, game 4 every time. I don't know how I'm doing it. I don't know if I can continue.
Well, a lot of people here in the crowd really hope that you will continue, but there is a very, very strong opponent in your way in Zzweilous. What is your opinion of this man from his previous record? Does he intimidate you?
Oh, he's terrifying. He runs the craziest picks and wins regionals easily. Like, no one else in the tournament has brought Bibarel. No one's running Charger Bug. I'm not prepared for this. I'm running normal, like, standard meta stuff, and he's...
You are prepared, my guy. You are prepared. You have been prepared before.
Well, I expect he knows some tricks that I don't know about the matchup, which I would think he's a very experienced battler, a regional winner. He's been here before and I haven't, so...
Yeah, well, do you think then, Zzweilous, do you think having that experience of being a regional champion, is that enough of an edge to beat IcelandicLapras? Do you think it helps you?
I think it helps. It is not enough of an edge because what I have been benefiting from today is that I have been pretty calm in all of my matches. Like, I don't really make nervous mistakes anymore, and that is definitely a big benefit of having been at this point of the competition a couple of times already. But also, he's just a very, very good player, and that doesn't go away just because you're a little bit nervous. And he has beaten me before. All of his 6 Pokemon have played into my team, which makes it very difficult for me to build a strategically sound line. And I think I will run into that difficulty again. It is possible to overcome that. I know that ahead of the Gdansk Grand Finals, I said, I have no way of beating Tonton's team. I have a way of beating his team, but it's an uphill battle for sure.
For sure, for sure. And you are coming from the loser's side of the bracket, which means the challenge and the pressure is perhaps a little bit more on you. Is that, now, IcelandicLapras mentioned that he was a little bit intimidated by your talents. The fact that he's at an advantage, does that scare you a little bit as well?
Sorry, it's very loud in here.
I'll repeat the question. Does the fact that you're coming from the loser's side of the bracket concern you about your ability to win against IcelandicLapras?
I will play my battles as if it's even still. I don't really think that I will take more or less risks. And I have been in all of my grand finals from the loser's side. I managed to win after a bracket reset once. I didn't manage to overcome my last opponent. It can go in either direction, and I'm honestly just here to have fun and play the games. This is what I'm here for.
This is a fantastic statement. I'm going to ask you both the same question now. I'm going to come first to you, Zzweilous. Is there anyone you want to dedicate this next battle to, or any group of friends you want to give a shout out? I know you mentioned a few already, but anyone you want to go, this is for you. Who do you want to shout out?
Waffle Paddles, this is for you.
And IcelandicLapras, I know you've got a bias because you've got a birthday that you've abandoned to be here, but I think she'll forgive you. Do you want to give her a shout out, or anybody else as well?
My partner, I know Jill, and Jill's watching at home with her mom and our dog Trixie. Happy birthday again. I know I've got this far. I hope I can bring home the title and have a nice trophy on our shelf with for the new cabinet that you bought with the winnings already today.
Well, you're guaranteed at least one medal, the both of you. The question is, who will get the gold? So Marcus and Martijn, you're going to take it away. Let's see an amazing grand finals. Over to you both.
Thank you so much, Adelian, and great to hear from both our competitors. They seem fired up. I believe the way to approach a final like Zzweilous is to just taking it one by one game at a time, don't care about the score. I believe that mentality is very important, especially when you're coming in from the loser side of the bracket.
I agree. The loser side is exactly where you need to do everything to try to flip, not just once, but twice. I also want to point out, Marcus, you had IcelandicLapras on your caster fantasy draft. Lou had Zzweilous on her fantasy caster draft. It is so on here, not just between the players, also between the casters. I'm already out, unfortunately.
I mean, yeah, I saw your and Adelian's lineups, and I thought, this is going to be no problem.
Okay.
And I have been correct. My boy, IcelandicLapras, he is ready to take it all. He's calm, he's collected, and yes, he says that he's intimidated by Zzweilous, but it doesn't look like that. Maybe he's calm before the storm, and maybe the storm will be coming, but if there is a storm god, it could be you, IcelandicLapras.
And Zzweilous, the engineer, will probably figure out something as well. He has probably learned from that winners finals where he lost 1-3. Our battlers are getting ready, so the grand finals will start very soon between Zzweilous and IcelandicLapras. I want to hear from you, chat, who you support. I want to see Zzweilous' favorite animal is a sheep. If you support Zzweilous, I want to see some sheep emotes. And if you support IcelandicLapras, I want to see some Lapras emotes, or just type Lapras if you don't have those.
Just type Lapras, or type any other water animal, and we'll be fine with that.
You'll be fine with that. It's going to be a super exciting grand finals of the biggest European regional championship we've had this season.
I'm super excited for this grand finals. It's going to be so intense. Yes, there is a lot of pressure on Zzweilous, but he looked ready for the challenge because he lost to IcelandicLapras once. And as he said, there will be tough for him because there are so many ways that IcelandicLapras can break apart any line that Zzweilous brings, but he still has to find a way. There's so much mind games going on here.
But Zzweilous has the Bibarel, a Pokemon that not a lot of trainers have used. And fun fact about Bibarel, it has won a medal in every tournament it has competed so far. Yeah, in Toronto and here now. As you can see here, some information about Bibarel. It has rolled its way into the meta. It can wash away fire and ground type Pokemon with Surf or deal strong neutral damage with Hyper Fan. We've seen that into Pokemon like Azumarill. Bibarel's defensive but also offensive coverage is so unique and so useful in this meta.
And one Pokemon that Bibarel is really strong against is the Galarian Corsola that we've seen on so many teams, and it's also on IcelandicLapras' team. But against Bibarel, Corsola is completely useless, as we just saw with the Galax Kolton.
It actually does have play when there are no shields around, and especially to Diggersby it's even worse. But against Bibarel, the power gem actually does add up. That is the recommended charge attack of coverage that I would have for the Galarian Corsola.
This Pokemon is solely hatchable from 7-kilometer eggs. You can also get it from the eggs, the gifts that you exchange with Matteo at the end of a route, or you can open gifts and hopefully get a 7-kilometer egg if there are available space in your egg storage.
And if you come to a regional championship, you can find trainers you're not friends with yet and hopefully trade for that low attack, high defense and HP Galarian Corsola. That is the dream.
I've been trading so much Corsola, but the low attack and high defense and HP both they have eluded me so far. And I'm just trading, but I'm not getting there. How many trades will it take me to get a Corsola that I can use in a tournament?
161.
160 trades. Okay, so if I trade once every other day for an entire year, then I will get the perfect Corsola.
For half a year, yes. I said 160, not 360.
Okay, yeah.
Anyway,
every other day, I will. Before Worlds, if I make a trade every other day, I will have a Corsola.
Just for the record, that is a joke. You could roll it on any single trade that you do. But here we see the teams of our grand finalists. IcelandicLapras on the left, Zzweilous on the right. IcelandicLapras with that Shadow Annihilate. Do you think we're going to see that again? He liked using his shields on it versus Zzweilous that really has banked on the Diggersby a lot.
I believe that the Shadow Dropion will be a very good pick for IcelandicLapras because it's kind of risky for Zzweilous to run. No, is it though? To run the Diggersby and the Annihilate. How can IcelandicLapras deal with both? Maybe with the Azumarill. It's going to be poison water all over again from IcelandicLapras.
Poison water again. We've seen a lot of mirror lineups in these matches, but not here. Zzweilous has a very unique team. Here we go. We're starting the grand finals in Birmingham. IcelandicLapras on the left with the Shadow Drapion. Zzweilous on the right with the KingOWT. This is a tremendous lead for IcelandicLapras.
This is exactly what Zzweilous does not want to see. He has the Diggersby in the back, and he safe swaps the Diggersby. Oh, and then we come up with a Shadow Jump Bluff. This Jump Bluff will take more damage from the Fire Punches, but it will also deal more damage with the Energy Balls.
I am interested to see why he didn't bring in the Azumarill. I think that the Azumarill from IcelandicLapras is slightly better here, but now that you've baited this out, Zzweilous doesn't know it yet. His Charge Bug in the back is looking quite good. The more shields are used, though, the worse that becomes. No defense drop. It is a 10% chance on the Energy Ball to get that, and here comes the next Fire Punch.
I think
no shield.
Oh, no, I think IcelandicLapras needed to shield this if he wanted to be 100% sure to keep the switch advantage, because the quick attacks from Diggersby will add up here. But this Energy Ball, IcelandicLapras can... Wow! Oh, he's pushed up the shields, Zzweilous. This Energy Ball would have done so much damage to the Diggersby.
You know, normally you don't shield your bulkiest Pokemon, but it looks like Zzweilous has no problem with that. Now another Energy Ball, but the cat to the Charge Bug!
Oh my lord, this is such a great play from Zzweilous. He knows the counts to perfection to catch this Energy Ball.
And coming in with the Drapion because he has Azumarill in the back. The Azumarill still has 2 shields on it. This Crunch will get very close to looking up. It looks like IcelandicLapras is gathering more energy first and just use a Protect Shield here. I like this play from IcelandicLapras.
I also like this play. I think the Crunch from IcelandicLapras will dent the Charge Bug so hard. And oh, he's going up to 100 energy. Will it win? He wins Charge Attack priority. This was incredibly important for IcelandicLapras.
The thing is, you want an Aqua Tail loaded for when the Diggersby comes in and expends a full Scorching Sense. You still have 1 Protect Shield advantage on your Azumarill, but if it is your last Pokemon, you might be in trouble, because if the Scorching Sense will debuff your Azumarill, the KingOWT will have a better time against it.
This is incredibly well played by IcelandicLapras. He realizes that the energy on the Drapion is more important.
Yeah, he does. He's one of an Aqua Tail.
Of course he's going to shield this. He knows that the Drapion can win him this game.
Here we go, another Aqua Tail, and I think this is going to knock out the Diggersby. You think Diggersby is a Drapion counter. Drapion is to show you different. Aqua Tail is so important as coverage, and it knocks out the Diggersby.
And here comes the Corsola, and the Drapion will make it to a crunch, and this is going to hit the Corsola incredibly hard.
You might not even see the next Pokemon if IcelandicLapras would throw another Charge Attack here. I think for Zzweilous that information will be incredibly important. Does he try to go for a catch? No, he does not. That means that the Azumarill will be revealed to Zzweilous, but the KingOWT has way too little health to get to the knockout on the Azumarill here.
The Azumarill will for sure secure this battle for IcelandicLapras, but it's valuable information for Zzweilous, as you mentioned. But it's just not enough damage. There's not enough health left on Zzweilous' side, and IcelandicLapras charges up the Ice Beam that's going to win him Game 1!
Azumarill and Drapion being the best core in the current meta. IcelandicLapras is showing it here in Birmingham.
What can we do about Shadow Drapion and Azumarill? There's not a lot more time.
Something needs to be done.
Something must be done. Maybe give Bibarel more ways to hit the Drapion.
Maybe like Sand Attack or something.
Sand Attack Bibarel. That would be incredible.
It can't keep getting away with this, as Zzweilous needs to make a comeback here. He's on the loser side of the bracket. Keep in mind, this is a best of 5, so there are plenty of opportunities for Zzweilous to come back in this set of 5.
Do you think that... How would you adjust if you were Zzweilous and seeing the team from IcelandicLapras? This is probably his 3 best Pokemon to bring to this battle.
I think that the Charge Bug looks really good for Zzweilous. You only really need to avoid the Diggersby. The KingOWT is not a comfortable match either, but what do you pair it with? That's kind of a tough question here. I think maybe a shield advantage Talonflame may pull through for you here. Azumarill's kind of tough though. I actually like Talonflame more into Feraligatr if you can leverage a shield advantage, because that doesn't have water type fast attack pressure, and then your HP doesn't deplete as fast. While into Azumarill, it will keep bubbling. And even though Talonflame does have the worst matchup there, when shields are up, it doesn't stand a lot of chance either. It just gets bubbled down.
I believe that the charge bug on Zzweilous' side needs to be paired with something that can handle the Diggersby from IcelandicLapras if it were to come out. Why is IcelandicLapras not running his Diggersby? I think it looks incredible here.
It does look incredible, and maybe we'll see it in game number 2 as we head into it right now. We see the Shadow Annihilate into the Diggersby. IcelandicLapras making all the calls here in Birmingham.
This is so tough for Zzweilous. He has brought the Diggersby straight into the Annihilate. He swaps in charge bug, but the Annihilate will get to the charge move first.
There is no hard answer to the Charger bug, though. Going for the Rage Fist first for some chip damage. Perhaps even stay in this matchup. This Shadow Annihilate packs quite a punch. Now the counter will even do more damage. I think that IcelandicLapras is just going to stay in because he also has the Azumarill for that Diggersby.
He has the Azumarill for the Diggersby, and he must suspect there could be a Galarian Corsola in the back, because if there is, the IcelandicLapras needs to preserve the Drapion for that matchup.
And Zzweilous went for the Exquisite there. So even if he wanted to get an attack off, that would be double resist on the Annihilate. So naturally, he no-shields this. Do you let yourself get farmed down on the Annihilate by the Galarian Corsola? If you want to keep switch advantage, this might be crucial.
I believe that you allow yourself to get farmed down. You will probably you will not make it to a Rage Fist, but this looks, the Corsola looks very good in this position.
And
farm up.
Looks really good.
I believe that IcelandicLapras should have farmed up more energy on the Drapion, but misaligning the switch timer could have been scary for him there.
It's just misaligned by a sliver, though. I think Zzweilous may need to pull off some catches here to have a chance, and maybe a drop here, but no Scourging Sense attack drops. That is making it very tough for Zzweilous. Azumarill's coming in with all the super effective damage, and Zzweilous is still not using a Protect Shield.
I am so curious to see what Zzweilous' plan is here, but I assume it has to do with that Corsola and its shield advantage here. If Zzweilous can get a debuff on this Scorching Sands, I believe his position does not look terrible.
But I think the timer's almost up after this charge attack, so it's kind of tough either way, because then IcelandicLapras would switch out anyway. In fact, I think after this charge attack, if Zzweilous no-shields this, he will swap out anyway IcelandicLapras, because he has energy on the Drapion.
How would you play this as IcelandicLapras? Do you shield this? Do you hold on to your shield once more? You need to land a crunch, at least one crunch.
I think at this point, Zzweilous wants to try and double shield the Galarian Corsola, perhaps even try to call an Aqua Tail. That might be a win condition, but there's almost no reason to go for the Aqua Tail here, and he does shield up the crunch. I think he's going to try for an Astonish Down, but
there's a debuff!
So quickly. Can you get the Astonish Down here?
I don't think so. There will...
Wait, and Astonish sneaks
through!
Oh,
what do you do?
Hold up, hold your horses. Hold your horses.
That could be detrimental for his chances to win this game. He needs to land another crunch.
But he does get to the crunch!
He does get there! Whoa, it's so close to mattering. The timing on the Poison Sting did not become detrimental, and the Drapion takes out the Corsola.
Drapion is the king of the meta right now. If you don't have one yet, go do your Go Team Rockets grunts right now, because Scorpy is in there. Get yourself that Shadow Drapion.
It's the leader Sierra that you're looking for. For Go Cliff, what is Kanto Marowak? For Go Arlo, what is Shadow Grimer? It's not Shadow Drapion. That's exactly what it is.
Shadow Drapion has been so crucial in all these games for IcelandicLapras. He's been banking on it so much, and it pairs so strong with that Azumarill, but also with the Shadow Jumpluff. Those two Pokemon, Azumarill and Jumpluff, are so bulky as well. You don't need to invest a lot of shields in them, and then the Drapion can use those shields. Especially when you get it aligned to a Corsola, it is in such a good spot.
Martijn?
What?
Feel my heart. It's racing. Why do I have the high pulse?
It's almost pumping out your body, man.
Exactly. I'm so excited for this. This is so intense. IcelandicLapras dominating the first couple of matches. He's gotten every call right. Is it just is it just the mind games, or does he have an upper hand with his team against Zzweilous?
Zzweilous said in the grand finalists interview that he felt like IcelandicLapras has played into the team of Zzweilous with all of his Pokemon, and that's kind of what Zzweilous is struggling with. As you can see, he is 2 points down now. He needs to make a reverse sweep. He is the reverse engineer, so if anyone can do it, Zzweilous is the man.
And you have been wanting the Talonflame from Zzweilous. I completely disagree.
It's time.
I don't think so. No. I believe that the Azumarill and the Drapion are too strong. I think Zzweilous should go with a Bibarel.
Bibarel. But when he led the B barrel, or actually that was with the Diggersby, there's still a Shadow Annihilate around. If the B barrel is on that, it's just so tough to come back from, because he doesn't have a safe switch.
But it's so much stronger against the Azumarill, and it doesn't take super effective from the Aquatails off the Drapion.
Here we go, game number 3, Scooby decisive one.
Against the Azumarill!
Azumarill to Talonflame!
I told you not to do it! I told you! But the safe swap of Charge Bug could be a thing. Oh, there's...
Going into the B barrel, but there is no hard answer on the B barrel. If you bring your Drapion, the B barrel with energy advantage. Oh, man, this B barrel has so much energy if you go into your next matchup. And what do you bring in? I think at this point, IcelandicLapras doesn't really care as much, just because all of his Pokemon have played into the Talonflame, but he brings in the Drapion. Drapion goes down to 2 serve.
I'm very surprised by this play from IcelandicLapras, but very brave from Zzweilous, safe swapping a Bibarel into a team that has a Shadow Annihilate.
I think maybe he had to make a call. I have to make a call that this one Pokemon that I do have won't be counted this time. We see the shield come up from IcelandicLapras. He wants to keep the switch advantage. At this point, this Bibarel is getting so low, you can just go straight for the Aquatail. And he has 2 of those now. So if you want to try and go for switch advantage, Zzweilous has to shield twice.
This energy from the Drapion also goes everywhere into Zzweilous' team. Zzweilous will have to shield this Aquatail on the Talonflame if he comes in with that, or the Crunch is going to do a lot of damage to the Charge Bug.
Comes in with the Charge Bug. I kind of think you need that Charge Bug a lot though, and goes for the Crunch. Zzweilous probably knows that IcelandicLapras will get to Aquatail, so he knows she's Crunch, but this will do a lot of damage.
This game is not over though. This Talonflame can still do so much off a shield, and the Charge Bug is no slouch either. And IcelandicLapras comes in with the Corsola. This is the correct decision in my opinion.
Discharge coming through, and I agree with you here, Marcus, because Discharge is not as efficient on the Galarian Corsola. It won't do as much damage, and you want to keep that healthy Azumarill for the Talonflame. In comes the Talonflame, but the energy from the Corsola is also dangerous, going for the Nightshade. If this is a Power Gem, it would take out the Talonflame in 1 attack, so Zzweilous has to use Protect Shields.
He must shield whatever it is. He cannot take charge attacks because the bubbles from Azumarill are going to do so much damage, and you cannot throw the Brave Bird here either because you're switch locked, so you cannot clear the debuffs. IcelandicLapras recognizes no shields a fly.
No shields immediately. That makes sense because if this Talonflame would get into position to land a Brave Bird, it will be triple defense drop, and then the Galarian Corsola can just astonish down. He no shields again!
This game is not over. This Talonflame is doing everything it can to keep Zzweilous in the game, but is it enough?
You need to get an Incinerate down here. Incinerate is one of the strongest charge attacks. Hold up, I might see a play here. The timer is up for Zzweilous. He can swap in the Charger Bug, gather energy, and perhaps keep this fly for the Corsola. Here comes the Charge Bug. You can get the farm down, but you cannot shield as the Galarian Corsola. But how many charge attacks can you get off here as the Charge Bug? Oh man.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Oh, but IcelandicLapras cannot shield this, and he knows. And this is a misplay from Zzweilous. Maybe, but maybe he can get to a discharge as well.
The next one doesn't knock out. You need the discharge here. Oh. He goes for the X-Scissor.
Cannot shield this. He knows he cannot shield this. IcelandicLapras calls the X-Scissor.
He knows exactly where the energy is at, and he also has the energy because that's the Nightshade.
But he's going to win this 3-0 sweep in the grand finals.
IcelandicLapras is your 2025 Birmingham Regional Champion!
I'm fainting more time! This was a demonstration of power! He asserted dominance! He demolished his opponents, not dropping a single set this entire tournament!
His furthest achievement so far was 5th place. Now this is his first gold medal. He has become the regional champion finally after so many great performances from IcelandicLapras. He's finally done it. There's a Lapras plushie. One of the Pokemon has been around so long, just like IcelandicLapras. He's been around in so many competitions, and now he has done it. He has finally won a championship. And what kind of championship? It is the biggest one we've had in Europe so far this season.
And IcelandicLapras said in his winner's interview before this grand finals that all his games, all his rounds have been incredibly close, losing in first round, then winning and turning it around. And now in this matchup, he did not give anything. He swept his opponent 3-0.
And he didn't hesitate either. He made all the calls. He trusted in his Pokemon. Even after this amazing catch from Zzweilous, IcelandicLapras' team composition was just far too strong, and he used that to his advantage. The Shadow Drapion, the king of the current meta, swept through Zzweilous' team with everything Zzweilous tried. One of the best players in the world, but IcelandicLapras did not hold back, and he took this second game right here.
And then it went on to game 3, and he realized this costs Incinerate damage, being a 5-turn move. Let IcelandicLapras get to the Astonish and to the Nightshade and take out the Talonflame. I'm so pumped, Martijn.
I am so excited every time we get a new regional champion added to the list. That means that at the end of the season, IcelandicLapras will get that coveted championship shirt, and he also now is automatically qualified regardless of how many championship points for the World Championships. So likely we will see him in Anaheim.
He can take the rest of the season
if his
off.
girlfriends let him.
If the girlfriend let him. But so I guess he's gonna have to take her on a nice vacation. Congratulations also to you, Jill, for the achievements of what you have done.
A big congratulations to the both of them. It was worth going on this trip to Birmingham, as he has won $2,500 as well. Terrific performance by IcelandicLapras. He should be proud that all this training and all these tournaments finally has paid off to win it all.
I have something I'd like to say about IcelandicLapras, because quite recently he joined the team of Galax Kolton and myself. So we are in the same team, and not to mention that he's also my fantasy draft for the caster pick, and he went on to win the entire thing. I was never in doubt about the skills of IcelandicLapras.
That was a great guess from you indeed, Marcus.
It's not a guess.
Congratulations on finally doing something good.
You know, I'm super proud of myself for my achievement this weekend. How about your pick? It ended up doing well too.
Palasha put on a amazing performance as always. She's known as the queen of PvP, and she did not let down. I believe she got to a top 8 placement, just barely off a medal, but she has so many medals, I think she just let others have their medals. And then I had Heydonus Actual. We didn't have him on stream this time, but he's a competitor from North America who used to be one of the best, but he wants to get back in there as well, and he's been trying. Then Amanda, of course, we had her on stream. She won her first round. Didn't get very far, unfortunately, after that, but since she always believes in me, I have to believe in her as well. You know what? A lot of players have won in this tournament. Let's take a look how far we've gotten to see all of our incredible performance on that losers bracket here that we had.
And I'm watching Sanjudigo having a great run at the start of the day, then Galax Kolton winning 3 in a row to go to the losers finals, but he met the Lord, the reverse engineer, Zzweilous.
Zzweilous is a very tough opponent to take care of indeed. Sanjudigo, as you said, against the Gengar Life. The Gengar Life had just barely managed to get through day 1 after that insane losers finals yesterday in his group. We see GoClass also defeating C. Leonardo. C. Leonardo, very well-known name in the grassroots format, making an appearance in the top 16 in Birmingham. And Galax Kolton, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4 wins
even
in a row to get to the losers finals.
Man, Galax Kolton really put on a clinic in the losers bracket. And I also want to point out Padoman facing off his, I think it's his best friend Christian, both of them from Spain, and then facing off in El Clásico against Palasha, where Palasha, we had several Spanish battles here, and Palasha making it the furthest before getting stopped by AnicorXIII.
And speaking of getting stopped out of pocket, one of the best North American trainers, and maybe just one of the best trainers in the entire world, was stopped by one of the Spanish players, Christian indeed. I would have loved to have seen the Reef get a little bit further as well, but Hamad Munir making the Munir dynasty proud, as his brother barely didn't make it through the losers finals yesterday, but Hamad Munir's brother did.
I'm I'm sure that the Reeve is still happy with his performance. I saw him near a local waterhole yesterday getting hydrated, and I'm sure that he was pleased with his performance.
I bet he was. Now let's take a look at the winner's side of the bracket, where he started today before IcelandicLapras took it all there, as he didn't lose a single match today. We start off with KingOWT versus Spatoman, where this newer player in Play Pokemon took down a veteran, but then IcelandicLapras just a little bit too strong there.
The home turf advantage seemed, it proved to be a very big advantage in this tournament. Within the top 5 competitors, there are 3 from the UK. And IcelandicLapras, KingOWT faced off in the winner's semifinals, with IcelandicLapras knocking down KingOWT.
Right, and then it was the non-British player that got to that winners finals, Zzweilous, the reverse engineer. He lost to IcelandicLapras in that winners finals, managed to defeat Galax Kolton in the losers finals to come back here, as you can see, in the grand finals. But in the grand finals, IcelandicLapras seemed even stronger than before, because he won 3 in a row with crazy good team composition and calls.
Martijn?
Yes.
I'm incredibly impressed, not just by IcelandicLapras, who dominated his opponents this entire... Well, as he said, maybe not demonstrating that dominance that he actually ended up having by having a lot of close matchups, but I'm impressed by all of these trainers. AnicorXIII making his best run ever, and Zzweilous showing why he's the reverse engineer and proving yet again he's one of the top players in the entire world.
And AnicorXIII also has won a medal. We have the final standings as well to take a look at the top 8 players with their team, so we can take a little bit of a better look at the meta. There are so many Azumarill and Drapion core. It is the core to play right now.
It is the core to play or the core to beat. You need a plan for this core in particular. And we see on the teams with Azumarill, there's also often a Shadow for Alligator.
And a Galarian The meta is really shaping up right now. Next week, we're going to have San Antonio. I'm curious to see how players are going to adapt there as well. I think that one of the Pokemon that could put a dent in the meta is that Dugong. It has play into Galarian Azumarill, Drapion, Shadow Marowak, Feraligatr. That's 5 Pokemon that are top meta right now.
Jumpluff as well.
And Jumpluff.
Jumpluff as well.
I didn't want to name the Pokemon.
But it's a good Pokemon.
Okay,
but Dugong is better.
Yeah.
And especially the head-to-head.
In my opinion.
Yes. And I think that if you're going to a major event in the near future, for example, San Antonio, maybe also Merida, I think that...
Merida, Corviknight will even be allowed.
Oh, it's going to be such a fun period building up to the EUIC. But you need a plan, especially for the Azumarill Shadow Drapion.
Shadow Drapion. What do you think of Shadow Drapion with Sludge Bomb? I've been trying this out as a non-Shadow, actually. No. You need Aqua
You need Aqua and you definitely need Crunch.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
What about Aqua Slush Bomb? You're walled by Toxapex, but we didn't see any Toxapex, Marcus.
But you'd also be pretty bad into the Galarian Corsola. You saw the win condition for IcelandicLapras in the game too. He got the Crunch on the Galarian Corsola. You need the Aqua for the Diggersby, you need the Crunch for the Galarian Corsola.
Barrel.
Sorry, what?
Barrel.
What about it?
Just run that with it. And then you can counter the Galarian Corsola. Very
okay, but then you're
very convinced.
No, I think it's the worst suggestion you've made the entire weekend, and you've been full of bad suggestions. No, I'm just joking. I think it's interesting, but I would not forgo Aqua or Crunch.
Right, that is enough about Drapion. We've gone through the bracket. Now it is time to crown our champions.
Birmingham, this is the final stretch, the award ceremony for all of our fantastic trainers that made it so far. This is one of the biggest regionals to ever grace here in Europe this season, and it has been a fantastic crowd with some fantastic trainers and one fantastic champion. I therefore want to first give a shout out to the 4th place medalist. This trainer has done so well, has been a staple in the Play Pokemon scene, and has had their best run to date. As a result, I want to give a big shout out to AnicorXIII. That's good. He had to check, he had to make sure. Anicor, I understand that you were not too sure you were going to make it to day 2 and had to make some special plans. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, my brother couldn't be here this weekend, so I was already questioning whether I would actually come. My teammate Dinoski offered to drive me up with the intention of going back to London on the same day. And so making day 2 kind of, faltered the plans a bit. But I'm glad that the investment paid off, the extra day, getting a hotel room from Tomahawk, like everyone's put in the work, and hopefully I, made everyone proud.
I think it's safe to say you made many people proud today, including myself. Congratulations, Anicor, on your 4th place medal. Well done. Thank you. Next, let's talk about the 3rd place, the bronze medalist. This trainer highlights that it's not just about the Pokemon, but how you use it and the driver turning those battles into victories. I therefore want to give a very, very big shout to Galax Kolton. Galax Kolton, I think you have established your reputation as a Spice Lord with that Superior with Leaf Tornado. So, you are a wise man. For all the people watching who want to try something unusual in their matches, how should they learn to be as good as you?
Just go for it when you want to play Spice. Just try it out in GBL, try it at your locals, and if it works, it works. And then you learn how your opponent will respond to it, because when you run Spice, your opponent will not be prepared.
Indeed, many people were not prepared for Leaf Tornado and has brought you a 3rd place medal. Congratulations, Galax Kolton. I cannot wait to see your next run. Well done. It goes up one more spot to the 2nd place medalist, the silver medalist. This trainer has had so many accolades, a special event champion already, and so well regarded by so many in the Pokemon Go community. It therefore gives me great honor to invite Zzweilous to the stage. I tell you what, it's very nice to see you wearing a medal again.
Yes. Like I have a bit of a collection going, but I still need the 3rd place medal. I have not been able to get that. Now it's silver. I don't really mind that either, but there's still one that is missing.
Okay, well, EUIC is around the corner. Do you think you gain confidence from this success? Do you think you'll be able to go that one step further, or maybe get that 3rd place if you really want that instead?
So the problem with 3rd place at an IC is that you get a trophy for that, not a medal, so I would still be missing that medal. So maybe I'll just go for gold again and just win it all. I feel like that would be nice. But honestly, I think the main takeaway from this weekend is the mindset, because I came here to have fun, I had a lot of fun, I played fun Pokemon, and I will do the same at EUIC, 100%.
And I think the viewers will be very excited to see that. Zzweilous, it is an honor to have you here. Congratulations, we will see more of you soon. Thank you. And now, Pokemon Go trainers, the moment you have been waiting for. What all of these battles with 180 trainers to start, distilled down to one. This is a British regionals, there is a British champion, and it is IcelandigLapras! I tell you what, gold looks good on you, sir. Great stuff. Did you ever think this would happen?
No, not at all. No chance.
Well, it has happened now. Tell me exactly how are you feeling right now?
I'm still shaking, the adrenaline's still hitting me. I think I'm just gonna walk off stage, just fall on the floor, just collapse at some point. I'm out of energy. I don't have anything to say. I'm just struggling.
Well, show me your hand. Give me your hand. Yeah, there's a bit of nerves in there.
Yeah.
Is there anyone that you would like to thank for having your back all this time? There's so many people shouting out the crowd. Give me a shout out. Who do you want to tribute this to?
Yeah, in the room, there's been so many people cheering me on. All of my IcelandicLapras teammates, all my Zzweilous teammates cheering me on. You've all been so kind, so helpful. And I know I obviously got to shout out Jill again. Happy birthday one more time. I know I promised you a holiday. Would you like to go to Anaheim in August?
I mean, Jill, if you're watching, and you should be, that is an offer you can't refuse. If she says no, I will say yes. So, you know, IcelandicLapras, I am so privileged to see you here. I can see the tears in your eyes. Don't you start, you'll get me started as well. Trainers, please give your biggest shout out to IcelandicLapras, your Birmingham Regional Champion!
Wow, Pokemon trainers, I really do not think I could have predicted a better end to the Birmingham Regional Championships. What a fantastic display of Pokemon competitive play we have had this whole weekend long, and what a champion.
It was indeed. It was so exciting to see IcelandicLapras make it so far and then play against one of the world's best Zzweilous in the grand finals.
I was out of breath when I was shouting because there was so much stuff going on. IcelandicLapras letting through that Astonish and then barely hanging on to get off that crunch in game 2. I was dizzy at the end.
I was amazed as well, and what I absolutely loved is I was doing that award ceremony just now, and you can see how much it means to IcelandicLapras, the emotion, the tears. This is what Pokemon Go PvP is all about, so I encourage everyone watching, you need to be here or at another event like this.
I think we were all on the edge of our seats throughout that grand finals, and it was such a commanding victory. In case you guys missed it at home, we can take a closer look at the event winners as well. Not only the trainers, but the teams that they used to be able to enable their victory. I mean, what a lineup. Zzweilous in second place, Galax Kolton in third. All three of them are champions at some point in time.
And I'm very, very impressed by all these three competitors. They show great consistency. IcelandicLapras, he has just started his journey. I can't wait to see the consistency he is about to show.
And as you can see on these teams, it just shows that Azumarill and Drapion is undefeatable. Even such a creative trainer as Zzweilous was not able to pull through the last of the Azumarill Drapion core. And we've seen so many poison double water. We've seen the poison sandwich with water in between. There was so many variations. And Shadow Drapion is the Pokemon to get if you don't have one right now.
And IcelandicLapras is only one of many regional champions we have had so far in the 2025 season. You can see the graphic filling up. There's only 4 more of these regional or special event level competitions in the European season to be able to claim. Adelian, I mean, what amazing champions we've had so far.
Oh yes, I mean, all of these trainers have a fantastic story to tell. Kazim making his first championship. There's been, I think, to be honest, it's been a journey of first for a lot of these champions. Aside from Tonton Batus, I think it's the first time for pretty much all other champions, if I recall.
I actually believe that this is Tonton Batus' first regional win. Am I wrong? I believe he has won an IC. He's won an international championship.
2023 Europe International Championship. That was his first one.
Exactly, but this is his first regional championship. So all of these trainers are new winners from this season.
It is incredible to see. If you think that you have a chance here, if you're one of those newer trainers, come try it out. We'd love to see some new names to win in either Stockholm, Sevilla, Utrecht or Bologna.
And all of those names, like you've said, are coming up. We have still many events, including internationals, on our EU calendar. We were just talking about Tonton, who's won the European International Championships before, and it is just around the corner for this season.
I'm super excited for the European International Championship. I believe it's going to be the best, and maybe it looks to be possibly the largest event of this entire season for Pokemon Go. And then you'll have Stockholm, Sevilla, Utrecht, Bologna before New Orleans.
Exactly, and of course all the broadcasts are here on YouTube and Twitch, but on Twitch there are plenty other schedules that you're able to catch up on. Lots of Pokemon content for all you viewers out there. So many different elements of Pokemon history, but also some of the anime.
Yes, and of course, don't forget next weekend is the San Antonio Regional Championship. So lots of trainers will be watching this regionals and learning from here to go, what can I bring for the next regional? So next weekend, do not miss out. That's over in North America. I cannot wait.
I also like being able to recap the Latin America International Championships from last season as well. These internationals have such prestigious play, and it's only a few of them a year as well, so to be able to become an international champion is kind of the extra cherry on top. Of course, as Adelian was just saying, just around the corner we have the San Antonio Regionals for the next NA event in your calendar. Maybe you're participating if you're watching this across the pond, but also from our side of things as well. The San Antonio Regionals is going to be a spectacle to behold, again in the run-up to the European International Championships.
I hope that the North Americans have been watching here, because Birmingham has been setting the stage for San Antonio. And San Antonio, for the Europeans, will be setting the stage again for the European International Championship coming up next month.
And in case you want the dates of the European International Championship, we'll be able to reveal those to you in just a second. They are literally weeks away, and the competition is going to be outstanding. London has hosted this event many times, the 21st of February to the 23rd, 2025. Book it in your calendars, and maybe we will even see you there.
Yes, London is a fantastic place, and you have to travel to it. You have to check it out. It is a place that is reputable for its community, for the battles, and history has been made year on year on year.
And don't forget the Latin American community. While we have been here in Birmingham, there is a regional going on in the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro.
That's correct.
And before EUIC, we also have the regional in Mérida in Yucatan in Mexico.
There's so much Pokemon action, left, right, and center, everywhere you look. And if you don't want to miss out on any of that action, do go to Pokemon.com/broadcast to be able to catch up on all of the Pokemon matches. All the different regions often have their own little flair or twist on the metagame as well, so there is so much to learn. You also want to make sure that you're following those channels so you don't miss up on any of the live action too. You can see the socials below there as well. Make sure to be following them and using that hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know who you're rooting for and what you're looking forward to. Well, I think from us, it's time to say goodbye. Birmingham Regional Championships have indeed come to a close, but as we have already expressed, there are so many more events to come. We've enjoyed the show. We hope you've enjoyed it too, and we will see you next time. Goodbye.